Good morning. I have everything set up. I woke up early because I was waiting for something to get delivered today. As I would be the only person home today, I was the designated house slave. Guess when the delivery just showed up. Guess. All right, chat. I have to go attend to whatever the fuck is being delivered. So I will hopefully be back in a few minutes. Let's listen to Zombocom, shall we? Can I get this to play? Can I get a Zombocom to work?
Welcome to Zombocom.
Yeah, okay. So hopefully this won't take me very long. I'll be I'm sorry and I'll be right back.
This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome. Yes, this is Zombocom. This is Zombocom, and welcome to you who have come to Zombocom. Anything is possible at Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. The infinite is possible at Zombocom. The unattainable is unknown at Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome. Yes, this is Zombocom. This is Zombocom, and welcome to you who have come to Zombocom. Anything is possible at Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. The infinite is possible at Zombocom. The unattainable is unknown at Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome. Yes, this is Zamboka. This is Zamboka, and welcome to you who have come to Zamboka. Anything is possible at Zamboka. You can do anything at Zamboka. The infinite is possible at Zamboka. The unattainable is unknown at Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. You can do anything at Zamboka. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome. Yes, this is Zamboka. This is Zamboka, and welcome to you who have come to Zamboka. Anything is possible at Zamboka. You can do anything at Zamboka. The infinite is possible at Zamboka. The unattainable is unknown at Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. You can do anything at Zamboka. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome. Yes, this is Zamboka. This is Zamboka, and welcome to you who have come to Zamboka. Anything is possible at Zamboka. You can do anything at Zamboka. The infinite is possible at Zamboka. The unattainable is unknown at Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. This is Zamboka. Welcome. This is Zamboka. Welcome to Zamboka. You can do anything at Zamboka. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zamboka. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome. Yes, this is Zombocar. This is Zombocar, and welcome to you who have come to Zombocar. Anything is possible at Zombocar. You can do anything at Zombocar. The infinite is possible at Zombocar. The unattainable is unknown at Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. You can do anything at Zombocar. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome. Yes, this is Zombocar.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Welcome to you who have come to Zombocar. Anything is possible at Zombocar. You can do anything at Zombocar. The infinite is possible at Zombocar. The unattainable is unknown at Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. This is Zombocar. Welcome. This is Zombocar. Welcome to Zombocar. You can do anything at Zombocar. Anything at all.
You can do anything at Zombocom. I don't know why my Zombocom was all off to the side like that, though.
Welcome to Zombocar. Welcome.
Oh god, raid from Kitsunero. Kitsunero, I don't know which platform you raided on, but thank you for the raid.
Zombocar.
Welcome, raiders. I had to go deal with delivery people.
Zombocar.
I made it back. I made it back.
Yes.
Now I can get rid of my Zombocom. We don't need him anymore.
Spicy cat
Oh,
raid. What
God.
the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Frisali Mojito, thank you for the raid. Welcome, other raiders. And did I welcome the delivery guys to Zombocom? I did not. I did not. But they complimented my hair, so that's nice. You're back from finishing up a delivery? What did I miss? This fucking guy. Anthony, thank you. Did I enjoy the himbo delivery, men? I was a little confused as to why they unwrapped some furniture piece, like, outside and then brought it inside, but, like, I'm not a delivery guy, so maybe I just don't get it. Hidden, thank you, my guy. She's back, scatter.
Back.
No!
Scatter.
There is no need to scatter. Generic Weeb, thank you for the 9 months, my guy. Please enjoy some placenta sugar cookies. Engage Target, thank you. Can we all agree that yesterday boiled down to, oh no, they both suck? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Be jammin', thank you. I hope everyone has their holiday baking done. You spent all morning baking cookies, pecan pie, and bread. Tomorrow, it's gonna be good soup weather. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. That sounds very delicious, Mr. Jammin' Man. I would like delicious pies as well. Why would I take Zombocom from you? I mean, you know. Did they stop at unwrapping only the packages? Well, no, they were like specifically furniture delivery people. I don't know what one of the bunker bros... I didn't know what they ordered until it was unwrapped. It's some kind of like new couch, but... They like the delivery people unwrapped the couch outside and then brought it in. And I was like, wouldn't it make more sense and get less dirty to bring it in while it's wrapped and then unwrap it inside? Am I crazy? Am I the crazy one? They were showing you what they could do. I was just like, oh, you know, I don't really know where they want it, so I just put it next to the old couch, I guess. Avalanche Grim, thank you for the 30 months, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Crazy, but also correct. Did I see that there are tards trying to repeal Section 230? No, I did not. Beastly, thank you. It feels like you've been hypnotized for the last 20 minutes on your drive. Good, that's what I wanted. I needed to jangle the Zombocom so you guys wouldn't realize I was missing. Make less of a mess inside your house to unwrap outside and then bring it in. I mean, maybe, but also like there's outside dirt and outside smells. Wait, Kirsche was missing. Exactly. Zombocom took all your money and earthly possessions while alienating you from your family and friends while you were gone. What the fuck? Oh, there's nothing but Zombocom. True. True and real. Let me scroll up a bit. I'm having trouble seeing. My eyes don't want to work today. Effing around productions, thank you. Looks like all the Russian number stations had kids. What did you mean by this? Anthony, thank you. Did I enjoy the himbo delivery men? I don't know if they're himbos, but they did say that my hair was really pretty. And I was like, oh, thank you. I'm just wearing like a black knit dress and I threw on like a bathrobe that makes me look like a giant strawberry. And it even has like a strawberry leaf like hood where the little leaves flap around. Like I looked pretty fucking ridiculous. But they were like, oh, your hair's cute. Outside smells, that means touching grass. I hate the smell of outside, it's disgusting. Snow is 2 weeks too early. I don't know, I feel like when you get first snow in December, that's kind of late, ain't it? That's a little late, buddy. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Blink twice if the communists have got to you. Oh no. Oh no. Was it the casting couch delivery? No, it's not a black leather couch. You don't know, it sounds like I looked adorable and maybe edible. True, they could have been hungry. Hey, yo, nice hair. Where you want this couch? She likes her mold and mildew-ridden basement. I'm used to not interacting with humans, man. Here in the south, all you get is rain. It's 80 degrees. You get snow? I don't get snow now. I wish I did. I miss the snow, man. Snow is delicious. Pneumonia. Complimenting the hair is a classic means of coming off as polite to a woman. They needed to keep from talking about any other aspect. Thank you, polite delivery men. Chat, should I be worried that you just dropped off furniture to a strawberry? I just don't think you did, actually. You wish you had gotten snow by now. I miss the snow. I miss the snow so much. Oh my god. Shades dude, thank you. You can't take it anymore. You want out of Zombocom? You can never get out. You can never get out. Hates the outside, but loves eating snow. I didn't say eating the snow. I like looking at snow. Snow makes things look beautiful, man. What flavor of snow tastes best? I typically don't eat it, actually. You shoveled 8 inches of snow yesterday? You see, this is probably why I like the snow. As a woman, I have woman privilege, and so I get to look at the snow and go, oh, how pretty. I don't have to shovel it or snow blow it or plow it or do anything unsavory with the snow. And so I just get to have the pristine childlike wonder of enjoying the snow. That is my woman privilege. Roof snow is always the best tasting. The snow is just a decoration for the Foxy. Pretty much. I'm on you. Saving your plowing and blowing for other things. Oh my god. The abominable snowman from Monsters Inc. says it's lemon. I don't like that. You actually don't mind shoveling snow? It's a nice workout. I mean, some people might find it cathartic, but I feel like most people just hate it. I feel like most people just don't like that shit. Oh! Ah! I was gonna go over something yesterday, but I didn't have the time to do it. And I clicked on a tab, not knowing what it was, but then I did know what it was because I knew what I was looking for. Hoo-hoo! What a wonderful day. What is the Logan Summit show? I have that apparently in a tab, but I don't know what that is. Winter's beautiful. You looked at from my warm living room. Yes, true. PMC, sir. Thank you for those 10 gift blankets on Kick. We love gift blankets for the warm bodies. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Big. If you live in the US, you can always go to your local municipalities and sign up for emergency snow removal. If you need extra cash, they call you in when there's a storm. You made 10 grand in a week doing that. Hey, yo, for 10,000 a week, you might as well buy that plow for your truck. That's crazy. That's crazy. Of course, Kirsche likes the snow. She doesn't drive or do manual labor. That's what I just said. You miss snow? You really only get ice and freezing rain? My dad used to do that, too. He would sign up for the plowing, and, like, the city would call him and ask him to do some of the plowy stuff. You miss snow? You really only get ice and freezing rain? Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Mr. Plow, that's your name. Name again, Mr. Plow. I knew an Australian guy who played Spirit Master in Ion named Mr. Plow. Zuto Aragi, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. And the mechs, thank you. You hate snow because people suck at driving? I mean, they suck at driving in all weather, let's be real. Jacob Alays, thank you. You've been born? You've had a blast over the last 9 months, hoping for many more. What is the placenta of the day, Lady Kirsche? Please enjoy placenta croquettes on a placenta burger. Congratulations. Saren Mathis, thank you. A U.S. convoy hit in Syria. Born too late to go into the sandbox. Born too early to go into the sandbox. Born just in time to go into the sandbox. I'm tired of the sandbox. Skill issue, it's not that hard. What the heck? You used to do the emergency snowplow jobs. You still have your plow for your truck in the shed back home. It sounds like good extra money, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. So, let me see what these older tabs here are. Oh, it's not even in the same fucking window. How old is this? October 4th, okay. Alright, so I guess I'll play the October 4th video, so we have a bit of a timeline. What window is this even in? What fucking window is this? October 4th, 2025? I didn't think I had multiple windows that time of year, but I guess somewhere got messed up. So we want this. We want that. People have their own snow plows. Yeah, why wouldn't they? If you have a truck and you live in New England or some other northern state that gets snow, like Wisconsin or Michigan or some shit, why wouldn't you have a plow? Why wouldn't you? Good vintage tabs. What was the answer to the milkman? I don't know what the answer is, right? But it's like, nobody wants to fuck the pizza delivery guy, usually. That's just a porn trope. Nobody wants to fuck, like, the UPS or the Amazon delivery people. Why did all the lonely housewives want to fuck the milkmen? Why were the milkmen the desirable stock of delivery driver? Make it make sense. Free milk. They want to fuck the plumbers. Plumbers aren't delivery guys. We're not talking about them. They love his milk. You milk the milkman. Because he came regularly. Oh, that's a good one. Save so much time to have your own plow. Yeah, it does. It does. Now all the milkmen are gone. That's what I'm saying. Where are all the milkmen? If the milkmen were the most desirable of delivery driver, why are they the only delivery driver to no longer exist? Why? Where did they go? We need to bring back milkmen. Make America milked again. Because that was the only delivery service at the time a milkman existed. They had mail service. The husbands killed them all. Wastelander, thank you. Milkmen brought the thirsty girls all the milk. I want milk in glass bottles delivered by sexy men wearing white suits, okay? Milk was in glass bottles and thus required careful handling and care. What woman doesn't want a man who knows how to handle things carefully? True. Mama, make America milked again. True, I like how the acronym turns out to be Mama. That's great. I'm a genius. Engage Target, thank you. They were milked dry. Bring them back! Don't forget the milkman hat. True, the milkman had a cool fucking hat. Everyone loves cool hat. The Watchman, thank you. I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. An eye for a milk jug. Chat! We're gonna read this in a second. I'm gonna get this off my screen, so I'm not talking about weird shit in front of murder. But like, I was watching a movie last night, and of course it was really bad because I only watch really bad movies. But as far as bad movies go, this was like a 7 out of 10. This was great. I think it was called like The Weekend Away or some shit. I don't know. Some woman goes on like a girls trip with her friend in Croatia. I don't think I've ever heard anyone be like, honey, we need to go to Croatia. The dick in Croatia is outstanding. So like, I don't know, big Croatia energy. I was like, I've never heard anyone talk about going to Croatia for a vacation before. If America can be milked, so can you. True. I was watching a movie. I just don't believe the story at all. You hear it's nice? I'm not shitting on Croatia. I like Croatia. I think they have cool history. I've just never heard anyone say, yeah, let's go to Croatia, baby. Like, have you seen Croatia, though? It's gorgeous. I can only imagine, yeah. I can't remember all of the images I've seen, but yeah, I've done some Google Maps around the Croatia area. I've checked it out. The film used Croatia's entire tourism budget to build their hype. They did. So the story did a really good job at, like, obfuscating who the murderer was. So, like, friend 1 goes to Croatia because friend 2 is already there, and she was like, oh my god, come out, let's have a girls' vacation. And, like, they're old friends, and the girl that was already there was like, oh my god, you're like in another country, and like, how are things going with your husband? And she's like, oh well, we haven't had sex in a year. And she's like, oh my god, well, you're in another country, and like, the dick here is amazing. So the friend that was already in Croatia was like convincing the married one to like fuck some guys while out there. And they end up getting drugged in a club by some male escorts who steal their purses. Because, like, I saw the men that they were flirting with in the bar, and I was like, those men are gay. They can flirt all they want. Those men are gay. Connor, thank you.
Do not the milkman.
I will the milkman, just like you butter the dog. It's gonna happen. Kirsche would know. What the heck? Must be the Dalmatian people. I don't know what that means. Woman romance movies are just about cheating. Thanks, I hate it. So, okay, anyways, back to the movie. The male escorts that the friend hired because she wanted the married woman friend who came to visit her to have sex with someone who wasn't her husband. Turns out that, like, that friend was having an affair with the other friend's husband for like months. And that was part of the reason that she was getting a divorce from her husband, who was like some giga wealthy guy who like just left his credit cards with her because he cares so little about his massive fortune that he would just let a cheating whore keep his credit card. I was just like, what the actual fuck? I wonder why men don't want to marry anymore. So I'm watching this, all right? And then the friend who was like out and got drugged wakes up. Her other like whore of a friend isn't there anymore. She goes to the police, and the police are like, oh, there's nothing we can do. You have to wait more time to report someone missing. And then there's like a Syrian cab driver. I don't know how common Syrians are in Croatia. So I was like, I'm feeling like this is kind of Americanized, and I don't know, I'm being taken out a little bit. But there was a Syrian cab driver who like was set up to supposedly looks suspicious, but I was like, there's no way that they're gonna turn this guy into like the evil dude, because like you can't do that in current year. Like, his skin tone's too dark. He has to be a good guy, right? Like and it ends up like going through so many different people who could eventually be suspects, that when they find like the body and like the police are trying to pin it on the other friend, and now there's motive because she found out about the friend cheating on her husband with her husband, and it just got really like fun convoluted. And then, like, the Airbnb that they were staying at, the guy was super fucking creepy and he had, like, cameras in all the rooms and he was recording them. And he's like, no, you don't understand. I don't even upload them. It's just for private use. It's for security. And I was like, I don't think anybody cares when you say that, when there's, like, a camera in the fucking shower, my guy. What the hell? What the hell? So, eventually, they like, catch up with the lady and they're trying to arrest her. And she's like, no, you don't understand. I didn't kill my friend. And then the police officer, like, wrestles with her and then falls down some, like, giant hole in the middle of the building that they're fighting on and, like, splats his brains out.
Spicy cat raid.
On a tiled floor.
Cat raid.
Thanks, Croatia. And they end up being like, oh, in the security footage, it turns out that when your friend came to the police station to report her authentic Dior purse worth 10,000 euro stolen by the male escorts, our detective offered her a ride back to her Airbnb, and it looks like from how angrily she slammed the door that she might have rejected an advance from him, and he has had multiple sexual assault allegations from a different department, and that's why he was moved from doing vice investigations to being put on tourism instead, because in tourism there's less of a chance for him to assault women, somehow. And obviously the reason that he killed her was his inside masculine rage at being rejected. And I was immediately ready to be fucking pissed. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? This movie actually did, like, good plot twists and kept you guessing about who the fucking murderer was. And they're gonna throw that all away for some, like, incel tears bullshit? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I was ready to get pissed, all right? And I'm sitting there, a little grumpy, sipping my hot chocolate. And then they finally go back to the UK, which is apparently where the woman lived. And she's talking to her husband. It's very clear they're divorced. She, like, brought their child over to his place, and she's like, Mr. Sheeple is in the bag, and, yeah, I'm sure you have diapers. And he's like, well, I don't, but I could just go buy them. You know, just a typical, like, divorced people talk, I guess, when they have a child. And then she's like, oh, you have my spare car key. And he's like, oh, it's in my bag or my jacket. And she goes to go get her spare car key, and she finds a bead in his jacket that matches the necklace that she bought her friend. And I had called, like, right after they found out about the affair. I was just like, this is gonna turn into the husband is angry because he doesn't want his wife to find out about the affair. And there was a point in the movie where he was claiming he called her, but she didn't get any phone calls. And she was trying to call him at that same time. He was claiming he was trying to call her, but his phone kept going to voicemail. And then the next day, he just showed up in Croatia, despite being the one who's supposed to be taking care of their baby back in the UK. And I was like, I bet this husband thought that he could take a trip to Croatia and kill this woman to keep his infidelity a secret, and then just go back home, and nobody's going to suspect him. And I was like, I don't want to be right, but my intuition is pretty fucking good. And I was also freaking out. Sorry, I'm all over the place in the story because I keep forgetting things and then remember them in the middle of telling it. The cop that they were trying to pin, like, the incel rage he got rejected murder on, when we first met that cop, I was like, oh, he's actually really attractive. Why didn't they use him in the club earlier instead of those gay guys for the male escorts? Like, this is like the most attractive guy in the whole movie. So when they were trying to say that he was the one that killed her, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Even in the movies? I was really mad. So, so finally, the lady confronts the husband, and he's like, no, you don't have to tell anyone. Like, the cop already took the fall for it, and everyone thinks the case is closed, and so you don't have to do this. Like, think about it. If I go to jail, our daughter's not gonna have a father. And she's like, I already called the cops. And then she shows that her phone has been on the line, and they've been hearing everything he's saying. And I was like, this was a crazy movie. The cop was the good guy. Well, I don't know if he was the good guy, because he was acting kind of weird, and according to the other cop, he did have sexual assault charges that transferred him from one department to the other, but, like, he was innocent in this murder, you know? But it was actually a really fun sloppa movie. Kirsch's intuition about men is great when they're fictional. Kira watched the sloppiest slop instead of watching Freerin. Massive Doge, thank you. Spoilers, by the way. Yeah, I don't know how many people planned on watching this obscure movie. Have I seen A Perfect Getaway? No, I've not. You know they got you, mains. You've been told that you're sitting on top of a silver vein by a mining geologist. If true, you're gonna be like Dante in The Count of Monte Cristo. God will grant me justice. That's pretty fucking cool. Congratulations on your newfound silver mine. Dirtbag Dennis, thank you. This reminds you, even though it's a Sporty Hoops related, has Foxy seen the story about the Michigan football head coach generational crash out? No, I don't think so. If I have, it's going to take something other than a head coach to remind me of the story. Kirsche predicting shitty movies doesn't apply to IRL relationships. Shut up! Fox Lady, send help. Too many cookies. Tummy hoard. You're testing out recipes for the holiday? Oh, man. I should maybe bake something for the holidays. I don't know, man. And the cop gets away with it because he's attractive. Great. He didn't get away with anything. He didn't murder anyone. That's a fun story. It was a fun movie. I think it's called The Weekend Away or something. Kurgan, thank you. You watch that, but won't watch Star Wars. Gingerbread cookies are required baking. I love gingerbread! Ember Creatine, thank you. You think you finally understand why your grandmother would rather marathon Hallmark quote-unquote movies over watching anything that has come out past 1999? Evan Around Productions, thank you. Utta Milkmeister von Honka Bonka Doinky Boinkies, Inspector the Third, here with your milk, ma'am! I'd probably really break down laughing at hearing that, man. That's a good one. Fucking Inspector Milkmeister von Honka Boinka Doinky Boinkies. Hell yeah. It's not the fox that you were watching before. What did he mean by this? All you want for Christmas is a fox lady to make cookies in your bunker. Oh, I made some like weird sloppa Chex Mix thing years ago that was really good. It had like caramel and marshmallows and melted chocolate on like Chex pieces. It was delicious. This isn't a Hallmark movie. It's too wild. Yeah, it was not a Hallmark movie. I don't think I've actually watched a Hallmark movie. Since when were there channel points on Kick? Recently, I think? Quando Bandui! Thank you for the sub on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. The Chex Sloppa. Yeah. Yeah. I want some fucking poppycock, though. I want some popcorn with cashews and caramel. Freerin is a Hallmark movie? Oh, okay. Anthony, thank you. The bunker himbos put up with the bunker being overrun by a foxu. Make them some cookies. Men like cookies. True. I like making chocolate chip molasses cookies. Those are my favorite. My meme would make them for me when I was sick as a child. Poppycock and Milky Boys. Hold on, wait a minute. Your mom made a ton of Chex Mix? Yeah, man. DRT is king, thank you. Milkmen were the only regular delivery men. Mail delivery was irregular, and the mailmen were used to fighting off mail thieves, so were not 1950s attractive. Milkmen were there and in spiffy uniforms. Going by that logic, wouldn't you want the postal service man, though? Because he can fight off the thieves, therefore he would be the one showing that he can protect you? Right, wouldn't that make more sense? Tips Fedora molasses. And it just helped your mom make a biscotti and pizzelles like 2 days ago for Christmas. Oh, pizzelles are fucking great. I'm applying logic to women. I'm a logic in a woman. Amit Clacks, thank you for the biddies. You saw something for the first time in probably 2 decades. A commercial that didn't make the husband look like an idiot. I think it was for a plumbing service where the wife tried to girl boss the repair herself, failed miserably, and the husband calmly solved the issue. You were astounded. That sounds like a crazy commercial being allowed to be made in current year, honestly. The USPS actually has a full-scale SWAT team. That's also pretty cool. I did not know that. I knew that they had like their own, not like Justice Division, but they have like their own... You guys know what I'm trying to say. You know the thing. I can't remember what it... They have their own thing! And I remember finding that out and being like, wow, that's crazy. USPS ordered like 5M rounds of 9M and 2M rounds of 223 2 years ago. You can't use that many M's that mean different things in quick succession with one another. mailmen would also get the federal pension. You know, the investigators, yeah! The postal inspectors, yeah! You see, you did know the thing. The USPS doesn't play around when it comes to the mail. They might not always be on time, but if someone messes with the mail, they got your number. I wish that was true. I've had my mail tampered with or stolen so many fucking times. Con Air, thank you. Have I seen the KFC Hallmark movie on YouTube? It streamlined all the Hallmark tropes in like 20 or so minutes. You forgot the actual duration? I have not. I did not know KFC did that. Millions should be capital M. Millimeter should be lowercase double m. I always did lowercase double m for millimeter. You don't... Actually, no, that's wrong. I do that when it's, like, distance millimeter, but when it's ammo... I just do the single M. Ooh, discrepancy. They still do milk delivery? You saw a small milk truck in your mom's neighborhood drop off delivery late at night a few times. You don't remember what the company was called, though. I want to live in your mom's neighborhood. I want a milkman. That's a coincidence. You have your own thing as well. Oberweis does milk delivery? I don't know what that is. You've gotten neighbors' mail so many times, you don't even want to think about it anymore? Yeah. I'm very glad that my mail hasn't gotten misdelivered to neighbors at the apartment, because I would probably never see it again. But speaking of, back to this older tab. October 4th. Alright, October 4th. And we're gonna be coming to present day with this. This has a purpose. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirms the White House is looking into how a child murderer was able to be released from prison after just 10 years. 6-year-old Logan Tipton was stabbed so violently in the head by Ronald Exantis in 2015 that the butcher's knife bent. Exantis has now been released early due to his good behavior.
I held him so deep in my arms, and finally he took his last breath, looked at me, and closed his eyes, and he was gone.
Ronald Exantis traveled from Indianapolis to Versailles, walked into the Tiptons' home, and attacked the family in their sleep. Logan was killed, and his father and 2 sisters were injured.
He snaps, and he just stands up with me sitting on top of him, and he throws me across the room. 10, 15 feet, he throws me across the room and goes after her.
3 years later, in 2018, Exantis was found not guilty of murder by reason of insanity, but...
I feel like reason of insanity should not come with a not guilty verdict, and it should come with a you immediately get removed from society. Not a you get locked up in jail, not a you get locked up in a mental health facility where you're treated with kid gloves, a death penalty immediately and expeditedly.
Convicted of assaulting other family members. And just this month, October 1st, Exantis was released early from prison for good behavior.
It's infuriating that a 6-year-old was killed sleeping in his bed, and someone literally only did 10 years in prison, and he didn't even do the time for that. He did time for assault charges. It's just infuriating.
But the family says it isn't just anger they're living with. It's fear.
Me and my siblings and even my mom and dad, from here on out, we have the burden of making sure that he doesn't come back.
He told her he was going to kill every one of us. So now I've got to be on extra guard to protect my kids, because I will not lose another one.
How does a guy who says, I'm going to kill all of you, get out of jail on good behavior? I absolutely hate whatever a farce of a justice system we have left is.
Not like this.
I laid in bed. I gave up. I gave up on life. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die.
Everybody deserves a fighting chance to have justice for them, and it's not.
I've had my talks with God, because I'm not afraid to tell you all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands.
Honestly. Fair, honestly, and I cannot blame him. I cannot blame him, channeling the spirit of Gary Plausch, honestly. Can you even imagine how hard that is for the father? He cannot act to avenge his child as it would put his other kids at risk. Well, so if he ever comes across the guy, and I do not blame him for desiring that. Let me see if I can find the next tab here. So after that, that was on October 4th. That was on October 4th. And then on October 10th, Ronald Exantis, to no one's surprise, was rearrested, this time in Florida.
We begin today with a case that has really captured the attention of the nation in a lot of ways, and that is the arrest of a 42-year-old Kentucky man who was charged in connection with a case out of 2015 that involved the stabbing death of a 6-year-old boy. The suspect in this, Ronald Exantis, he was put on trial. He was convicted of assault, but was found not guilty by reason of insanity in the murder of that 6-year-old boy. He was released from prison early after 8 years, served 8 years of his 20-year sentence, and was released on parole. There was news that he had been down here in Florida somewhere. Well, investigators tracked him down, and they ended up arresting him for failing to register as a convicted felon.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
The Blue Rose Gal, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. That's crazy. They're like, hey, we're just gonna let you go, Mr. Killer Man. I hope you do the right thing and register as a convicted felon. Why would you expect that?
As a felon, he would have had to register within 48 hours with the Marion County Sheriff's Office. And the investigators found him living in a home next to Sunrise Elementary School, they said. So he is now behind bars, charged with failing to register as a felon. But
good behavior, by the way.
Today, I had the chance to speak with Dean Tipton. He is the father of this 6-year-old boy who was killed back in 2015. That is a case that I covered personally. When I worked in Kentucky, I covered the trial.
They found a child murderer next to an elementary school.
And,
imagine.
I caught up with Dean earlier this morning to get his reaction to what all this has been. The week or so that Exantis was out, because Tipton's comments to a TV station in Lexington, Kentucky went viral and even got the attention of the White House when he reacted to the release of this man and said, if I see him, if I cross paths with him, I will kill him. Those were the words of Dean Tipton.
You're thinking about the retweet I did of that woman saying serial killers are people just like you and me. That woman was on some crazy shit. I cannot believe that was an actual tweet. Like, if you want people to stop saying repeal the 19th, maybe stop saying things that make them say that. What the fuck?
And so I talked with him earlier today, and he said there's a sense of relief knowing that this man is now back behind bars. Here's my conversation with him, and I started by asking him how he found out that Exantis had been rearrested. How did you find out about Exantis' arrest down here?
Actually watching Fox News. We had just turned it on, and it come across breaking news with Will Kane, and that's how we found out that he was arrested.
What's going through your mind at that point when you saw that?
Shock, disbelief, happiness, sadness, everything, all the emotions all wrapped up in one.
It's been, what, a couple weeks now that he's been out on parole?
Yeah, like a week and a half.
What has that time been like for you?
It's been pretty nerve-wracking. It opened up a lot of scars and wounds that I thought I had healed from, that I have found out obviously I haven't. And it's pretty much the same thing with all my family. Just being on edge, anxiety, breakdowns. I I had to take off from work just because my mental state wasn't in a very good spot.
Dean, this is a case that has been getting a lot of national attention over the past week or so.
Well, yeah, because it's fucking ludicrous,
because
man.
of what you told WKYT there in Lexington, that if you ever came across Ronald Exantis, you would kill him on the spot.
Yeah, I mean...
Warranted? Justifiable?
It's one of the regrets I have, is not doing it that night. But I didn't know Logan was hurt. I didn't know he had been injured at all. But I think any father would feel the same way. I don't want my kids to have to walk around the rest of their life wondering if this man was going to come back and do the job, finish the job that he told them that he was going to do.
How much have you talked about some of the wounds being reopened? You know, it's been 10 years, and yet, you know, here you are reliving some of these things.
This is the correct response to having your child murdered, not the "I forgive him" BS. Yeah, that other dad, Austin Metcalf's dad, probably should get together with this dad. Maybe he could learn something.
It's like reliving December 7th all over again, that whole time period. And maybe a little worse, because, you know, during that time we had adrenaline going. You know, this time it was just all a shock and kind of caught us by surprise. And it's just sickening knowing that he could get out the way he got out.
Yeah, agreed. See, Thomas the Peasant, thank you. Every judge and DA who are soft on these kinds of criminals deserve to have their offices, titles, and citizenship stripped and then deported to Somalia. Yeah. I can't disagree. There needs to start being repercussions for the judges and DAs. And again, they are doing some sort of thing where, like, the families can bring civil cases against the judges and the DA, but I think there needs to be more than just civil. I'm hoping that, like, civil pathway is just the beginning, because there needs to be, like, criminal charges for this kind of shit. It's gone on way too long, and it's way too absurd. Mr. Rich Lopage, thank you. Stop saying repeal the 19th. Stop giving us reasons. That's what I said. That was my joke. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Weird how uncomfortable the journalist is getting, talking about how a loving father would kill his own child's murderer with his bare hands. I don't know how uncomfortable the journalist is, because he just has, like, this weird inflection. It seems like just the way he talks since, like, the beginning of this segment. You know, it reminds me of that weird guy from the Adult Swim show that I never remember the name of. But Julie, thank you. He was arrested again in Florida. Leave him in the Everglades with a shoelace, a single match, and a paperclip. Figure it out, bucko! True. God hates taxes, thank you. Your left ear loves hearing this guy. I don't understand how there's, like, this kind of audio issue from a major news network. Like, what is this, man? Come on, please. Anthony, thank you. This guy is a real father. It's a shame he has to go through this. Yeah, absolutely. Bruce Subelvaro, thank you. How do you get to Miami and get parole? All good questions. Droxas, thank you. There's also a difference between forgiveness and holding people accountable for their actions. The two are not mutually exclusive. One can forgive and still hand out justice. I would save the "I forgive yous" for after the justice has been doled out, you know? Oh, no, judges aren't going to rule another judge guilty over something like this. Yeah, maybe we should do what President Bukake did then. Maybe we just need to impeach the judges. Everyone is sick of this.
Let's talk about that a little bit, because I was in the courtroom for the trial. I was there that late night, early morning when the verdict was read, and I remember some of the confusion over the verdict and how he would be able to be convicted of assault, but found not guilty by reason of insanity for the murder of Logan. And I'm just curious what
Once again, I feel like our system of reason of insanity has gotten taken advantage of for way too long. It should not be a get out of jail free card. It should not be, okay, you get a vacation and a mental health respite place. It should be this is a last resort that you plead if you genuinely cannot be held to the same standards as other human beings. And if you legitimately cannot be held to the same basic societal standards and you don't comprehend that rape is bad, or murder is bad, or trying to murder someone is bad, you just get removed from society. You get the death penalty on an expedited table. You don't get decades to appeal because you just pled insanity. You didn't understand what you did. So how could you be expected to understand 10, 20 years of appeals? No, just get the fuck out. Take him out behind the barn, give him an old yeller, and it's over. You agreed? You can just kill these people to protect society? It's insane to me that we've gotten to a point where we just coddle criminals. And it's not even like every single criminal. Once again, the people that do this kind of stuff are like the top 1 to 3% of the most violent. So you don't even have to get rid of a lot of people in order to like make society healthy again. But unfortunately, we don't have a justice system that's willing to do what needs to be done to these kinds of criminals. Lawrence, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. We used to take them out of society. Yeah, and Europe flourished, man. Strap him to an electric chair and tell him it's a ride. Jesus Christ.
We've kind of learned about the justice system through this whole process.
You mean the unjust system?
Yeah.
That's what it is. There was no justice. There was no accountability for who killed my son. Pretty much we were told nobody did it. And it's a disgrace to Kentucky, and it's a disgrace to our nation, knowing that a man can go in and stab a 6-year-old sleeping boy to death and then plead insanity and walk free. We know he didn't walk free because he got the time for the assaults, but he walked free from the murder of my son.
Yep.
And then after all that, only spending 8 years behind bars before being released on parole. What do you think of that part of it?
Also, that's another interesting question. How did he manage to get, like, what did they say, 20 years for aggravated assault? How was he able to get 20 years for aggravated assault but was let off on the murder charge due to insanity? If he was insane, wouldn't he have been let off on both charges because he wouldn't have understood assault bad as well? There's a couple of, like, discrepancies here I'm not exactly understanding.
Yeah, they say this MRS, whatever the hell this law is that they created, was for non-violent criminals. How in the world is he deemed a non-violent criminal? Even though it doesn't show on his charges that he had murdered somebody, how do you non-violently assault somebody with a weapon?
You have the right politics,
that makes
obviously.
No sense to me.
Engage target, thank you. You're reminded of a Batman comic where a guy went with an insanity plea and thought he was getting off easy. Then he wound up in Arkham Asylum and had it way worse. If only. Make an Arkham Asylum in real life. You'll never accept letting people off on crimes for being insane. Yeah, like it could make sense for actual unironic non-violent offenders, but he's just explaining here how they basically pushed this through as it would only count towards non-violent offenders, but this guy was able to use that law to basically get away with murder. So clearly, anything that sounds good and could be useful for a small subset of a population is just going to be subversed and used for horrible things. He who shall not be named, thank you. The criminals are the agents of chaos by which the communists will bring about their Marxist dystopia. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. 20-year sentences are only unforgivable crimes, like using slurs. I'm on you. GS Wolfwood, thank you. It becomes more enraging when you find out that several states have rules on early release, and yet they get ignored whenever a leftist judge and DA asks. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You hate people on the internet who intentionally refuse to accept any apology and selfishly refuse to give a person a second chance online, even when responding to the person who apologized to them with, "I'm not obligated, I'm forcing this upon you, and you're not obligated to speak upon any grounds, not happening cope," and they see that sincere apology as a sign of weakness. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. We're talking about shitty parents who look at a criminal that murdered and or raped and murdered their children and saying, I forgive you, dear criminal. Whatever the fuck you're talking about is far and away way fucking different than that. Once murder is proved beyond reasonable doubt, it shouldn't matter the murderer's sanity. His body killed their body, thus his body must die. You know? More than that, the states have 3 strikes rules that nobody's been enforcing the 3 strikes rules, as we can see. It's like every day there are multiple stories that come out of a guy with like 40 priors, 50 priors, 70 priors, 110 priors. Doesn't make sense to plead insanity after murder, even if that's the reason why the murder happened. Why does it make sense that someone with a murdering causing disease is left out in the open? Because we live in clown world and we can't escape. Yeah, I'm on you. 3 strikes supposed to be for all states, though. 3 strikes, criminal out on his 100th arrest, right? Emperor Creatine, thank you. Bit of a non sequitur. Let's not forget that today, Dick Van Dyke turns 100 years old. Happy birthday to him. He's got a fucking crazy name. Happy 100th birthday, Dick Van Dyke, dude. Help.
Dean, your family's been getting a lot of support on social media from folks all across the country. We know the White House has said they are...
Why aren't Republicans impeaching these judges? Because Republicans are spineless do-nothings that won't actually do what needs to be done in order to make our country safer again for the people living here. Like I've said a few times, like, the Democrats are actively hastening the destruction of our country, and Republicans are looking at them and being like, how can I appease the Democrats so that I can still stay in power and appear bipartisan, while also tricking my constituents into thinking I'll actually do anything that helps them? I am sick. I am sick of it, man.
Have been looking into this case. I'm wondering who all maybe you've heard from and what you kind of make of the response to this.
You know, seeing everybody tweet it out and share Logan's story, you know, it's good to see, because that's the only way we're ever going to get change, is getting it out there and getting it shared, and the people speaking up and being outraged over it. But as far as anybody contacting me, the only person that's contacted me is Mr. Jason Nemus. He's a state representative here in Kentucky.
Aww.
Other than that, and he's contacting us about wanting to create a Logan's Law. But as far
Evan Around Productions, thank you. This is why, whether or not someone was demonically possessed, if they off someone, they're still responsible. Hollywood has tried to make us feel sorry for this archetype. I think having, like, occasional, you know, tortured villain or sympathetic villains in media can be an interesting concept. But once every single villain becomes some sort of, like, I feel bad for him kind of figure, it, like, puts in your mind that there is no diametrically evil people that exist. And media is one of the biggest ways to produce propaganda, because it's just like the bread and circus, right? People enjoy ingesting it. And so once you have, like, every single villain being relatable, quirky, misunderstood guy, people eventually will just not have the guard up anymore and not believe that actual evil can exist. Which it can, and it do. And, like, when you get cases of, like, 14-year-olds raping and murdering other minors, yeah, I don't want to give that thing any kind of a chance to grow older and do more harm. Like, it's absurd that people want to do rehabilitation in that regard when they've already committed something so incredibly heinous. And people today are pluralistic about objective, moral things. Remove it from society forever? I know.
Is the justice system, the DOJ, the president, our governor, nobody has contacted us and told us anything. We found out that he was arrested in Florida through the news. Nobody has contacted us that, hey, he's back in jail. You all can, you know, breathe a sigh of relief right now. We are finding everything out on our own through social media, and I'm disgusted with Kentucky by not reaching out to us. And I want to thank the state of Florida and Marion County for doing what Kentucky wouldn't do and putting the monster back behind bars.
Dean, I want to talk about Logan for a minute. You know, he was 6 years old. You know, it's been almost 10 years. He'd be, what, 16? Driver's license, you know, all that. Those things that you think about with turning 16. And I'm curious how much you think about that and the kid that he would be today if it weren't for what happened on December 7th, 2015.
I think about this every day. I think any parent would think about their son every day, but I often wonder how big he would be. I see his teammates that he played football with in kindergarten. I see them all the time, you know, and they're sophomores and juniors in high school, and I see how much they have grown. And I often wonder, you know, how big would he be? What would his personality be like now? I think about him a lot.
What do you want people to know about him? You know, as we focus on what happened to Ronald Exantis here, but you know, don't want to lose sight of your son. What do you want people to know about Logan?
He genuinely had a good, loving heart.
I see a lot of you guys saying that, like, that's a tactless question. And part of me agrees. Part of me thinks that maybe this interviewer's a little touch of the tism here. But I think it's an important thing to ask someone in this situation, because it gets out just the level and the scope of hurt and damage that being soft on criminals does to a family that did nothing wrong. So I don't see this the same as, like, sensationalizing the murderer was a good boy, he was going to college, getting his life together. This is someone who should still be alive, who should still be with their family, whose life was taken as a child because some crazy guy was out on the streets when he probably shouldn't have been. And then after all of this happened to this family, he only got 20 years for assault. He pleaded insanity, so was found not guilty for the murder. Only got 20 years for aggravated assault. Only served 8 of those 20 years. And then was set free. And the way that you reach a lot of these people who have been demonically twisted by propaganda to prop up criminals above innocent people like this is you show them the emotional destruction that it causes. And you hope that there's enough human left in them that they can comprehend that the destruction of innocence is worse than the destruction of criminals. That is the only hope you have left to reach those people. It's tactless, but it puts the viewer in the shoes of the victim's father. It's good for them to see his perspective. Yeah, could he have asked it in a more sensitive way? Yes, absolutely. But as someone who is also a little tism touched when I ask questions in an interviewer position, I could get where he was trying to come from. So I don't exactly blame him for that.
He loved everyone. And I know that sounds crazy, but we would be in the grocery store and he'd disappear on us. You can imagine me and my wife with 5 kids running around. And he would disappear, and I would catch him in the next aisle hugging some stranger that I didn't even know, telling him that he loved him. And that's who Logan was. A quick story. His Sunday school teacher told me this, and this was like 2 weeks before December 7th that I was that he had done this. But he was at Sunday school, and they were writing down what they were going to give Jesus for his birthday.
Unfortunately, a majority will not see it that way. The freaks that I'm trying to talk to will only see the color of his skin. Yeah. And again, if anyone, said something about, it being deserved, or something like, the criminal should be treated a bit better, right? then you would know that they're not an individual that you can have a rational conversation with. And the more that kind of radical speech is just promoted, right? How many people woke up to how violent the left has become after Charlie Kirk? How many people realized this isn't a small minority of freaks online? These are my neighbors. These are my coworkers. These are the average leftist opinions. How many people woke up to that, seeing how many people cheer on these, like, soft on crime policies, right? How many more is it going to take before something happens is a great question. But it's still people noticing how radicalized the left has become. Even if it takes normies quite a longer time than it did a lot of us. Michael Turner, thank you. It's a shame Republicans overall don't view politics as the blood sport Democrats do. Republicans could abolish the lower courts in its current form and reform it with a majority with some courage. They are still stuck on, we care about optics, we don't care about getting things done. And Democrats have been, we don't care about optics, we care about getting things done for about a decade now. Which is why Democrats can come out and say, yeah, I want to shoot my Republican opponent. I want to watch his children die in his wife's arms and still get elected. Like that happened is such a wild concept to me that it is still hard for me to believe that that is a real event that has actually happened in real life and not some kind of movie. Andrew Taz, thank you. These are the same people that fantasize about their Trump voting fathers being beaten in public. They're far beyond gone. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Anthony, thank you. Did it just start raining in your room? I'm sorry. Sonic Extreme, thank you. You sometimes think some people try to delude themselves that evil doesn't exist to shield themselves from the possibility they themselves have the capacity for evil and they can't deal with it. I think this is also what a lot of, like, anti-gun people are like, where they're just like, I know I would be susceptible to doing bad things with a firearm, and everyone else must think like me, therefore nobody should be trusted with a firearm. From the way you see it, we're accelerating to a destined end that is just up to the people to rebuild. Yeehaw! Bring back sexy cowboys.
For Christmas coming up, and Logan hadn't written anything down, and the Sunday school teacher asked him, like, Logan, why haven't you written anything down? And he said that he had done given Jesus his gift. He had done gave him his heart.
Aww.
And that was coming from a 6-year-old boy. So that right there should tell you what kind of kid he was.
Yeah, it gives you some comfort too, I'm sure.
Yes.
Dean, what do you want people to know? And what's next? What's next for y'all as we continue to kind of keep an eye on this?
And look at those glasses. You can't tell me that interviewer's not autistic.
You know, of course, we want to go through and try to push Logan's Law. We want people who we really want to abolish the insanity plea altogether.
Yep.
But if that can't happen, we want these people to be held accountable, not be set free back on the streets. You know, they need to be put somewhere.
And again, he said that
hurt anybody.
He said that there was like only one Kentucky politician who like reached out to him even. And I think like Arena's law got passed pretty quickly. So if he actually gets together with some politician to get this bill in front of people, I think this would also have a very good chance of passing. And anyone who would try to defend it would look psychopathic at this point.
And other than that, I would like to see him this monster brought back up on charges federally. He crossed state lines. He committed a felony murder. And we've done research on it. It's called dual sovereignty. And from what I understand, they can charge him again federally if they choose.
Well, he is now behind bars. We will see where things go from here. Will y'all sleep a little bit better tonight?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's the bottom line? What do you want people to know?
Monsters are real, people.
Yep.
And there needs to be a change in our judicial system, not just statewide, but nationwide, to protect our families, our loved ones, our babies. Just keep sharing Logan's story, and maybe together we can make a change.
If Ronald Exantis weren't arrested this week in Florida, do you worry about what might have happened next?
Yeah, because I question myself, what kind of man spends that long in prison and doesn't do a check-in within 48 hours to stay out? I honestly think he was going to run. I believe he was going to try to disappear.
Well, yeah.
This story's everywhere, and I think he was going to try to disappear.
Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. He said y'all, not Southern. It's a gender-neutral term. He's a liberal. Have you heard the way he was talking? He's got, like, deep redneck accent. What you talking about? And Con Air, thank you. Such a terrible day for rain. True and real. Fringed Horizon, thank you. Sweet Jesus, you want to glow with the fury of a billion stars? Yeah, it makes you, man, what the fuck? Engaged Target, thank you. You need to go hug your boys, excuse you? Please do. Please do. Who the fuck colonized my y'all? And so these were the older tabs. Let's see. I had a couple of other tabs from around this time. We had body cam footage of his arrest. It was pretty cool. Can't imagine the horror and sadness that ripped through that family when they realized this man was being released early.
He had a little more than a week of freedom, but now Ronald Exantis is once again locked up. The 42-year-old was released from prison here in Kentucky last week.
Exantis was charged with killing 6-year-old Logan Tipton in 2015. A jury ultimately found him not guilty of murder by reason of insanity, but they did convict him of assault for stabbing Logan's 2 sisters and his father.
WKOAT's Kelsey Soto shares more now.
Which still doesn't make sense to me. How are you expected to understand aggravated assault bad? You stabbed these 2 girls and their father, that's bad, do some time. But, oh, you're too insane to understand murder bad, so we're just gonna give you no charges for that one, actually. What the fuck, dude? Like, none of this makes sense. Night of Nights, thank you. In lighter news, it's back to number 4 on the all-time super chat list for VTubers after 2 Niji Sanji members had birthdays. We're within striking distance of cracking the top 3 again. Let's go. I didn't know I was even in the top 3. I thought I was still number 4. That's crazy. I don't have any birthday. My birthday's in July. Sonic Extreme, thank you. You think there's an epidemic of people that are willing to sacrifice innocent people and children just to feel temporarily good about themselves? Oh yeah, no doubt.
How about why officials in Florida are now holding him in their jail?
The Marion County Sheriff's Office down in Florida said today.
This shirt looks really bad. This could have been a normal cute shirt, but for some reason it has like puffy sleeves. Why would you do that? Puffy sleeves on a horizontal line shirt just look awful. What are you doing, lady?
They have been inundated with interest in this case, but the most important phone call came from Logan Tipton's family, thanking them for putting Exantis back behind bars.
Bring him all the way back.
Here's Ronald Exantis being taken back into custody just a week after being released from prison. He appears genuinely confused. Sheriff's deputies in Marion County, Florida, slapped cuffs on him for a new misdemeanor charge of failure to register as a convicted felon.
Our hope is maybe we shoulder just a little bit of that burden that the Tipton family shoulders every single day in thinking of this. And I can't imagine the horror and the sadness that ripped through that family when they realized this man
Damn,
was being
the way he
released
says horror
early.
sounds
Lieutenant
more like
Paul
horror than
Bloom
when I
says the
say
sheriff's
horror.
office there was monitoring Exantis at a house in Ocala. That home sat right next to an elementary school. However, it's not a violation for him to be living near a school. They say he did, however, fail to register as a felon.
You know, that's okay. If you're a pedophile, you can't be near a school. But if you murder children, you're still allowed to be near a school that children go to. That makes a lot of sense, actually. You know, child murderers should have the right to live near children going to school. What the fuck?
With their department within 48 hours. It's lined out on this paperwork he signed Monday.
Put him back behind bars where he belongs. And the outrage, that we've seen from this nationally, I think stems from a few things. It stems from the seemingly loss of common sense in a judicial system in some places to turn somebody like this back out into the public.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office says they have an entire division dedicated to this type of compliance and enforcement. They aren't sure why he chose to relocate to Florida, but they are aware that he has family in the Sunshine State. They're hoping his stay is a short one.
There's consequences to actions, and I get he was released, from my understanding, on good behavior. Well, I
hope his stay on the mortal plane is a short one.
That he exhibited in killing this child and trying to kill others in the same home outweighs any good behavior he could do in the next 400 years.
Exantis did appear in court this morning. He's being held without bond. Officials believe that this new arrest is a violation of his current parole conditions, and they're trying to work to send him back to Kentucky.
How did he get out of prison in one piece as a child killer? That's a great question. Next question. And let's see here. Going back to current day. We'll have to read this article after I read this tweet. But current day, we have this guy who ran through the facts of the Tipton case. The extent of the horror that the black home invader and murderer Ronald Exantis visited upon a white family in Kentucky is overlooked in most coverage. The ongoing injustice to the family is grossly understated. Exantis didn't only slaughter white 6-year-old Logan Tipton, stabbing Logan to death in Logan's own bedroom, he also attempted to murder 3 of Logan's siblings and Logan's father, stabbing a total of 5 family members. Here's exactly how the horrific December night unfolded at the Tiptons' home in Kentucky. Ronald Exantis enters the Tipton home around 4 a.m. carrying a large kitchen knife. Exantis enters the bedroom of 6-year-old Logan and his 4-year-old brother. Exantis pulls Logan off the top bunk bed and quite literally slaughters him, stabbing him in the head and neck dozens upon dozens of times, violently killing him in the bloodiest fashion possible. And we also know that with the force of the knife, he also bent the knife from that other news story. Exantis then stabs Logan's 4-year-old brother in the head multiple times, but the boy survives. Exantis then enters the bedroom where Logan's 8 and 11-year-old sisters are sleeping. Exantis stabs the 11-year-old girl multiple times in the head and torso and throws her across the room. She survives. Exantis stabs the 8-year-old girl multiple times in the head and neck. She survives. The commotion awakens Logan's 13-year-old sister, who comes upon the nightmarish scene and screams. The girl's scream woke Logan's father, who comes to his family's aid, fights Exantis unarmed, is stabbed multiple times, but successfully forces Exantis out of the home. When the case goes to trial, Exantis is found not guilty by reason of insanity for the savage murder of 6-year-old Logan Tipton. He's found guilty but mentally ill for the following: criminal attempt to commit murder for the stabbing of the 3 older children, first-degree assault for stabbing the 3 other children, first-degree burglary, first degree because of inflicted injuries. Ronald Exantis was sentenced to 20 years in the Kentucky Department of Corrections. Not a single day of that sentence was for what he did to 6-year-old Logan Tipton. He will never suffer any legal consequences specifically for what he did to Logan. Fast forward to October 1st of this year, Ronald Exantis was released early for good behavior after serving less than half of his sentence. He immediately relocated to Florida, was arrested a week later for failing to register as a convicted felon, and has been returned to prison in Kentucky for his parole violation. After all of this, he's scheduled to be fully released in June of 2026. No parole, no nothing, a 100% free man. In 6 months, this literal monster will be just as free as you or me, more free than every surviving member of Logan's family, who have lived in a mental prison ever since, and now must live in a world where the criminal psychopath who tried to kill them is all but being set loose back upon society without restriction. A murdered 6-year-old, attempted murder of a 4, 8, and 11-year-old, and attempted murder of their father. A bloodbath crime scene for the ages, and the man who did it walks free 10 years later. I lack the vocabulary to convey how evil this system is. And so let me go grab this article really quick here. Oh, okay. Go away, Google sign in. I'm trying to find... This is 2 days ago, 2 days ago. The one on New York Post was 4 days ago. Charlie Bronston, what the heck? Okay. Well, let's read this article. New York Post. And that's a similar title. Family furious as Kentucky child killer freed 9 years early for good behavior, only to be quickly rearrested December 9th, so same day. Same day as that tweet we just read. Kentucky child killer who butchered a boy to death in his sleep ended up being released from prison nearly a decade early for good behavior, only to be rearrested just weeks later for violating his parole. He's due to be released again next year, this time with no parole restrictions. Ronald Exantis, 42, of Indianapolis, was slapped with just a 20-year sentence after he broke into 6-year-old Logan Tipton's home in Versailles, Kentucky, and went on a late-night stabbing frenzy back in 2015. He used the insanity defense and was found not guilty of murdering the kindergartner, but was convicted on 3 assault charges for knifing the other members of the Logan family. After racking up good behavior credits in the slammer, Exantis wound up shaving more than 9 years off his sentence and became eligible for early release in October, sparking fury from the little boy's family. Something needs to be changed because it cannot be that easy. You've committed a very heinous crime and it's just given to you. Logan's sister Cora Tipton said of Exantis' early release. Logan's grief-stricken family blasted the ordeal as they prepared to commemorate what would have been the slain boy's 16th birthday over the weekend. Exantis was cut loose from the Kentucky prison on October 1st and moved to Marion County, Florida. He was rearrested just 8 days later after he failed to register as a convicted felon with the local sheriff's office within 48 hours of arriving, as required by the conditions of his parole. Exantis has been extradited back to Kentucky, but a second quirk in Kentucky's prison regulations means that he could get out again next year, this time with no parole. The family, as well as state lawmakers, are now pushing for reforms to Kentucky's mandatory re-entry supervision laws in a bid to crack down on how much good time can be factored in before being released. Anecdotally speaking, I've seen people get good time credit for learning to play guitar. It was considered an educational credit, which reduced the time of their sentence. Kentucky Commonwealth's Attorneys Association President Ronnie Bowling said, "Ah, yes, he learned to play guitar. That means it was fine that he murdered a child." In Exantis' case, he was given 5 years good credit for following the rules, 2 years for exceptional, meritorious service, and 10 months for educational programs he completed. You get 5 years off your sentence for following the rules? That's just what's expected of you normally. What do they mean by this? Anyway, here's Wonderwall. T Fallspark, thank you for the 3 months. You're beyond fatigued. This is almost physically painful. You have a baby nephew, and if this were to happen, yeah. Yeah, dude. Phoenix DS, thank you. Is it too late to have monsters swim with piranhas? We need more piranhas. Professor Keen, thank you for the member, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Bruce Subalvaro, thank you. He was released on good behavior. The isolated pit bull is harmless because he hasn't mauled a child in confinement. True. Phoenix DS, thank you. Any crime that targets children, you shouldn't live anywhere where children would be. Also looking over one's shoulder for the rest of one's life. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Gotta control the kid population? That's what the pit bulls are for! Sonic Extreme, thank you. I read that earlier. Thank you again. Thank you again. You could learn how to play guitar, then surely you would learn that murder is not okay. That's probably the logic some of these people are working on. Meanwhile, State Rep Jason Nemez is trying to introduce Logan's Law to ensure those found guilty by reason of insanity are sent to a mental health facility. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? No, I don't want them sent to a mental health facility. I don't want them sent to prison. If there is resounding evidence that this person done did the thing, they should just get the death penalty. What the fuck are we talking about here? Maddie Meals, thank you for the sub, dude. Thank you. We need to make sure that we clean it up to say that if the jury finds that you committed the crime, but that you can't be held responsible and go to prison because you were insane at the time, which, by the way, we need to limit in and of itself. But if the jury makes that finding, then you can't go back out in our communities immediately. You have to go somewhere. I mean, yes, but it should not be to a mental health facility. It should be in a box in the ground. Or maybe an urn, depending on what, you know, their family wanted. Penhurst is the only mental health facility to accept them getting sent to. At the time is a crazy excuse. I mean, that's what they're claiming. If someone does something unforgivable, like murdering kids, there is no reason to let them continue living. You fully agree? Yeah. It's insane that we've just accepted that, yeah, this is okay, by the way. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? And the point that he can just get released with no parole next year? Also fucking insane. What the hell? If not capital punishment, force him to make big rocks into smaller rocks in perpetuity? True. Fancy Papaya, thank you for the member. Thank you. Whatever happened to the death penalty? I don't trust the government, so I like the idea of the death penalty, but I do not like the idea of the government being able to dole it out because they can very easily kind of just sham someone, you know? Which is why when I talk about wanting the expedited death penalty for people, it has to be like, just, there's no wiggle room, this person did it, right? Like, it's on camera, or there's like a bajillion witnesses or some shit, right? Like, there just has to be, there's no room to argue that this is the person who might not have done it, right? Has to be 100% solid lock on that in order to do it. And that's why I say, like, if you have that 100% solid lock, it shouldn't take 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years and a million appeals. It should just be like, you're going to receive the death penalty for your crimes. No, you cannot appeal. Your death is set 2 weeks from now, right? Like, if it's 100% on lock, no question that it's that person, it should be that quick to happen. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Insane asylums, aren't they low security facilities? What the fuck? No, there is a deep dark hole that is deep enough to put this creature. What the heck? Japan just puts capital prisoners in a cell and doesn't tell them until the day of the execution. I also like how Japan doesn't tell the executioners, like, who is going to be the one actually doing the thing. That they have, like, a bunch of switches that everyone pushes at the same time. To be convicted, that should be the level anyways. It's supposed to be innocent and proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if convicted, it should already be 100%. Right, but again, I don't trust the government, and there's always going to be some incentive to railroad people who might be innocent, right? And I wouldn't want those people to be given any kind of expedited death penalty, right? You'll always get early release with good behavior regardless of the crime unless the judge states that you will not receive it. I feel like you should not receive early release for good behavior when you do something like murder a child. I don't understand why good behavior gets time off. Good behavior should only reward you the normal prison life. Bad behavior should get you punishments. If only we can do things like that. Somehow that's inhumane or something, you know? I don't know what they say anymore. Ammonia. Lock up the child murdering bastard forever. I don't think he should be locked up forever. But I wanted to go through that, considering the fact that he might just be a completely free man next year, and that is absurd. But in order to give you the full scope of how absurd that is, I had to go back through some tabs. We had to do some tabs here. Let's see. Let me see, where are the rest of my tabs? A massive doge, thank you. Not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Issue is we're running on the ridiculous logic of let 10 murderers go free to save one innocent person. We're cucked. Locking up murderers is injustice. Why should your tax money pay for them to live and eat? True. Death penalty would not be necessary if prisons were actually still terrible places to be. They should be gulags to make Stalin blush. We care a little bit too much for human rights. And then I see prisons like over in fucking Norway and shit, and they're like living in a nice little hotel, and they got internet and video game consoles. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Zachary Rollick, thank you. I read that. Thank you again. No, thank you again. Understand the glowing, yeah. What about lobotomizing violent lunatics? Calms them enough to have them work simple jobs without being a danger? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the lobotomies, especially because that would probably be a way easier thing to railroad someone into as well. It's just like, oh, this guy's trying to whistleblow on this big company? Okay, let's just fucking convict him of something that'll get him lobotomized. Easy. Simple. I'm on you. Turn them into servitors of 40k style. Tiny Tim, thank you. Evil murderers do not belong in mental asylums that will divert resources away from mentally ill people who can and deserve to be helped. And also would probably put some of those mentally ill people at great risk, honestly. I also have no idea what's going on with this, and this is the first time I've heard this, so I thought this article would be interesting. Cut off by their banks and even iced out by Alexa, sanctioned ICC staffers remain resolute. The International Criminal Court judges and prosecutors are trying to live and work under the same financial and travel restrictions brought against Russian President Vladimir Putin and Osama bin Laden. And I was like, I'm sorry, what the fuck is going on? What is this? What's happening? I'm on you. We should treat most people in prisons well. We should just not be letting them out. It depends. Debanking needs to be criminally punished. Well, I don't know what's going on here. And I don't know how you can, like, just point at a person and be like, yeah, remove them from society in this manner. The Hague, in the Netherlands, judges and prosecutors at the International Criminal Court are trying to live and work under the same U.S. financial and travel restrictions brought against Vladimir Putin and Osama bin Laden. 9 staff members, including 6 judges and the ICC's chief prosecutor, have been sanctioned by U.S. President Donald Trump for pursuing investigations into officials from the U.S. and Israel, which aren't among the Hague's court to 125 member states. Okay, so interesting here. Both the US and Israel are not part of the member states of the International Court, which kind of makes sense, because International Criminal Court kind of makes me think of, like, globalist nonsense. But also, why would he include Israel in this list, right? Because the first thing that pops up in my mind when I read this is, wasn't Epstein like an agent? Didn't he have like ties to like Israel intelligence? You know? Why do you get a content warning when you click view? The stream comes up muted and the tab is muted also because I have my stream restricted and tagged as I should have it tagged. He sure did. He was an asset. Typically reserved for autocrats, crime bosses, and the like, the sanctions can be devastating. They prevent the ICC officials and their families from entering the United States, block their access to even basic financial services, and extend the minutiae of their everyday lives. The court's top prosecutor, British national Karim Khan, had his bank accounts closed and his US visa revoked. And Microsoft even cancelled his ICC email address. Canadian judge Kimberly Prost, who was named in the latest round of sanctions in August, immediately lost her access to credit cards, and Amazon's Alexa stopped responding to her. I think that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy that, like, they could even stop Alexa from responding to your voice, you know? And I'm on you. British national Karim Khan. Okay, yeah, you know, I mean, that's just a typical Londoner at this point. You honestly don't care. You care only that Israel isn't a member of the ICC. They should be punished for trying to fuck with people who don't want them in their business. I also wish the CIA would stop trying to play politic in other countries. Amazon's a US company. This is what's coming for all of us with digital ID. Do not. Alexa's listening to you, by the way. I don't have Alexa in my house. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. Ah, no. Your whole world is restricted, Prost told the Associated Press last week. Prost had an inkling of what would happen when she made the list, and before joining the ICC in 2017, she worked on sanctions for the UN Security Council. She was targeted by the Trump administration for voting to allow the court's investigation into alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in Afghanistan, including by American troops and intelligence operatives. I've worked all my life in criminal justice, and now I'm on a list with those implicated in terrorism and organized crime. I don't know, maybe it's just the suspicious person inside of me, but it seems very interesting that someone serving something called the International Criminal Court is now talking about I'm on a list with people involved in organized crime. Especially considering the amount of complaining all of us have been doing about how bad even our national justice systems are. I don't know, it's a little interesting. Therian, my guy, thank you. Epstein was not a Mossad agent, he was an asset controlled by a Mossad agent and US textbook writer. Robert Maxwell's also asset daughter Ghislaine. I see. A little bit of expanded information. Phoenix DS, thank you. Isn't there a prison in Kentucky where they wear pink prison uniforms and boxers, live in a tent city, and eat nothing but bologna sandwiches? If there is, I don't know about it. What the hell? What the hell? Evil Mandrake, thank you. Since you already know how to play guitar, does that mean you get one get-out-of-jail-free card? You probably have to serve like a week or something, but as long as you play the guitar a lot during that week, you should be able to get out. That sounds like how that works. Engage Target, thank you. If you're gonna lock them up forever, you've already decided they shouldn't be back in society. I agree, and why should society have to pay to keep them alive? That's the next question. Arizona, not Kente? I don't know what that means. Phoenix DS, thank you. You don't need Alexa in your home when you already have a smartphone beside you. Yeah, but I have all voice recognition off on the phone, and I also do not use the cloud. The fear of FEMA, thank you. It's impossible that the commie globalists would have motives to separate Israel and USA as allies and use the Jews as a wedge against rights resistant to them. Impossible. Battleizer, thank you. Digital unpersoning, what a time to be alive, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. So long as you have a battery in your phone, they can tap it. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure the government can tap it. We dealt with that with, like, the fucking, what is it, the Patriot Act after 9/11? Or just like, oh yeah, you can spy on all Americans forever, you know, but I at least do my best to not have the extra spying apps on. I think turning off voice recognition actually turns it off. Having it off doesn't do anything when they can just remotely turn them on. Yeah, I mean, they can. Alexa thing is wild, but then again, you refuse to let that privacy invading bitch in your home. And like you, all voice recognition stuff is turned off on your phone. Yeah, it's like, I can at least do one thing, even if the government people can just turn that shit back on. But it's also like, if I do something to try and have less of thing in my life and you tell me, Kirsche, there's no point in even doing that. What do you say? Like, I should just go buy Alexa things right now? Because anything I do is pointless, I should just fill my house with it anyway? Like, what do you mean? What is this logic? Can confirm Kirsche is very difficult to spy on. She keeps zapping all my bugs. I miss being near the zappy, man. Fun fact, a microphone is just an inverted speaker. They can be somewhat used interchangeably. CIA has used this to turn TVs into microphones to listen to you. Doesn't surprise me. You get what Kirsche's saying? She's not voluntarily installing the eavesdropping stuff. Yeah, like, I know there's still ways that, like, the government can do their shit. But, like, I would like to at least limit access to the extent that I can as an individual. Not, obviously you can't from the government, but from, like, all these different companies trying to take your shit. You're on a graphene OS at this point. That's about the most you can do from what you understand. Yeah. Only use the cloud on your work computer? You've also had to go through 6 laptops within a year because they break. What the fuck? What the fuck? At least make them put some effort in. I'm sure if the government wanted something, it would be 0 effort for them to just, like, tap into any electronic device, you know? You can't really do much about that. It's about giving them as little an excuse as possible when they are caught having your whole life on their database anyway. True. True and real. The sanctions have taken their toll on the court's work across a broad array of investigations at a time when the institution is juggling ever more demands on its resources and a leadership crisis centered on Khan. Earlier this year, he stepped aside pending the outcome of an investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct. He denies the allegations. You can't tell me that British national Karim Khan managed to rise to, like, top prosecutor in the International Criminal Court, and even he has allegations of sexual misconduct. Oh god, the memes. How companies comply with sanctions can be unpredictable. Businesses and individuals risk substantial US fines and prison time if they provide sanctioned people with financial, material, or technological support, forcing many to stop working with them. The sanctions' effects can be sweeping and even surprising. Shortly after she was listed, Prost bought an ebook, The Queen's Necklace, by Antal Szerb, only to later find it had disappeared from her device. It's the uncertainties, she said. They're small annoyances, but they accumulate. I never even thought about that, but that is a little funny, that if you've become unpersoned, if you buy like an ebook, they can just be like, nope, you didn't buy that. No ebook for you. Fuck it, off your device. That's crazy. That is crazy. Luis del Carmen Ibanez Carranza, too many names, don't trust him. A sanctioned Peruvian judge who was involved in the same Afghanistan decision as Prost, told the AP that the problems are not only for me, but also for my daughters, who can no longer attend work conferences in the US. What were their work conferences about? Also, why does that extend to, like, his daughters? A little weird. Sanctioned people got the you own nothing and you'll be happy patch way ahead of time. True! They're having to live by their own rules. Deputy Prosecutor Nazat Shamim Khan echoed her colleagues' concerns, saying, you're never quite sure when your card is not working somewhere, whether this is just a glitch or whether this is the sanction. I feel like the more I read, the less I care that these people got sanctioned. Meanwhile, the staffers, some of whom also face arrest warrants in Russia, are worried that Washington might sanction the entire ICC, rendering it unable to pay employees, provide financial assistance to protected witnesses, or even keep the lights on. Why do they have arrest warrants in Russia? Why does everyone seem to hate this international criminal court that just sounds like globo homo nonsense? Phoenix DS, thank you. Funny how the skeletons in the closets of the rich and powerful can come back to haunt them, used by other rich and powerful people. Yep. I guess they're learning what government overreach means and repercussions for it. Is there a way you can super chat me, or is that just on YouTube? Super chats are specifically a YouTube function where, like, YouTube gets 30% and I get 70% of the super chat. I have a stream elements link that does pop up on screen and in my Twitch chat, and that is the all-platform form of a super chat where no platform takes a cut of it. They also charged President What's-His-Face of Russia. Yeah, they did charge Putin with something. Artemis Kane, thank you. Why are non-Europeans in the European-based court? Well, it's an international, so I don't think it's Europe. Well, yeah, it's in The Hague. That's a good point. It is based in Europe, but it's the international court with 125 countries participating. I wonder why the US never joined, is a great question I have. You know? We passed a law post 9/11 that gives the president the full authority to invade the Netherlands if the ICC ever tries to charge an American citizen with war crimes. I'm just imagining a world in which America takes sovereign control over the Netherlands, and that sounds hilarious to me. Seriously, that'd be so based. You know, that's kind of weird. The US never joined because the US never wants to be held to the standard of lesser nations. That's fair. Dim the Lamp, thank you for the swastikas. Because it is globo homo nonsense, I'm learning. The Netherlands would go down hard. Oh, man. Let's see, where was I in this article? Meanwhile, the staffers, some of whom also face arrest warrants in Russia. How did I manage to reread something after I took a second to check where I was? Absolute brain damage. The ICC was established in 2002 as the world's permanent court of last resort to prosecute individuals responsible for the most heinous atrocities: war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and the crime of aggression. It only takes action when nations are unable or unwilling to prosecute those crimes on their territory. What is the crime of aggression? What does that mean? What does that mean? And also, if this court was worth literally anything, wouldn't they have done something about, like, the Uyghur genocide in China? So this sounds like any kind of, like, DEI initiative in the US where they're like, yes, we're going to punish all these criminals, and then they do nothing but help the criminals. Casual bombings is aggression. Casual bombings, as opposed to competitive ones. Aggression is going to war with other countries. Well, holy shit. She almost said their name right. What? Don't understand how other nations don't understand how insanely OP the US military is. If the US wanted, we could rule the world with an iron fist. Is that why we keep trying to nerf our own army by letting mentally ill people in to serve when they shouldn't? Marmalin, thank you. This court can't enforce anything, so it's a useless, just a political BS court. US holds ourselves accountable, no other country could do that, to our military. I almost said that right. Almost said what right? A Leaf, thank you. Something happened in Providence, 20 Tango, down. I don't know what that means. Remember, the ICC refuses to condemn Islamic states in China for things like slavery, disappearing people, etc. Yeah. Yeah. Why shouldn't we rule the world? I do not wish to become the globo homo of which I hate, alright? Army was OP, but thanks to DEI, it has become not so OP. I'm sure it's still OP in comparison to other countries, but why nerf how OP you are, you know? The court has no police force and relies on member states to execute arrest warrants, making it very unlikely that any US or Israeli official would end up in the dock. But those wanted by the court, like Putin, can risk arrest when traveling abroad or after leaving office. The ICC took custody this year of former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte, who is accused of crimes against humanity for his deadly anti-drug crackdowns. Question. Why would the International Criminal Court be upset at Duterte for killing drug traffickers? I feel like as the International Criminal Court, you should be praising him for his anti-drug measures, especially considering how long this ridiculous war on drugs has been going on and lining politicians' pockets by talking about it instead of doing anything about it. So maybe with the name International Criminal Court, it's not a criminal court like we would typically understand a criminal court to be. It is the court to protect the criminals. Because a lot of innocent people were killed with the anti-drug measures as backdrop. If he was killing innocent people, then yeah, that do be bad. He was pretty gung-ho about it because the ICC don't get their drugs. There's a reason we never do joint training operations without major handicaps on our forces. I wouldn't know that. Because it interferes with the global drug trade, the North Sea Nexus has a lot of investment. You don't want that drug trade though, man. Apparently, there is a mass shooting in Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Who the fuck is shooting in Rhode Island? What the fuck? Duarte is kind of a nut, and some of the killings were political. Well, you can't do that. You can't just kill your political opponents. That's fucked up. That's fucked. You see, again, this is where, like, the power shit comes in. You can't just be like, oh, he's a drug trafficker, but then secretly he was, like, your political opponent, and you're killing him because he's your political opponent and not a drug trafficker. Breaking active shooter at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, believed to be at least 6 casualties so far. As more victims continue being found per radio traffic, masked gunman is currently at large. Pray for the students at Brown. What the fuck? Casualties equals wounded for those wondering. Okay, thank God. Because I was gonna say, when people say casualties, that sounds like death, so should use more precise language. A Brown U alert, first urgent. There's an active shooter near Boris and Hawley Engineering. Lock doors, silence phones, and stay hidden until further notice. Remember, run. If the gunman is, like, next to you and you try running, that's probably the last action you're going to do. Like, that's, you know, if you're in an affected location, evacuate safely if you can. Hide if evacuation is not possible. Take cover. Fight as a last resort. Take action to protect yourself. Stay tuned for further safety information. This would be the time where I turn to my friend who is concealed carrying on a no guns allowed campus because that would be the safest place to be. It's imprecise on purpose. Confirming deaths is a big deal. It is a big deal, but that's why I think, like, you shouldn't use 6 casualties so far when you're talking about injuries. A video of police at the scene? What the fuck? What the fuck? Up to 20 victims according to the scanners. Shooter reportedly down. Final exam started yesterday. Why not just write 6 injured? Yeah, right? You could write 6 injured, or like this guy did, up to 20 victims, right? Like, it doesn't say whether they're injured or dead, but saying casualties makes people think dead. Yet Europe talk like they have equal power? Does that mean exams get cancelled, man? Casualty comes from military usage, which means not fit for combat tomorrow. As a non-military person, whenever I've read casualty, it has always been they're dead. It has never meant, like, injury as a non-military person. And it seems like it's very confusing if casualty stops meaning death and starts meaning injury or death. That makes it hard to have efficient communication. During finals, you feel bad for them. University attacks seem to be on the rise this year. What the hell happened? Well, let's see. Brown University. Let's search here for this. Latest. 30s responded to reports of an active
Casualties
shooter.
means dead plus injured, because it's hard to know which in an emergency. It has always meant this. You were just wrong.
Have I been wrong about the definition my whole life? That's always what I knew casualties to mean. My entire life. The word casualty has always meant both in military parlance where it originated. Civilians in general, though, use it to refer to deaths. There's a source that said the shooter's in custody. I'll bring that one up then, too. It's a common misconception. It's a misconception because of media. Which one's a misconception? Because the media is the one that uses it as injuries and fatalities. I think I had that wrong. You've always known it under the military definition. Brown University shooter in custody, campus shattered, questions just beginning. The masked gunman who opened fire at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island is now in custody, bringing a terrifying active shooter situation to an end. The damage is done, multiple students shot, police flooded the Ivy League campus, rescue units were pulled in from across the city, and buildings were cleared room by room as panic spread and families held their breath. This wasn't just another incident, this was a direct assault on one of America's most prestigious universities, and yet another reminder that no zip code, no level of privilege, and no place of learning is immune. The shooter is down, but now come the hard questions. Who was he? Why did he target Brown? And how did we once again end up here? Campus may be secure, but the system clearly isn't. And there's a picture. And that's the video we saw a second ago. Other reports are saying 20 shot, 3 dead so far. Yeah, I looked up on the Googles. And when you look up casualty, noun, a person killed or injured in a war or accident, the shelling caused thousands of civilian casualties is the first definition that brings up. So, it's good to know that when everyone in my chat is telling me I'm wrong, it's actually not me who is wrong. That's crazy. That's crazy. A person or thing badly affected by an event or situation is the second definition. The building industry has been one of the casualties of the recession. And then third definition, chiefly in insurance, an accident, mishap, or disaster, true. The insurers acquire all the policyholders' rights in respect of the casualty which has caused the loss. That's crazy. That's crazy. Chad is 50% wrong on most things. Do you smell toast? Not yet. Killed or injured is what we've been saying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, you guys are right. That's why I was asked if I was smelling toast. Still weird. I wonder why it means killed or injured. I was wrong. I was wrong, and that's going to confuse me for the entirety of my life. That is going to be a confusing thing for the entirety of my life. Illiterate Foxu, occasional. Occasional illiteracy crops up here. But I did smell toast this morning. Fatality or dead, casualty can be severely injured and or critical. That just doesn't make sense in my brain. It's gonna be very hard to, like, fucking adjust to, like, how does that mean both? Braining. Media uses it as a euphemism. I hate it. I hate it. And Kirsche's most woman moment of 2025. Ollie Wally, thank you! You haven't been looking at chat? Oh wait, what idiot didn't know the definition of casualty? Oh, it's Kirsche, okay. I always thought casualty was just dead. It didn't make sense to me that they used it for dead or injured. But apparently that is what it is supposed to be used for. Fuck me, buddy. Active shooter at Brown. I want to see more information coming out here. Is there... I want to see if there might be a thread on the farms about the shooter, because sometimes they get information a bit faster. Small Nyanta, thank you for the bits. Sending the biddy so Kirsche could use it to cure her dyslexia. It's not dyslexia, it's just retardation. Himbo's a little restarted and didn't know that I was live on Twitch until I linked my stream elements. Wait, what? What? That doesn't make sense. You find ARFCOM to be your best source of info? I don't know what ARFCOM is. And casualty always meant death to you? I'm glad I'm not the only one. It feels crazy, man. Most normies think casualty means dead. Hey, so my volume was still cranked from watching videos. Imagine fatality is a bucket. Don't bring back the bed sheets. Thank you, Quando Bandui. Thank you for the 100 slaves.
It's okay, we like you even if you're tarded.
It happens, you know, I can't pretend to be smart all the time. Star Phoenix, thank you. It's okay. You also thought casualties were death. Thank you. At least I'm not alone. At least I'm not alone. All right. 14-minute-old thread. All right. Let's see what autism has gathered. Ollie Wally, thank you. Kirsche is now a casualty of slaves. True. True and real. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Quando Bandui, for the big, huge slaves, my guy. Big fucking massive. All right. Okay. Let's see. So there's a bit of a police scanner here.
Officially going to be a mass casualty incident. I have Engine 3 and Rescue 7, as well as Rescue 2, headed to Hope and Waterman. If there's possibly 20 victims, we're going to need as much mutual aid as you can get.
Jesus.
Affirmative. We're over Intercity now and working with Cranston.
Jesus. Jumping between casualties and victims. Used to think casualties meant deaths. Cleared it up in your early 20s, though. It's hard. There's a stream and they're interviewing people near the scene. Okay, alright. I'll have that playing while we're looking for stuff on that thread. Fox 5, New York. You hear the dainty tippy tappies. Mass shooting, live breaking news. Steve is live streaming? Who the fuck is Steve? This does say Agenda Free TV. Shooter's been neutralized or taken into custody, we know that. Saw that video.
Spicy
Always
cat
Sam
raid.
Hyde,
What the
let's
hell
be
is
fair.
this spicy cat raid.
Brown University's emergency information. Ludwig World Order, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Brown U alert, urgent, an active shooter situation near Boris and Holly. So we read this on the text message thing from the other tweet we saw. Jen Jacko, thank you. You say casualty until you figure out the final total of dead and injured once the event is over, and the numbers are not constantly changing. That is fair. That is fair. Patchouli, thank you. How do you prevent campus mass events like this? Enforce campus carry. Some doofus can't clip 20 if Sally gives him a lead Ambien when he shows up. Yeah, I really don't understand why they make, like, schools anti-carry, especially when it comes to, like, a college. Like, I would feel much better. I would feel much better if I knew someone had a firearm, right? Battleizer, thank you. Does this warrant the butter dog? It's me. I am fully buttered. Quick question. What does the announcer shout when someone dies in Mortal Kombat? Fatality? What are synonymous words, though? I think because it's dumb 18 to 22-year-olds? I don't know. Isn't this against 2A laws to make areas anti-gun? You would think so. You would think so. Where are the interviews? Where are the interviews? Okay, I don't see anything else updating in that thread. So let's go back to my search here for Brown University. Police entering Brown in Providence after a mass shooting. And this is where our camera person is, I think, in this video. That's not the right tab. One suspect in custody, but it's still being treated as an active shooter situation, as it should, until they can confirm how many there were. Shooting suspect is in custody. Police have at least one shooter in custody, but are putting out warnings for people to stay in place. Massive casualty event has been reported at Brown. So it looks like we do not really have any more information at this current time. Zach Droz, thank you. Fox News, the overarching national one, isn't even covering this yet. It's crazy. Well, this live stream is from Fox 5 New York. And it, like, literally just happened. You can see all of the emergency services vehicles still here. Psycho, thank you. Better be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Change your mind. I won't change your mind because you're just fucking right, buddy. You're just fucking right. More and more, are you glad that when you were in school, one of your teachers very openly carried? He even had a few of us he trusted designated to take up his pistol if he went down. Man was based. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. To be fair, all of the Utah schools are carry-friendly, and the Charlie Kirk assassination still happened. If you have someone sniping from a rooftop, that's not the same. That's a bit harder to, like, find as just some average Joe on the ground than if a guy just brings out a gun and starts shooting in your close proximity, you know? Scroll back on the to sooner in the live stream. Well, yeah, but then we might miss what's happening in the real time, you know?
Spell your first and last name.
I'm Shrestha Beldiga, Shrestha Bellidiga.
My left ear loves
Trace,
this.
did you go to Brown?
No.
No, but you were in the area when this happened?
Yeah.
What did you see?
Well, I was walking over here and I saw police cars just rushing by, like more and more coming, followed by like fire trucks. And then when I came here, they all stopped over there. And I just stood there asking people what was happening.
How many police trucks, fire trucks do you think you saw?
I don't know how many police cars. I think I saw like 4 like driving, and I saw like then there's 2 fire trucks over there.
And what were they like? Did they look really concerned or really urgent?
Well, it was kind of hard to see with all the flashing lights. They seemed urgent. They were driving really fast.
And it just seemed like more and more were coming.
Yeah.
Wow. So what were you thinking at that point? Were you scared?
I was confused. I was like, what's happening? I was asking around, and then I heard active shooter. I was like, damn, what?
So when you hear active shooter, what do you do next?
I mean, the probably rational idea would be to run, but I just stood there because I want to know more.
She just like me, for real, for real?
And just as you hear some of the rumors going around, just what are your thoughts on just the whole situation?
I mean, I was hoping that everyone got out well. It was really shocking and it's confusing.
And you were just saying, how long have you lived in the area for?
A few months.
And you've never seen anything like this?
No.
Anything else you want to say?
I would be concerned if
I
she
hope
lived there
everyone
for a
just
few
gets out
months and had
well
seen
and
multiple
okay.
mass shootings.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there's moo cows on that building.
Let me see the smoke signal.
Was she like the only interview? What the heck? I guess so. What the heck? Literally interviewed one person? It's like asking your Soyoung to report on it while something happened and then walk away. What the heck? Also, we lost our volume. We lost our volume here. What happened to the volume? Interviewed one person and they were decidedly not helpful. Battleizer, thank you. She has the survival instincts of a carrot. She just like me. Giga Draymond, thank you. Gun control laws aren't meant to make sense. They're meant to ratchet towards completely banning guns. Gun control activists always lie. True and real. Hello? Video refresher. Weird. The Northeast does not know how to get witness interviews. Need the redneck eyewitness to give you the 5-minute southern drawl dissertation on what went down. Yeah, you gotta find, like, the nearest babushka, man. They'll know everything. Doesn't Sam Hyde live in Providence? I know he's from Rhode Island. I don't know if he lives there. If I close this, will it make the video bigger? It does! Yay! Noble Ghost, thank you for the 19-month resub, my dude. Thank you. There's a short NBC article indicating that indeed there is a person in custody as per official sources. I'll do a refresh on both Twitter feed and the farms in a second. That's a really pretty gate. One person is in custody after an active shooter was reported on or near the campus of Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, the university's public safety department said this afternoon. The university said on its emergency information website that the shooter is near Boris and Hawley Engineering. Alert instructed people to lock their doors, silence their phones, and stay safe. Student newspaper Brown Daily Herald reported that an alert and call went out to students about the incident. Police warn of heavy presence. Providence police said on X, there is heavy Providence police and fire presence on Hope Street near Brown University. Please exercise caution and avoid this area until further notice. It was at 5:06 that they took a suspect into custody. A second alert around 4:50 p.m. said that one suspect in custody and that Brown and Providence police were on the scene. It said people should continue to shelter in place. All right. Okay. It's a raw feed. They're using a VBrick to encode audio, so that's a raw stream. Video and audio will go on and off while they prep. Ah, okay. Hit! Help! Refresh. Can't believe the ghost of Kiev would attack an American university like this. Samuel Hydeen can't keep getting away with it.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thank you for the blast from the past.
I'm Barbara Ron here in Providence on Thayer Street where there's an active presence behind me.
Can we fix the audio though so that my right ear can enjoy this too?
Okay. Can you hear him? He said it might be coming through the shotgun.
What's that?
There's background noise coming through the shotgun.
Crow, thank you. You believe
How
Sam
about now?
Hyde
Does this
lives
work?
in Woods-
I'm Barbara Ron here in
Woonsocket,
Providence.
Rhode Island. It's a shithole
Much
of
better.
a town. Rhode Island's like 30 minutes from side to side. Yeah, it's a tiny ass state. Simons, thank you. Love you, babushka, because they love you, babushka. Ham the Third, thank you. Thank you for helping along with my hiccups. Her scarf looks very fuzzy. Also, they kind of fixed the audio. Hell yeah. Thank you, news lady. Get off your phone, Barb! Eskill, thank you for the Canucks. Your left ear sounds funny. I know, I'm like stunned. I'm kinda quiet? What? I can't be quiet! Wastelander, thank you. Just waiting for CNN to pop up a picture of an obviously not white man and identifying him as a white man. What the fuck?
Did the video now not send, or did it not work?
I don't know. It's working. You're live, honey.
Are you sure you don't want gloves?
What's that?
Are you sure you don't want gloves?
Aw. You just graduated from university today? Congratulations, Mr. Panda Man! Wanted to thank me for helping you get through college, lonely nights, and news info. Love you, Foxy. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I could brighten up your nights some days. You're not quiet? That guy's headphones ain't working? Jiggle your headphone cable. She's gonna get cancelled live. Wait, why? She's just trying to be nice, offering like gloves and shit. There's a photo of the alleged suspect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh. Ooh.
No.
Exclusive picture of the suspect arrested after Brown University mass shooting. That's so hard to see. I'm glad they put like a little breaking news thing on him.
Yeah.
He do kind of look Asian from this incredibly blurry picture. Definitely would need a better picture to make any kind of actual assumptions. Purple guy.
When will it be? Or I guess they'll tell me when the hit will be.
I think so.
Is that red from the police lights? Yeah, it's from the police lights.
And it's always kind of just really.
He looks Chud Jacky. He do kind of look like the Chud Jack. You are correct. It looks like he's got the glasses. Need a better pick, but yeah, it looks Asian. Yeah, definitely needs a better pick. Definitely needs a better pick. This has 1 on it, so it looks like there's an update here. Shelter in place remains. So will it announce 1 suspect in custody? Brown University warned that people should continue to shelter in place. Latest emergency alert issued at 4:51.
I cannot hear the music. No.
So there was a large police presence on the scene and instructed people to lock doors, silence phones, and stay hidden. Engage target, thank you. Looks white passing. Middle Eastern.
Now I hear it.
A left ear jump scare. Yeah, true. Even the Chud Jack is being replaced by an H-1B visa holder. No! All right, let me give us a refresh here. I'm gonna be a little wary of slurs happening, okay? Let's see here. Nope, don't see any other new news. So considering the stature of that picture, right, if we're looking back at this picture again, I'm gonna put my money on Happa. I feel like this is the direction we're gonna go in.
No.
Audio jump
Do we know
scare?
when the hit would be?
The hit?
I just hear the music.
I don't hear any music, lady.
Hi, any word on when the hit will be? Okay. Okay, thank you. Not sure yet.
This newscast is calling for a hit. Where is Agent 47? Battleizer, thank you. Instructions unclear. Jiggled headphones. Now speaking Spanish. Hold on, wait a minute. Phoenix DS, thank you. If suspect Asian looking, possible CCP infiltration? Nah, I doubt it. She can flip the ASMR mic, so your right ear can hear too. Where is this taking place? Which state? Rhode Island. This is Brown University in Rhode Island.
Huh?
Ooh. Ooh. What's happening with the big truck? Tinnitus in your left ear loves the audio right now. At least the background noise is relatively low. At least it's not as loud as it was earlier with the engine noises, man. Simons, thank you. How dare the criminals not be active when Foxu is live? Get to work, scumbags! Well, we just heard about this, so this is breaking news. You're off on the road to Rhode Island? What? Brown News alert system updated and said there's no suspect in custody. Well, I mean, we have the evidence that there is. So that alert system might just be a little bit outdated. Because there's definitely some sort of Chud Jack looking mans in custody. What happened? There was a school shooting at Brown University. We listened to the police scanner that said possibly up to 20 people affected. So not entirely sure what is going on at the moment, but... Apparent video of the man's in custody. Okay, alright. Rhode Island's such a small state, too. It is. Exclusive scoop. He was Chang. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's an Asian. That's an Asian man's. Someone in chat said CCP agent. I was thinking he was gonna be a Happa again. But I guess maybe he's full. Maybe there's something to that CCP angle. We'll have to see. Train lover, thank you. Does the Sam Hyde dono work still? You're reminded of it from the legendary 8-hour Pippa VoD. I have the majority of my alerts turned off just because I cannot have them turned on. There's too many sounds in current year, unfortunately. So the Sam Hyde one I do not think is still on. 28 seconds ago. That's Grokathy. Don't see anything new here.
AP just corrected.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
What did AP correct?
Yeah.
What did AP correct? That's a nice zoom. Your cat loves you so much that you had to turn alerts off. How horrible. By cat, I think you mean chat, but I'm sure chat would love to be Cheems Ball hitting on my poof, licking my toes. You feel like all CCP agents in America are women seducing tech bros? Yeah, you know what? Like, the last male spy was that guy that stole secrets from the Navy, right?
So they're shining flashlights on that door in the dark. I don't know
My
if that's
poof?
the one, but
Yeah, I got a poof underneath my desk to rest my feet on. It's very fuzzy. Brown alert, continue to shelter in place, remain away from Boris and Holly. Police do not have a suspect in custody. Once again, that's wrong. There is a suspect in custody. It's this guy. He's in this video here. This is the suspect. Brown coordinating with multiple law enforcement. Okay, so this is not useful information. Guy def parachuted off a balloon. What the fuck? He got an A, not an A+. He dishonored his family. What the fuck? He's in custody for sure. Maybe they've ID'd another suspect. It's potential. It's potential. Suspect doesn't always mean they got the right guy. That is correct, but it's... They're not saying that they didn't get the right guy. The Brown Alert said that there's no suspect in custody, which is just not true. There is a suspect in custody.
Okay, so Barbara, we're here on Thayer Street. This is still an ongoing scene. There's little officials have said other than the this is a active shooting incident.
Brown University says
Brown University says this is an active shooting incident. There's no suspect in custody yet. Brown University is asking that people remain in shelter in place. I don't know. Brian's calling us. I don't want to answer. Wait.
Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche with a puffy poofy confirmed. Yeah,
just gonna send him my
it's just like a
location.
big square fluffy thing that fits under a desk and you can put your feet on. Uni is now saying shots fired near Governor Street. It's a few blocks away. Is true? Question mark? Is proof? Where is proof? Feel like it's the Kirsche cube. Oh my god, I should make a cube poof. You're a genius. Write that down. Yeah, write that shit down, man. Yeah, 2 minutes ago, shots fired on Governor Street. It's just someone on the farm saying that, though. I don't have any proof. They're saying they're reverting the initial alert of suspect in custody, and that is suspicious. So is this Happa no longer a suspect? Update, no suspect in custody after reports of a shooting at Brown University. A previous alert from the university said one suspect was in custody. But then who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this being led away in cuffs, if not suspect?
Brown University officials say this is still inactive.
Yep, the Brown Alert system, 5:27 p.m. So after whoever the fuck this is has been taken into custody. Urgent report of shots fired near Governor Street. Continue to shelter in place. Stay clear. Law enforcement responding. So here's those new shots fired. So there is still a shooter out there near Governor Street. So I wonder if this is a multiple shooter situation.
Shots fired near Governor Street. Continue to shelter in place.
Might just be a person of interest. Could just be a person of interest.
Where's Tim?
2 blocks this way.
Okay.
Even closer to your house. I hope you stay safe, brother mans. Holy shit.
Okay,
451 alert that said someone was in custody was removed and replaced by no suspect in custody. Yeah, this could be a person of interest rather than a suspect, but that still is interesting that they've arrested this guy. Whomst is this man's? Someone has to come get their mans. Also a little crazy that we're getting information faster than this news lady who's live. You got a cousin who goes to Brown? You hope she's okay? I hope you've already messaged her, man. Shelter in place order remains. Brown University walked back an earlier statement saying a suspect was in custody, issuing a new emergency alert that said police does not have a suspect in custody, and are continuing to search for one or more suspects. Brown coordinating with multiple law enforcement agencies on site. A student told the Brown Daily Herald that she was studying in the Engineering Research Center lobby when she heard gunshots at around 4:10 p.m. Katie's son told the newspaper she evacuated the building, leaving her belongings behind, and went to her dorm. It was honestly quite terrifying, she told the Herald, which is a student newspaper.
Did we just... I'm confused about what just happened. Hello? Did we just go live or no?
You've been live this whole time, lady.
Okay, so that was just a practice. I freaked out because I thought someone was gonna toss to me. Okay, you guys will tell me when we're going, right?
This poor woman!
I was like, should I just start talking? Okay.
Yes, Barb will let you
Just freaked
know.
out.
She does not know. Gore mail, thank you. They're taking their time to identify the shooter so they know to blame either guns, white men, or incels. Phoenix DS, thank you. A Kirsche cube holding an oppression olive. Oh, the olive would be cute. Which means live to the network. They don't care about the online audience. Phoenix DS, thank you. Breaking news at the speed of snails from news organization. Well, Foxy News is 4 steps ahead. Well, we have an army of autists, so you know. The shooter called them? What the fuck? We do a little autisming, yeah. Yeah.
We're doing this and my boyfriend's just getting me setting spray. He's just like, I'm like, I need that sense of
What a weird that we're doing this and my boyfriend's talking about setting spray. What an odd thing to say.
Because I ran out of it today.
You have to have parents who love Tylenol to watch, Kirsche. True. True and correct. Welcome to Rhode Island. We're all kind of weird. True. The SWAT guys are drippy. What the fuck? Let me go do some refreshings again. No, no, no.
There's different music now. That's weird. Okay. Where's Governor Street?
Okay, she just got the Governor Street
Okay.
update.
Yes.
Why did she yes so loudly?
Okay. Like shortly, like 5 minutes or like 3 minutes or a minute? Okay, 3 minutes-ish.
Nothing new on the Brown update page either. Do, 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 do.
Okay. Okay. Are they saying the thing about Governor Street, or that's up to me? Okay. Okay.
Multiple shot in the area of Brown University. This is an active investigation. Please shelter in place or avoid the area until further notice.
I'm on Thayer Street. I'm on Thayer, yep.
Just now. Brown University, in a new update, said there was a report of gunshots east of where the initial incident was reported. Reports of shots fired near Governor Street. Continue to shelter in place. Stay clear. Brown said in an update at 5:27 p.m. Okay, so we already knew that.
Perfect. Yeah, because
Governor Street is 2 blocks from Hope Street, which was the location given by officials earlier.
Also,
So man,
Providence just said
either a second shooter or man's managed to run 2 blocks from the initial shooting. Maybe news outlets should just live stream inside their studios backstage all the time. You feel like this would be popular. I don't think most newscasters could handle that kind of live time, to be fair. Two blocks isn't that far. Queen Bee, thank you. Hire
Brian.
your cat to replace
we're
the
about to-
reporter lady. Why? Phoenix DS, thank you. Most unprofessional DEI hire reporter on scene. How is the MSM fallen? I don't think she's most unprofessional. Simons, thank you. Never mind the mainstream media. We all have access to Fox News Live. True. Why is she staring at us like that? I'm assuming they're prepping to, like, go live on the actual, like, channel.
Tim and Sheena, this is correct. This is a very active scene right here behind me. As you can see, there are ambulances keep coming in from all over the state, including Warwick, Pawtucket, Cranston, all of them lining the streets around Thayer Street. And now a recent alert sent by Brown University officials said the report of shots fired near Governor Street. That's a few blocks away from where we are now. Again, this is still a very active scene. We know very little details yet, but we'll be bringing you as much as we can, as soon as we can, and we'll be bringing you the latest. Live here from Providence, Barbara Vaughn, 12 News.
Say it entirely in my left ear, like one of your French girls. Yeah, I don't know why the audio is so crunchy. Nice crotch shot, cameraman.
Mine's like this way.
Okay.
You're 45 minutes away from there? Well, stay safe, brother man.
I know I need to like say like what I'm seeing and stuff like that.
Skill, thank you for the knock. Turn it down. Is it too loud? Is it too loud?
You know, in situations like these, are we allowed flying drones? I have got it. It's a small one. Yeah, it's probably the police department. You know, they have probably. No, it's active shooters. 2 shooting strike.
I think that guy in the background just had 2 shooters now. Can't believe the news has worse sound than your average VTuber. Boomers cannot comprehend audio balancing. Where's this taking place? In Providence, Rhode Island at Brown University. Alright, let's do some refreshes in areas.
They did say a lot of the stuff that I was going to say, though. So.
Yeah, especially if Tim's in there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna grab stuff in the car.
Okay.
Nothing new there, nothing new at Brown. Let's see if there's one new update here. An FBI spokesperson said that the agency is aware of the incident at Brown University and has deployed resources and is ready to assist. Nice. Thanks, FBI. There's an audio balancing web browser plugin called Sound Adjustment. That's something I can do on this. Loop, boost volume, toggle info cards, cinema, expand, pop-up player, speed, video filter, screenshot, keyboard shortcut. Nope.
Sorry.
Nope, I don't have that option. Baja Taquiara! Taquitos! You have an extension that just turns vids like that into mono? It died. Husband has an expansion like that he uses. You've seen him use it on stream. Simons, thank you. Gen X here. The volume levels are your childhood. If you're still alive, you all can live too. What happened here? Why are we getting weird blocky color thingy? Anya-munya? Your ears are at peace now. No. They figured out how to change scenes. Well, it's still live, but they put like a thingy over it. I wonder if there's like another news live thing on the ground that we can watch instead of that, since this is dead now. Boop. Fox News gets the red square treatment. Your little sister goes to college near there? She's home for the end of the semester and the holidays, but it's scary to think that she could have been away from home while this is happening and had her semester gone on longer. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing she's home. Oh, no. More gunshots just now, like a minute or two ago? What the fuck? The stream is active. I'm pulling it.
This Providence police rescue vehicle and down Thayer Street. They're moving at the moment. And you can see just how big the first responder presence is. If you zoom in, Jocelyn, our photographer, is going to zoom in and show you just how many law enforcement officials and first responders are out here. It is a massive crowd. Now, we did see those armored police law enforcement officers that they just kind of walk down the street. This is, again, on Thayer Street, and we're looking at Thayer Street and Waterman Street. That right there, that large building, Jocelyn's going to zoom in, that's the Sciences building out on Brown campus. You can see there's students in the windows, or there were. It seems as though those students in the windows have now actually potentially started coming out of the building. We're trying to get more information on exactly what's going on at the moment, but definitely an evolving scene at the moment, and things are changing from minute to minute. So we'll keep you updated on exactly what we're seeing. Again, the Brown University website reports no suspect in custody at this time. You can see, actually, Jocelyn, turn this camera right over here, because you can see these armored police law enforcement agents right here walking down Thayer Street past this Providence rescue vehicle. You can see them. Providence Rescue Task Force, helmets, and just that massive law enforcement presence that we're seeing. It's an evolving scene, and you've noticed, I'm sure, just the large response to this.
Finally, we have reporting happening
about exactly how many people are hurt, what exactly unfolded here tonight. Again, this is a main drag of Providence, the east side. You'd expect a lot of students out here on a Saturday night, and it's hoping, a lot of the students here are telling me that they're hoping for the best, but it seems like a scary situation that's unfolding. We'll keep you updated, Doug, but for now, I'm going to send it back to you.
Oh, okay. He's staring into our souls.
Okay. Long gun, okay.
All right. They're messing with the audio. Why is he blinking so much? I don't know. That's just what he do, I guess.
Got it. Okay.
Why all of a sudden, under these attacks at Brown and other places during the Trump presidency? Okay.
Can you take this?
Live link, Brown University shooting, more shots fired, shooter still at large, up to 20 victims, nothing new from here.
Probably soon.
Brown University emergency information.
I don't know, but let's move until we can't.
Trump has made a statement.
Yeah.
Can someone tell them to speak into your right ear now? It's me, I'm speaking into your right ear. Trump said, I have been briefed on the shooting that took place at Brown University in Rhode Island. The FBI is on the scene. Suspect is in custody. God bless the victims and the families of the victims. We're getting mixed messaging. Tyranno Superior, thank you. The man scares you. Hold me. What do you mean? Simons, thank you. The mainstream media doing their best Golshi impression. Doing anything but their jobs. You didn't hear about the second one? Hitting the tower, Mr. President. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxu VTubers doing Foxu News Yap Maxing. The stream that would be chaos worth watching. An attempt is being made. Renzetsu, thank you for the 17-month tier 2, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's see here. That other stream, I'm going to make sure the volume is off.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything new from Brown? No. No. Anything new in the live feed? Yes. Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee said that his office is monitoring the incident at Brown University and that state police and state emergency management agency is coordinating with law enforcement. Praying for our community, McKee said on X.
Hello.
Hello. Actively monitoring the shooting at Brown, our teams at Rhode Island State Police and Rhode Island EMA are working closely with local law enforcement. Steer clear of the area and monitor official channels for updates.
We're gonna have you just step away. Sorry.
Damn.
Yep, we're good. We're closer to the Sciences Library.
It's a fair question why all these shootings are happening under Trump's presidency, because mass shootings are more common under gun-grabbing presidents. I just assumed that that person was going to start saying some, like, weird conspiracy nonsense, so I didn't feel like reading it, but... What did he say? That's not the tweet that I clicked on. The fuck was that? I have one simple question. Every American should have the same question. Why is America all of a sudden under these attacks at Brown University and other places during the Trump presidency? Why did this happen on the same day of the Syria attacks on the U.S. troops and Syrian security forces by the American and Israeli-backed and funded ISIS group?
At the moment, but I want to show you
these are not conspiracy theories. These are serious questions that must be answered.
You can see first responders filling this intersection. This is a main intersection in Providence. We're at Waterman and Thayer. This is a drag that is normally filled with students, with residents out on and about on a Saturday night, but right now it's filled with first responders in the middle of the intersection. You can see those armored police officers right over there. This is again by the Science Library in Brown, the intersection of Waterman and Thayer.
I know he's saying armored because they're wearing like the bulletproof vests, but like when you say armored, you usually think of like the riot police in full gear with like the helmets and shields and shit.
Looking down from the top window now
just
of
like
the Science Library onto the scene, and just people who are in these
aren't conspiracies. Look at my MS Paint
chart.
They're not blocked
in by all these first responders. They can't get out even if they want to. As we get these reports of multiple victims and just more information that's coming into our newsroom at the moment. So, you know, we're going to stay out here. We're going to try and get you more information. But at the moment, this is a live look at the scene. And it's just a Saturday night in Providence turned to this at the moment. So we'll keep you updated. But for now, Mike Cerullo, NBC 10 News.
Thank you, Michael. And we have another tweet here from the ATF in Boston. ATF agents are responding to the Brown University active shooter incident. Law enforcement requests the public to stay out of the area and follow directions of local and state authorities.
This guy? Huh? Did you see anything at all? No. No? Okay.
No. I don't want to be... Why? You guys would ask me?
I know. Well, we were going to ask interviews and stuff.
Oh, for real?
What?
Just find another spot.
I can't understand the person he's talking to.
Go around this way.
Fox News has the fattest SWAT dude in a little plate carrier. What did he mean by this? Where are they going? We're going on an adventure. Where are we going?
What's over there?
They don't know either, I guess. Apparently more people were shot just 3 blocks away, 10 minutes after the first event. Unless there's a third one, there was more shots fired at Governor Street, which was 2 blocks away from where this newscast is right now. This was the original site of the shooting near the engineering building at Brown. And then after emergency services and police set up here, about, I want to say like 15, 20 minutes ago now, there was another shooting 2 blocks away on Governor Street.
Josh, can we interview him real quick?
I don't want to get interviewed.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I'm thinking about it.
You love the ooh, what's over there attitude? That'd be me.
Josh, we can show just how far back the ambulances go.
Something's going on down there.
I know, we'll mention that as well. What is that?
So do you want me to turn around? And
Yes.
try to- okay.
We'll start with the ambulances, and I'll just give an expansive.
Nothing new from Brown. One live update here. Multiple shot in the area of Brown University. Providence police said on social media that multiple people have been shot near Brown. It did not disclose a number. Multiple shot in the area of Brown University, police said around 5:33 p.m. This is an active investigation. Please shelter in place or avoid the area until further notice.
Two.
New reports suggest 2 dead, but it's just some random guy saying that. It's Donald Trump. That's the original video. What is this? As you process the devastating news that another tragic shooting may have taken the lives of innocent students at Brown, remember the shooter didn't act alone. He was assisted by 220 House members, 53 senators, 6 Supreme Court justices, 1 president, and the NRA. Fuck off, you soy cuck bitch ass piece of shit.
I can do that.
Yeah, over there. So
Continue to
we've got
shelter in place. There's Trump
Waterman,
talking about it.
Thayer, and over down there.
They don't know gun owners hate the NRA. True and real. Yet another mass shooting in Trump's America. When will it end? If the GOP has its way, never! Everyone should have a gun.
Yes. I like right here, yeah.
Trump says he's been briefed. We already read that.
I'm trying to...
Do 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 do. Well, I'm not seeing anything else new quite yet. Yep. Brown alert here. Urgent situation remains ongoing. Continue to shelter in place. Law enforcement on site. So just like a tiny update here. Just a teeny tiny update. Why would anyone ever support the NRA when they're a government-backed org? Great question. Next question.
Could that be Hope? Wait, there's people running over there too.
Oh.
Let's go national.
Yeah.
Why are they walking that way? I mean, I guess to show that they're unarmed, but like a little goofy. We enjoy a little tism.
So the Waterman.
Arc Raiders don't shoot. Tyranna Superior, thank you. Asians, they exist. I want to go to Pokey World. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the When the Lord of War came out, 1 in 12 people had access to firearms. It has drastically improved post-COVID. Now 1 in 8 people have a gun. That's a lot of people. I can't hear them. What are they saying?
They're just telling people to go inside. I mean, there's some restaurants over here that there's some people in. Just they're asking people to stay inside at the moment.
But they asked us to get out because I think they want to search every corner of the building.
Of course.
Yeah.
What building were you guys in?
Barris and Holly.
You guys were in Barris and Holly over there?
Yeah.
And did you hear those?
Starts here. I just saw police running over, and I don't know what's because we were hiding under the desk.
Yes.
Are you ready, Mike?
Yes.
What the heck? So I guess those guys were just in a
Well, Doug,
building
there's
close
a lot of
by.
confusion at the moment. I actually spoke to a couple of Brown students who just evacuated from Barris.
You can't
and
just
Hawley,
call them that.
engineering building from Brown's campus. They're confused as to where they could go at this point. But I do want to show you. This is Waterman Street, and you can see just why there's so much confusion because this. There's just massive first responder presence over here, and if you look over here, you can see Thayer Street. All of these police officers over here, just to give you an idea of how
It's an actual rule during a
large
shooting.
this
If you get free,
incident
raise your arms
is
and walk towards the
expanding
cop
over downtown
directions. It says
Providence.
go
You can
left,
see
you go left,
the
hands
massive
raised. At
police
least that's what your
response.
rulebook
And then
says.
even
That's pretty
over
cool
here,
to know
I'm gonna
if
show
I'm
you
ever in
Waterman
one of these
Street, the other
situations,
side.
which hopefully I won't be.
Our photographer Jocelyn's going to zoom in, and you can see
Thank
this
you,
is closer
Jocelyn.
to Hope Street. This building over here.
Cordoned
You can see
off.
that ambulance down there. It's just a large scene, and it's spanning a lot of this downtown area. Now let's head back and give you another look at just how many first responders are on scene. Over here, it seems to be a calmer situation at the moment. These first responders not urgently doing anything at the moment. We are still working to find out whether there's information about a suspect, whether there could be multiple suspects even, and what exactly happened here. We've been told by police that multiple people were shot as part of this incident, and I think right now people in this area, they're confused and they're scared and they're really trying to find what to do next. Now, Brown University has said that they're asking people to shelter in place, stay inside, run. They are still investigating this, and it's just in the early stages. So as we learn more information, we're going to continue to get that to you right here on air and online as well on turn10.com. But for now, live in Providence, I'm going to send it back to you, Doug.
So what I'm thinking is if this guy that they took into custody isn't a suspect, I wonder if we have another situation like at the Kirk shooting where some guy stood up and was like, "It was me! I did the thing!" And then they just took him into custody because he's like impeding their ability to figure out what the fuck happened. I want to know what the story is with this guy. I want to know what's going on with him. No more updates here. Nothing new at Brown. Like, if they just jump cut to the studio? Because we're watching the raw feed from the on-the-ground reporter. We're not watching the actual, like, station feed. Continue to shelter in place. Brown University, during critical situations, life and death often depends on sheer luck. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why would you post this? Is this guy, like, shilling his book during a mass shooting? What the fuck?
And then so.
Hey guys, you know what can help you keep alert during a mass shooting event?
I think it'll be about 2 hours or so. Yeah.
Brown University reported an active shooter Saturday. I forgot it was Saturday, I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know because I keep receiving the message about all the updated news.
Did the police come and actually open
Because
the
we
door?
heard the noise from the police outside
Okay.
of our lab, and we also received a message that they are trying to get everyone out to the
Okay.
safety place. So we opened the door and asked them to search our lab and also search our body, and we were asked to get out of the building.
Did they search you?
Yeah.
What was that evacuation process like? Can you walk us through step by step?
Yeah. You'll just ask everyone out and then search our own body and also search every corner of the lab, and then they have some police accompanying us to get out of the building, and that's why we are here right now.
They just point you.
Yeah,
down
they
the
just
street?
point, and we don't know where we should go. We didn't bring anything.
Oh, you're out in the cold and you're just.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't know where to go right now, but
Well,
yeah.
at least it looks
So
like
that's what the
a
story is
thicker
about.
shirt that he's
You didn't
wearing.
bring a coat.
Yeah, I don't, because I just saw, so the police are coming, and I was thinking that they might just come to search our space, and that's all, but I don't know that we have to get out, so I wasn't prepared.
So what was the building where the shooting was?
I think it's right next to this side.
On the other side of this one?
Yeah, other side of, or on the corner of that building. I don't know which place, but I was just told that it was
Alright.
right next to this building.
So you're about a block away.
Yeah, I was a block away.
Okay.
I don't know. Would we be able to interview?
Yeah.
What are you going to do now? You don't have a coat. It's
I
like freezing out
don't
here.
know. I think we're trying to find a place to. I don't know. I will be with my friends. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
I'm hoping you stay safe tonight. But
Yeah, you
we're with
too.
Channel 10. We're one of the local stations. We're just trying to update people on what happened, and if you could just go through what you saw and what happened.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And just what's your name?
I'm Chang Hen.
Chung, can you spell your name for me?
Yeah, CHIANGHENG, and then my last name is CHIEN. Yeah.
And so you were a fifth year at Brown.
Yeah, I'm a PhD student of engineering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second.
Breaking news live reporting that there's a press conference scheduled for 6:15 p.m. Eastern. All right. Hopefully they'll be done doing some interviews by that time so we can switch to the press conference. Chang. No, he said Chung Hen, I think. You finally got your car back. You had the brakes fixed. They still sound like they're seized for some reason. Oh no. And also, why are we forever loading here? What the fuck is happening? Where's my interview with the Asian man? The Wastelander, thank you. It was tragic what happened here today, John. Just like what happens in my new book, University of Terror, now on sale at Amazon. Jesus Christ. Simons, thank you. Nothing burgers. We're feasting on nothing burgers. Give my Foxu her news. Grelgar, thank you. Another transferee. What does Polymarket say? You know, it's loading on your end as well. Oh shit, it fucking whole ass died, brother. Whole ass died. Are they gonna fucking reinstitute it? No. You would have given him the name something Wong. Jesus Christ. CCP said you cannot have his name. What's going on? What did you miss? There is a shooting in Rhode Island. 2 updates. Boris and Hawley building houses engineering and physics departments. Brown University's Boris and Hawley building, in the area where authorities have warned of an active shooter, houses the institution's engineering and physics department. 7-story circa 1965 building east of the campus College Green is part of a redeveloped engineering complex that will include a revamped design hub to be called the Lasonde Innovation and Design Hub and the Engineering Research Center, the school said. The structure on the east side of the campus is named for physicist Carl Boris and Brown alumni Alexander Lyman Hawley, who helped develop Bessemer steel. That's a very random update to have shared. ATF agent says its agents are responding to Brown. Agents from the Federal Bureau of Tobacco, Alcohol, and Firearms and Explosives are responding to Brown University. We read that. How are they so late? Different source. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. I haven't eaten anything today, and I've almost drank an entire large coffee, and my stomach is very unhappy.
Lights off and nobody will come except as long as they do not have the keys. So I feel safe at that moment.
And how did you get outside?
We heard a lot of noise by the police outside our lab, and I also received a notification that they want everyone to get out of the building so that they can search every corner of the building to hunt for the shooter. So we decided to open the door to let the police come in and search our body and search our lab, and then we were told to get out of this building right away. And that's why here I am right now.
Were these armored police officers?
Yeah. Yeah, with armors, with all the weapons.
When they were searching, did they look? What were they? Were they searching so thoroughly? What was it?
Yeah, it was really nice. They just want to confirm that we know each other with my friends, and there's nobody inside the lab.
Too loud.
There's anything that any incident that we saw that's suspicious during our hiding. Yeah.
Sudden spike
So
in
they were
audio.
pretty
I wanted
nice
it
about
louder,
that, yeah.
but then it was too,
You came out here
too loud.
without even a jacket.
Yeah. I wasn't prepared for that because I only know that they want everyone to get out, but I wasn't so prepared for that because I thought I can get back to get my clothes and laptop and everything, but I just got out by the order of the police.
And when we were talking earlier, you were saying right now you're trying to find a place to go.
Yeah, because I don't know what's going on right now and where I should go, which place is safe right now. So I probably will go with my friends to his house nearby. So yeah, that's
well,
my.
Chung, we hope you're safe. Thank you so much for taking a moment to do this. I appreciate it. And stay safe, stay warm. Go get inside, and follow those instructions from Brown University and the police. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Patrice, we're going to send it back to you. That was Chung, a fifth-year student at Brown University. He was in his lab when he was evacuated by police. Yeah, Patrice. Well, right now we are on Waterman Street. I'm actually going to step away. Excuse me, sir. And our photographer Jocelyn's going to show you just the response and the size of it. You can see how many officers and first responders are out here at the intersection of Waterman and Thayer. This is a main drag in Providence, and it is filled with first responders at the moment. You can see some of the officers here have long guns as well and armor.
Police reversed their previous statement.
We also want to
Suspect
give you
not in
another
custody,
look
so Trump
over at
acknowledging that now.
Waterman Street. Thayer Street, excuse me, to show you just how big this scene is. And it's a large scene. We're
There's the
working to
Asian
learn
male
more
being
information. We know that
detained
multiple
again.
people were shot. We know that students hid under their desks for hours as they awaited more information. We know some of those students were able to safely evacuate, but
this right now, this is live. So when we see what kind of does this does not look like your standard police unit, Jamie. What are you noticing here with how these officers are dressed?
I mean, you're going to see the battle fatigues, if you will. You're going to see the heavy armor of body armor.
Did he just say battle fatigues and heavy armor and then point at police officers literally only wearing a chest plate?
As we know, they're on scene to assist. But also you have an emergency response team. So it's essentially all hands on deck. And, you know, unfortunately, Austin, you and I've covered it right here on this network. We see so many of these active shooter situations. Grateful for law enforcement and their training and also the purchases of these additional long guns and body armor to protect these men and women as they hunt for these active shooters. So, you know, my better guess is these are mostly SWAT team element accompanied by some emergency response teams from other law enforcement agencies. From what that video looked like, they were probably...
No, they were watching the same feed we were earlier. Well, I was hoping that this would talk about the casualties, because this person posting this said authorities confirming 2 fatalities, but there wasn't any information about that in the video, so I'm going to say no confirmations yet. No confirmations yet, because there was no info there. Where's the proofs? Okay, and this is just back at looking at the people. Butter dog, please save us.
Thanks for always being our special fox. Kirsche pat Kirsche flail.
Millennia! I love the buttered dog. Hyper Tanuki, thank you for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you! Thank you. What's going on here? We're hella zoomed in. What's going on? Sonic Extreme, thank you. You remembered something you wanted to tell me? You went to a gas station today and you saw Labubu on the cash register. Naturally, you were disgusted. Good! No Labubu's! I feel like there should be volume here, but there just isn't. I don't know why there isn't. I don't know why. Only choo-choo-boos. What the fuck? You had a phone call with your dad and now you're back. What have you missed? Not too much. Last stream is back. Link in DMs. Hey, this isn't the same guy. He looks different.
An update from Brown University, and they are saying that the students should continue to shelter in place, that suspect has not yet been caught. Do you see a lot of students still milling around there?
Well, Patrice, really, there are
barely any students around here.
I was
and in
not
our
expecting a voice
previous
that
live
deep.
hit, we talked about exactly where we are again. This is a Brown engineering building here, but it's really a residential area. There's a ton of houses here, families live around here, a lot of neighbors. It's not really a place where a lot of students would congregate or even be living. This area of the east side of Providence. Again, a lot of older buildings too. It's a very historic area. But again, the latest update that we've got from this part of Hope Street, the corner of Hope and Waterman, is that law enforcement have left that engineering building and are congregated outside of the building right now. Over here, to my left here, this Brown University bus just showed up. We asked the driver who he's here to pick up or whatnot. He said the university told him just to come here. So he's here right now along with a ton of ambulances from all over our area. Patrice?
All right, we have a picture right now, John. You can stand by and bring us any updates that you have. This is where the shooting apparently happened. Now, this is right kind of on the edge of Brown University. That is the engineering building. And we were talking earlier, Mike Cerullo was talking to somebody who was in an adjacent building, and he got the report from Brown University to shelter in place. Again, the students that were in that whole area are being told that this is not over yet. They should continue to shelter in place. They should hide. They should turn off their phones. They should not make any noise whatsoever.
And then that street over on the
We
way
have some
right was the
scene video
Governor
now
Street.
too, as well. The Brown University and the Providence Police have also confirmed that there have been multiple people shot. We don't know the conditions of those people or who exactly that is. We can see that they have people
Spicy
in tactical
cat raid.
units.
What the hell is this spicy
Must
cat
still be looking
raid?
for somebody out there tonight.
Talbot
I
Hash,
think
thank you for the raid.
one of the
Welcome,
things that
Raiders.
we're seeing play out here, and when you start thinking about it, even though we're not on the scene, I think we can safely say this, is that whoever this shooter
We
is
have
disappeared into the night,
another
into an
update.
area where there's
No
dozens and
indication from
dozens, if not
5
hundreds
senior
of
law
buildings,
enforcement officials
private
briefed on the
homes,
investigation as of
businesses, the
6:10
buildings on the
p.m.
Brown
Eastern
University campus.
that anyone
And I'm
is in
beginning to think
custody in
that is
connection
why
with the
we're
Brown
seeing so
University
many
active
police
shooter
officers
incident.
staging there and ready to go if they know exactly where to look, because they don't know where the person went. So they could be still
The early
on
report
the
of a
east side, and
secondary
that, of
shooting
course,
incident
as
near
Patrice
Governor
just
Street
mentioned,
is
why the university
unfounded.
is telling people,
However, it remains critical
let
to
your
continue to
guard down,
shelter in place
because
due
we
to
don't
the
know where
original
this person
situation.
is. And
Stay
clearly the
tuned for
person
further safety
is
information.
okay with hurting other
What
people,
the heck?
because several people were shot here tonight on the east side of Providence. Let's hear what some of the students around this scene have told us tonight.
Okay, we saw this guy, so I'm going to mute that. At 4:22 p.m., we alerted our campus to an active shooter incident near Boris and Hawley Engineering. We immediately informed our community to shelter in place by by locking doors, silencing phones, and staying hidden until further notice. We have been providing further information to our community as and when it becomes available, but this remains an active crime scene, and law enforcement continues to search for the suspect. The situation is ongoing, and all members of the community should continue to shelter in place. We're very sorry to share that we have confirmed reports of multiple shooting victims, but we do not yet have information about their condition that we are in a position to share. They have been transported to local hospitals. Our first priority is the safety of our community and coordinating closely with local law enforcement and medical personnel to ensure their safety. We're working immediately to determine who was in the building at the time of the shooting. We had multiple exams scheduled in that building from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. We can confirm that support services are on site. We have also relocated students to get support services at a secure location. Senior administrative leaders from across the university are convened in emergency command to mobilize ongoing response and support from our community. We are establishing support for our community and families. We have been and continue to be very grateful for law enforcement and emergency medical personnel. Please continue to take all steps to remain safe. Follow the instruction of law enforcement personnel and avoid the area. Well, I'm wondering about the Governor Street stuff, because there were multiple places that reported the Governor Street happening, so that's interesting that Brown themselves are saying that that's unfounded. Attorney General Pam Bondi said, our FBI and ATF agents are on the scene of the tragic shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island. Please pray for all involved. Mom is getting live feeds from her son who's hiding on campus.
We have the mother of a student who is currently sheltering in place and is receiving real-time updates from her son.
I think that's really weird. there's these two towers right there.
Shamsa Mercy, do you have me and are we connected? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So thank you for coming on. What is your son telling you right now?
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. They were in the middle of finals, so they were all on campus studying at the library. And about an hour and a half.
I know this is supposed to be serious, but I cannot stand her fucking voice. Holy shit.
The first text I get from my son is, "Mom, there's a live shooting on campus, and I'm going to run, and I love you." I was like, what? So we've only been texting, and I'm getting live updates from him because we've told him to turn off his phone, not to make a single sound, but he's in...
Well, you don't have to turn off the phone, just like turn off the sounds and the vibration. Like that makes the most sense. Don't turn it all the way off. What the fuck? But also, she definitely sounds like the voice that I do when I'm making fun of like California retard women. It's like, oh god, I shouldn't be paying attention to her voice because she's giving us valuable information. But like, oh god.
Supply closet room on campus, barricaded with 12 students. They've turned off the light. They've put chairs on their door. One of his classmates is having a panic attack, so the friends are trying to keep her quiet so that no sounds are being made. They have a radio update that they're getting as students, and the most recent update is that there's nobody in custody, and there's an active shooter that's still on campus. There's some casualties, but we don't know how many. We just know that their situation is not resolved at all. My son is currently safe. He's in a barricaded room, but they're so frantic. Like, this is just a nightmare as a parent this is horrible.
Yeah.
And I'm so sorry. We can't imagine.
That was a good video to have. Okay, all right, back to this.
You could just see how large this investigation is, and just a true tragedy in Providence tonight. You know, we've talked to students who were hiding under their desks as they were evacuated, or preparing to be evacuated. They were hiding for hours. You can see the movement from first responders and police and firefighters at this scene. You know, this is a Saturday night, and there's restaurants here. There's student life here. We're right next to the Sciences building, Sciences Library at Brown University. This is a stretch that would be filled with students and residents of Providence having a good time.
Update from Trump.
But,
Brown University
sadly,
police reversed their
this
previous
tragedy has
statement. The
unfolded,
suspect's
and this
not
is
in
what
custody.
we are seeing on this Saturday night, just a couple weeks before the holidays. Just a true tragedy. Again, the AP confirming 2 people are dead.
Okay,
we'll continue to stay
we
out
got confirmation.
Here and keep you
2
updated
fatalities,
at the scene.
up
Again,
to 20
this
injuries.
just got roped off, crime scene tape placed up just within the past couple minutes, but we'll be out here all night. Live in Providence, Mike Cerullo, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right. Well, this is very troubling news. The Associated Press is reporting that at least 2 people have been killed, several others injured in that shooting at Brown University. That's according to a source to AP. That was breaking news here on NBC 10.
And it starts to fill in the blanks here as to why more than 2 hours into this incident now that the scene isn't dissipating. I wish we could say people were leaving, that the police, kids were being allowed out of their Brown University buildings, that the police were starting to pull out of there. They're not. So there's somebody out there tonight who killed.
Concerns over the Hope High School?
Hope High School.
Yes.
I'll let my team know and get that on there.
And any questions, anything like that, that's where the staging area is going to be that we want the families to go to. And from there, we're going to be bringing buses down and busing people over there.
Thank you. We're going to get that out there.
Okay, so I guess they're staging for the press conference?
Side right now, and you can see the lights still flashing in the distance there. This is not over yet. Students at Brown University are still being told to shelter in place, and that's exactly what they have been doing for the last couple of hours. They've been told to hide, to turn off their phones, to silence their phones, not to try to get out. If they come face to face with the shooter, they are told that they are supposed to run. They're supposed to fight if they have to. We're going to go right out now to John Perrick, who is standing by live covering this for us on the east side of Providence at Brown University. John?
Patrice, the Associated Press is reporting that 2 people are killed, others hurt in this situation. Let's step aside here. We just heard a noise from over there as the ambulances, that's what's happening here. Travis, if you want to just pan over here, ambulances are beginning to leave this area, it appears, at least they're moving right now. Outside of the engineering building, where we showed you a lot of very active scene with a lot of law enforcement leaving the building a minute ago, they're gone right now. But again, the headline right now, the Associated Press is reporting that 2 people are dead, others injured.
Feels like a lot of people need some occupational evaluation, especially since they fumbled the suspect custody claim.
On this
100%.
Live look
and
here
also, who the fuck is this? Who is this?
Actually,
who is this man?
Reversing down Hope Street right now. This is not as active as it was even 10 minutes ago. Crews are beginning to leave this area. Again, we're at the corner of Waterman and Hope. Police cruisers coming down right here, but not as active as it was a minute ago. It seems that crews are moving, but
despite
again,
the horrific situation, it's interesting to see how updates percolate and are announced.
Okay, there we see that rescue
it is
from the city
interesting.
of Providence, and we know that agencies from all over the state are there right now. Can you tell us, can you see, John, whether or not there is a victim inside there?
Patrice, no, I cannot report that. Inside of the engineering building right now, there's really not much action coming inside or outside. There hasn't been much traffic right now. We haven't also seen any ambulances actually leaving this scene since we've been here, and we've been here since 5 o'clock.
Very odd.
When I was driving here, though, I saw 2 ambulances take off.
Thank you for the
We've got another ambulance right now pulling out. There doesn't appear to be much sense of urgency here. Again, it appears that crews are either leaving or at least relocating here at the corner of Waterman and Hope.
Patrice? About an hour and a half ago, there was a mass shooting at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. Currently, we have confirmation of at least 2 dead and 20 others injured.
John, just reiterate what you were telling us. 2 people are dead, multiple people are injured, and students are still being told to shelter in place. And as far as we know, nobody has been caught yet.
That is correct, Patrice. And again, we had it earlier on our broadcast here, but I've been in communication with a student that is inside of one of these buildings, a Brown University student. She told me that they are using chairs right now to barricade the door. She also said that the university has basically told them that's what they should be doing, and that the shooter is still at large right now. That's what she's telling me. She's also saying that overall, the people that are in that building and in that room with her, it's a frightening scene. It's a very scary scene right now for them. That's what they tell me. And we tried to talk over the phone, but they were advised by the university not to talk. So we've been texting back and forth. And the last text I got with her is that they are using chairs, putting chairs and desks up against the door so no one can get in. Patrice.
John, thank you. This is such a frightening situation.
Why did they break up this Brown alert into like 2 different alerts here? What the heck?
2 people are dead. Multiple people have been injured. The injured have now been taken to the hospital, and students are being told to still shelter in place.
A very uneasy night for parents of Brown students, as we know. It's not.
Got it. Well, Doug and Patrice, we're on Waterman Street at the moment. I was just told by a police officer over here that there is a staging area for families that's going to be at 524 Hope Street at the Nelson Hope Fitness Center. That is for families who believe they may be impacted by this and need to come down here. We're again on Waterman Street at the intersection of Thayer Street, and it's just been a large scene here all night. You can see there's a lot of movement behind me with the first responders who are out here. We see FBI, ATF, and several local responders as well. Again, the AP reporting at least 2 people dead. We know that multiple people are injured according to the AP as well. And we did speak with a student earlier this afternoon, just about 30 minutes ago, who was hiding inside of a building adjacent to the engineering building at Brown University. He was in a lab for hours. Take a listen.
Oh, he's just gonna stand there while they play the video footage.
Okay.
Okay, they're playing the video footage over on the news channel. We already heard this. We've already seen this interview of the engineering guy. Surprised the cops didn't get the uni to set off their alarms and sirens to make it harder for the shooter to hear anyone. I don't know. I feel like that would also make it harder for the students to tell what's going on if they're, like, hiding and trying to protect themselves, too. It's funny to see the behind the scenes of, like, the on-the-ground reporter just having to
Again, a lot of confusion from some of the students who are part of this. We're on Waterman Street at the intersection of Thayer Street, right in downtown Providence, and this is an evolving scene. They just put up this crime scene tape, moved us back a little bit within the past 10 minutes or so, so things are changing quickly. We actually can see there's an emergency vehicle. Jocelyn, if you can turn the camera just behind us.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
It looks like an ambulance, potentially. It just coming towards this way. We're seeing a lot of movement out here, and it just demonstrates that. So we're looking live. This is, again, down Waterman Street, the opposite side of what they have roped off by Thayer Street. And you can see that ambulance down there. It just moved closer to us as I was speaking. You know, the AP confirmed 2 people killed. We're working to confirm that independently as well. And we also know that multiple people were hurt as part of this. Patrice and Doug, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay. Don't have
Thank you,
anything
Courtney.
new here.
You're killing it.
Yes.
Several injured. We already know that. The information coming out of this event at Brown University is all over the place. Many corrections being issued by the university and the police department. Report of additional shots fired near the university on Governor Street has now been determined to be unfounded. Yeah, it is a little crazy just how much conflicting information has been coming out and how quickly. I've talked about this before, and it's why, like, even if they take a suspect into custody, if any names are released, like, super early, I don't like reporting on the names quite yet, because a lot of the times the initial names coming out are, like, incorrect. You know? And I just don't want to, like, implicate some, like, random innocent dude in something, you know? But the amount of just, like, conflicting info in this particular case is a little crazy, man. Yeah, breaking, Brown University has now retracted 2 updates. First, that a suspect was in custody. There is not yet. Second, that there was a secondary shooting that was unfounded. Truly disorienting. It really is. It really is. I don't know if I can show that on stream. Foxy journalistic integrity. I don't know if that's what you'd call it, but, like, I try my best, you know? He can't keep getting away with it. It is in Rhode Island, after all.
Whenever is most convenient. I have 25 minutes.
25 minutes? Yeah, what happened to that, like, briefing that was supposed to happen at, like, 6:15? What's going on with that? What's going on with that? Breaking news. Shots fired. The ghost of Kirsche's mom suspected, right? Agree with Kirsche on this. Way back when the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs was murdered in a shopping mall and the earliest releases of the first suspect wrecked their lives and no correction was ever added, they just moved on to the next suspect. Jesus. You wonder if the briefing was just that big Brown update? I don't know, man. News conference should be starting soon. Do we have a link for where the news conference should be starting? I mean, it being delayed makes sense, right? If it was supposed to start at like 6:15, but it's a little delayed, that makes sense. That's fine. I would just need like a link to watch it. they announced where the shooting happened, if it was in a building or outside. They haven't said if it was in the building or outside, just that it was at the engineering building. And then there were reports of more shots fired on Governor Street, but then Brown came out and said that that's an unfounded statement. So I feel like that's kind of up in the air, whether that is real or not at the moment. No press conference sources yet. Let's see if there's anything on this feed.
And then possibly there was a second scene of a shooting.
At the engineering building?
At the engineering building, right. So whether this proves to be the story that we will hear at the press conference soon, we're not sure.
Yeah, hopefully the press conference will clear that up, whether it was
possible
just at the engineering building or if there was also shots on Governor Street.
Somehow touched the Brown University campus. General public, as we mentioned here several times, of course, spending time on Thayer Street.
Like even the actual newscasters are like, possibly, we don't know, conflicting information.
But I guess we can't reiterate enough the potential concern that the students have, and you may be like, well, they're hiding out, they're barricading their doors and stuff. Well, we don't know where the person is.
No.
And there's a lot of buildings. You probably don't just enter one of those Brown University buildings without a key card or something. Probably the door's not open, but
I have no idea how that would work.
Did the person have a key card? Could somebody go to a Brown building? Could somebody go into a store or
Remember when you could just go to university without having to
know
tag in with key cards?
Okay, these are some pictures from Waterman Street. Still some action there. This is where John Perrick was a little while ago, and this is not too far from the engineering building. You know, we probably still have a lot of students on campus right now. This is starting to wind down for the Christmas break, but finals are going on right now. Students were probably in some of those buildings studying, or in their dormitories studying, or in nearby houses studying. So still a lot of students on campus. So right now, this is what we know. Multiple people were shot this afternoon, a mass casualty at Brown University. A couple of different locations going on right now. We're waiting for a news conference to learn more. But 2 people are confirmed dead, and the Providence police have told us that multiple
student says
people
he hid in a
have been
lab for
injured
2 hours.
and have been
This
sent
is
to
the
area hospitals. We're waiting for a news
this is
conference,
the
and there's also a staging
Xiang-
area for
Chung-
families
Chung Han
to
Chung?
go to
I don't
at
know how to pronounce, I'm sorry.
524 Hope Street.
We
We're
heard
going
that
out
guy.
now
He's
to
the guy
that
with the
live
nice
news
shirt.
conference.
By Fire Chief Derek Silva, Brown Police Chief Rodney Chapman, Brown Provost Frank Doyle, Governor Dan McKee, Councilman John Gonsalves, Commander Tim O'Hara, and Lieutenant Governor Sabina Matos. It is still early hours in the incident that occurred at Brown today, and so please understand that it's important for us to share what details we do have to the community, because there's a lot of fear and anxiety and unfortunately already some misinformation, but this is very early hours, and so please know that some of these details may be subject to change, that this investigation is ongoing. We will be as transparent as we can in the hours to come, and we'll provide regular updates.
Both of those guys look exactly like people you associate with Providence.
Please bear with us as we know sometimes these details shift as the investigation progresses. Sadly, today is a day that the city of Providence and the state of Rhode Island prayed would never come. We've heard about horrific acts of gun violence and active shooter situations in other places, but not here. But this afternoon at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we received a call. 4:05 was when the initial call came in to Brown University of a report of an active shooter. I can confirm that there are 2 individuals who have died this afternoon, and there are another 8 in critical status, those stable, at Rhode Island Hospital. Those are the only injuries or casualties that we know at this time.
So 8 confirmed injured, 2 confirmed
it's
dead.
important to remind folks, these numbers may change. We are still in early hours, but at this time there are 2 deceased and 8 who are critical but stable at Rhode Island Hospital.
8 critical but stable. So maybe that 20 figure was including just like minor injury.
At this time, there is a shelter in place in effect for the greater Brown University area. If you live on or near Brown's campus, we are encouraging you to stay home and stay inside. If you're not home at this time, we would encourage you not to return to your homes until the shelter in place has been lifted. We will make regular updates through all City of Providence official social media channels. That's where you can find out more information about the shelter in place, if it changes, when it's lifted. I want to commend the heroic work of the Providence Police Department, the Brown Police Department, Providence Fire Department, and the many agencies who provided mutual aid today. Brown Police responded first and then were quickly assisted by Providence Police, who fearlessly and courageously entered and worked through the building, and we'll hear from them in a minute. Providence Fire responded quickly as well and transported several of the victims. The fire department was assisted with mutual aid from across the state of Rhode Island. And as I think we know our community to be, our neighbors have really stepped up in a big way today. And we're very grateful for everyone who has offered assistance and who will continue to offer assistance. The fire department was aided by departments in Warwick, Barrington, Bristol, Brown, EMS, Pawtucket, Cranston, Coventry, Smithfield, East Greenwich, North Kingstown, Woonsocket, Professional Ambulance Company, Situate, and Cumberland. Providence Police and Brown Police were aided by East Providence, Cranston, Cumberland, the State Police, the FBI, and the ATF. Brown, Providence, and the FBI are currently in close coordination as they seek to find the shooter or shooters. The shooting took place at the Barris and Holly building, which is a Brown University engineering and physics building. The building contains both classrooms and lab space. We'll hear from the provost in a minute with some additional updates from Brown.
Good.
There will be a family reunification center that Brown will be setting up effective at 7 o'clock. Please stay tuned for updates on where that will be. We are encouraging anyone who was a witness to today's action to please contact the police as the investigation is ongoing and they may have critical information. At this time, I'd like to introduce the governor of the state of Rhode Island, who was quick to call and offer assistance and has been in touch with our law enforcement, had the state police respond quickly, and has been a great partner to the city of Providence on this sad day. Governor McKee.
Okay, Mayor. Yeah, so the unthinkable has happened, and I've been in touch, as the mayor said, to make sure that all the resources that we have, whether it's the EMA, our state police, Department of Health, which we've been in contact with as well, are responding in a way that is being helpful as possible. We've been in contact with the White House as well.
That a critical Providence mayor says, so they're just posting that update now.
We will bring all our resources to the table. I've been in touch
Shooter
with
not
Governor
in
Healy
custody.
as well as other governors who have experienced the same tragedy. So our thoughts go out to those who have been impacted by this in any way, and we'll continue to provide the assistance.
Brown had an update about 6 minutes ago. We're providing an update to the active shooting situation. We're very sorry to share that we have confirmed reports of 2 deceased victims from the active shooting situation at the Barris and Holly Engineering Building. There are 8 additional victims in critical but stable condition at the hospital, and there remains a shelter-in-place order.
Chief Rodney Chapman from Brown PD.
Give us the update, man.
My name is Rodney Chapman. I'm Vice President for Brown University, Vice President of Public Safety and Emergency Management, and I serve as Chief of Police as well. As mentioned, and we will mention this several times, this is a very fluid situation and dynamically evolving. Needless to say, my primary concern is the safety and security of this community, and we are encouraging, if anyone has information about the tragic events that unfolded this afternoon, to please contact us and provide that information. At this moment, I do want to say and share that my profound thanks and appreciation for all of the first responders who have come to assist us and all that are gathered right now and speaking to continue this investigation, to include all of the City of Providence resources, state resources, and the federal government in terms of the FBI and ATF. Sir.
Now, Commander Tim O'Hara from Providence Police.
Good evening, Tim O'Hara, Deputy Chief of Providence Police. So earlier this afternoon, when we received the call for an active shooter inside a building inside Brown University, our officers responded, and as they're trained to do, entered that building immediately and began searching for a suspect. They did a systematic search of the building. However, no suspect was located at that time. They were able to clear that building and provide a safe place for all of students and faculty and workers that were in that building to meet
Fencing used to be a
at.
thing in universities. Fencing looks like
Preliminarily,
fun.
all we have is a suspect that was a male dressed in black.
A
It is
male
unknown
dressed
how he
in
entered the
black.
building, but we do know that he exited the Hope Street side of that complex. We're utilizing every resource possible to find this suspect. The shelter in place is in order, and I urge people to take that very seriously. Please do not come to the area. There's an active
I wonder how
police
long the shelter in
investigation
place
going
order is
on,
going to last. How
and
long did
there's
it take
a
them to
lot of
find
police
the
activity.
Sarnav brothers during the
We've
Boston
got
bombing?
assistance so far from some
I feel like that was like the
surrounding
longest
communities, state police,
manhunt that I can
the
remember in my
Cranston
lifetime.
Police, East Providence Police, as well as our federal partners and the
Like
FBI.
40 hours. Yeah, it was
and
a
the
long
ATF.
time.
We're talking to witnesses at this time and delving into any video that's in the area, and the investigation is very active and ongoing. We'll be updating you, I'm sure, throughout the night, but as I said, right now there is no suspect that is under arrest, so please stay out of the area. Thank you.
We'll take questions at the end. We'll take questions at the end. We have a few more speakers, please. Next, Fire Chief Derek Silva.
Derek Silva, Fire Chief for the City of Providence. As mentioned previously, at 4:05 p.m. we were dispatched to the area of Waterman and Thayer for an active shooter incident, where our firefighters, known as a rescue task force, linked up with Providence Police with 2 operational locations.
Why are they patting
at
themselves on
Waterman
the
and Thayer
back?
And Waterman and
I don't know. I feel like
Rescue
they should
Task
save
Force
the,
is
like,
a firefighter that
we're
wears
thanking
body
all of
armor
our
and
fucking
has,
emergency services for
ability to
after
stop
they
any,
catch the guy, maybe?
shooting
I don't
wounds
know.
And make sure that any victims are extricated quickly. With the assistance of police in neighboring cities and towns, 8
The cop, the
people were
firefighter, and the chief
transported.
all have the
As
accent. The
mentioned,
politician
critical
doesn't.
but stable
Fucking
condition,
notice, chat.
and 2, unfortunately, were dead on arrival. We have a total of 10 victims, but as I caution everyone, this is a developing incident, and we are still actively searching the buildings along with Providence Police to make sure that everyone has gone home safe and that there are no one else that needs our assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And then last, we'll hear from the Provost of Brown University, Frank Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Frank Doyle, Provost of Brown University.
Oh my God.
I want to reiterate, this is
Look
an
at that
evolving
fucking
situation.
schnoz,
as we've heard
brother.
multiple times. Our first priority is the safety of our academic community, the campus community, and coordinating closely with law enforcement and medical services. In the meantime, we continue to direct our community to shelter in place in the greater vicinity of the campus. We are working immediately to determine who was in the building at the time of the shooting and any impacts from the shooting. We do know that there were 5
He can
exams
smell your
taking
thoughts.
place
It
in the
reminds me of a
building
Muppet
between 2 and
nose.
5 p.m. We can
Go to
confirm
somebody.
that support services are on site. We have been and continue to be very grateful to law enforcement and emergency medical personnel. We have relocated students to get support services at a secure location and will be providing more details. We continue to remain extremely grateful to local law enforcement for their ongoing support. We're committed to keeping our community informed, supporting our students and families, as well as the affected faculty and staff. Thank you.
So before we take questions, I just want to implore the greater Providence community. We are a week and a half away from Christmas, and 2 people died today and another 8 are in the hospital. So please pray for those families. Understand that this is not something our community has gone through together, but I also know this community, and I know that its best moments are when we come together to support one another. It's going to be a difficult rest of the day, difficult weeks and months ahead as this community heals, and each and every one of us can play a small role in that, in supporting one's neighbor and offering that support and their prayers for everyone involved. At this point, we'll be happy to take questions
Mayor,
as we know them.
what can you tell us about the victims, including whether they were all Brown University students?
We cannot disclose any details about the victims at this time, whether they were students or not, or any other details. We will make those details available when they become available. We expect to be providing regular updates throughout the evening and in the days to come, and this is too early to be able to provide those details.
Was there any warning that something like this might be happening?
The first we learned about today was the 911 call that came in. But we had no other, I don't think, we had no other notice or threat indicators or anything like that. Please, Kate.
Mayor, do you know exactly when Brown University did put out that someone was in custody? How long was that misinformation out for, and how was that determination made and then retracted?
There was an individual who was preliminarily thought to be involved and was later determined to have no involvement.
Okay.
And that's why we can.
So you detained him and then let him go, so that makes sense. So it wasn't so much misinformation as it was like, we got a guy, but actually he wasn't the guy.
That individual, I don't know.
There's a weapon been recovered?
Commander?
No weapons have been recovered.
Do you know what weapon was used?
We just know that it was a firearm. What type of firearm, we're unaware of.
Mayor, Brown University police are.
Yes, we are.
Commander, do you need a pass to get into that building, or could someone just get in off the street?
I'm unaware of how the security of that building works.
So most of our buildings after hours are card swipe, but since there was a final exam, there was probably a lot of traffic in and out of that building.
And where did it happen in the building? Did this take place inside where the exam was going on?
We're still verifying everything. So we look at everything right now as all part of the crime scene.
Well, were the
so
victims found like in a hallway, or were they in a classroom?
So we're unable to share that at this time.
Commander, can you say if there have been any confirmed shots fired since the 405 shots?
There was a call that came over for shots fired in the area of Governor Street, but that was unconfirmed and unfounded.
So as far as we know, the gunman has not been seen since around the 4 o'clock hour.
That's correct. The last time that we know that he's been seen was when somebody saw him leaving the building on the Hope Street side of the building.
Is he around college age, or do you have any information?
I don't have any more information about his description.
Commander, could you repeat how the individual exited the building?
He exited the doors at the Hope Street side of the building.
Do police have any video footage of the suspect at this point?
We're working on that right now. We're working along with FBI on tracking down video from that area.
What resources are being used other than video at this point to try to locate the suspect?
Forensic evidence. We're using witness evidence, and we're looking for video mostly right now because we'd like to get an image out as quickly as we can of the suspect.
Now, it had happened then about close to 3 hours now. Are you in contact with other law enforcement? Now we're talking a large perimeter at this juncture. Who else is involved in this now?
As I said earlier, state police are involved, ATF, the FBI, Providence Police Detectives, and all the other squads that we have available to us, Patrol Bureau, and in our specialty intelligence units and our real-time crime center.
How do you have barely any information? Some of the information, like when they asked where the victims were, like if they were in a hallway or whatever, it makes sense they're not releasing that yet.
No, not everybody. There's still a police presence in that building. That's the crime scene. We're going to be in that building for quite some time.
But the students or faculty, bystanders?
Yes, everybody that was in that building at the time has been moved.
Commander, so it's 2 deceased and 8 that are in basic critical condition at the hospital?
They're in stable condition at the hospital, Rhode Island Hospital right now.
Are they able to provide any details? Or?
That's what we're working on right now, John.
In terms of when that suspect was last seen, he was leaving the building on Hope Street. Was that an eyewitness account? Did police see him leave? Was there any interaction with police with that suspect?
No interaction with that suspect with police. That was from eyewitness account.
Chief Denjay from Channel 10. I just wanted to know if there's any kind of description you can provide to anybody here right now. I know it's kind of hard, but
Yeah, a male wearing black isn't very helpful.
There's a lot of people on edge. Is there anything that you can give us?
All I can give you is a male, all dressed in black at this time. We're hoping to get something very soon. An image would be the best thing for us to get out there to you guys and everybody else. So
Do you have an image of him?
a mask on, did he?
That I can't confirm.
Do you have an image of him? Is he
I do not have an image of him.
Commander, did he left on foot or did he get into a vehicle?
He left on foot.
And did he go down Hope Street?
He exited the building on Hope Street. Where he went from there, we're unsure.
How do you find a suspect in a city campus? Makes it very, very challenging.
We have all available resources, and as the governor mentioned, he's in touch with governors in other areas as well. This will be an ongoing investigation. Obviously, FBI, ATF, Providence Police, Brown Police are all actively investigating this as we speak. and we will provide updates as they become available. We expect to provide regular updates.
How do they know all of this, but they don't have a picture? There's probably people going through security camera footage to try and find a picture.
We knew that this update was preliminary, but we also know that there's a lot of fear and anxiety and concern in our community, and so it was important to get out the details that we do have at this time. At this point, you know all the information that can be shared, and we will keep the community and members of the press corps updated as we go throughout the evening.
Has there ever been a shooting at Brown University before?
To my knowledge.
Commander, has Chief Perez been briefed on the incident?
Absolutely.
Where is he?
The chief is on his way here and will be at our later press availabilities.
What kind of presence
of who are living, obviously, in this area that are concerned, they're instructed to shelter in place. If they see something that they feel is suspicious, what is the best way for them to reach out? Can they send pictures? Can they reach out? Obviously, you can call police.
They should call the police. That is the best way. Social media or other forms of communication are not the appropriate venue. You should call 911 if you believe you have information that may help us with this investigation. Particularly if you were a student on campus or an adult on campus that was near the area that you think you have something to contribute, please call the police to help us with our investigation.
Mayor, is there any thought about shutting businesses down, like on Thayer Street or anything like that? I know they did that in Maine after this.
At this point, we're not mandating that businesses shut, but we are asking everyone to shelter in place, and so we would hope that everyone would stay indoors until they hear otherwise from official City of Providence channels. In this day and age, we know there will be misinformation available online, and so please, when it comes to official updates with regard to
Imagine
the
having to tell
shelter-in-place
people if you see the
and
shooter,
other
don't post it on
updates,
social media, call the
go
police.
City
To
of
be fair,
Providence's Twitter,
social media
Facebook,
works faster than the
Instagram,
direct
any of our
police
social
line
media
sometimes.
channels. It is clearly marked as the official City of Providence page so that you know you're getting the accurate and official update.
The shelter in place extends to what area?
The shelter in place is defined as the broader Brown community, as Brown neighborhood. Everyone knows if they live near Brown, and certainly if you're on campus. Because we don't have additional information to share at this time about the location of a shooter, we cannot more specifically define it than that. This is a scary time, I know. As many folks know, I live proximate to the campus, and I'm hearing from friends and neighbors. We're encouraging people to stay inside until there are additional updates.
Can we ask the provost a
Sure.
question? What is the policy at Brown University regarding firearms? Could a student legally have a firearm in the door?
No.
They cannot?
They cannot.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm just asking.
Well, they
is
should
the
be
chief
able
coming
to.
in? Is he out of state?
I don't know. He's in transit, and he's expected to be here within an hour or two, and so he will be with us at future updates this evening.
What time did
Mayor,
police
does the
arrive?
Brown University monitor any...
Hold on, Pat. We're going to take Nisha's question first, and Chief, this might be for you, please.
What was that?
What time did police arrive at the scene after the first 911 call?
The exact time I don't know, but it's the Barris and Holly is 184 Hope Street, and it's a very short drive from us, so I would say minutes. Within minutes.
Yeah, suspect described as male and all black. Yeah, we don't have any other information.
Whenever we were called, we responded immediately and immediately entered that building looking for the shooter.
We'll provide a timeline later in the evening.
How often do the various law enforcement agencies prepare for situations like this? Do they do active shooter simulations, trainings, establishing perimeters? Talk a little bit about that training that goes into this multi-agency response.
Certainly.
Go ahead.
Well, certainly welcome you to as well. We just did a few months ago a joint training, Brown PD and Providence PD and Providence Fire and Rescue Task Force. It's something we certainly plan for, practice for, rehearse, but never want to see it come to fruition like it did today. But it is something that we definitely prepare for multiple times throughout the year. And as mentioned, we just had a joint training several months ago.
Colonel?
And Kate, I would just add, I'm sorry, John, 1 second. I would just add, Kate, that the City of Providence conducted an active shooter drill, a live drill at a closed school about 18 months ago with not just police, but fire, emergency management, and the
5
other
hours to
various
respond is insane. Yeah, a
departments
little
and city
bit. That
government
seems
are
like,
responding.
why is it taking you so long?
This is a sad state of our country right now where you have to plan for these things. And hopefully the community takes some comfort to know that their Providence leadership has planned for this occurrence, including very recently.
Colonel, you said that there was a final exam going on in the building. Where is the campus? Are there still most students on campus? Have some already taken their exams and gone home?
It's a little bit of both. Some students have gone home, but as the provost said, there's still some activity going on. Provost?
We're still in finals period. So students who didn't have exams have left, but
Can
we're
you say
still
it was final exam for what class?
we're not prepared to release that information right now. There are multiple exams in the building.
Pat,
were you there?
hold on, Pat.
Or should I address this to the Colonel? Does the Brown University...
Look at the Uvalde shooting. That was fucking horrific from the police, dude.
Brown University police monitor that, or is that turned over to Providence Police right away?
There's a strong partnership and collaboration between Brown University and Providence PD. Any information like that we will share, and we also share it with the Fusion Center as well. As mentioned, we have no verified information, warning, or anything related to today's events.
Dan,
Commander,
hold on a second, John. Dan?
Mayor, you live right next to the building, correct? Were you home at the time?
I was home at the time.
Oh, wow.
So, can anyone come to you to you shelter in place? Can you just give what happened when you found out?
Yeah, I was at home watching the PC game and saw lights and sirens go by my house, and at which time Commander O'Hara called me with a very preliminary update, and then have been in touch, and obviously, as you point out, about a block away, very proximate through the rest of the evening.
Deputy Chief
sorry,
O'Hara, Deputy
John,
Chief,
then Dan.
If someone right now feels they may have video that's useful, someone running by their house, someone acting suspicious, who do you want them to contact?
I want
The
them
police.
to
He already
contact
said that.
the police department.
He already
Call
pay
us
the
up.
fuck attention,
We'll send a detective
reporter
out there
guy.
right away and see what kind of evidence they may have for us.
Should people check
Watching a
ring
PC
cam
game. Yeah,
businesses?
watching a PC game. I was
They have
hoping the
a ring camera
subtitles would
area-
help there,
area
but
of
they
the
translated it
shooting.
to
They should be
pizza.
reviewing that right now
So that
and see if
wasn't
there's
helpful?
anything that looks
What does he
suspicious.
mean, watching a
We'll follow
PC
up.
game? Was he watching a streamer?
With that area and all of the cameras in that area, you have to have something.
I don't have anything yet, Dan.
Are you looking through it though?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the conditions of the victims, a source at the hospital says that...
BC
there
is
could
in
be more
Boston college
casualties.
football
Can you
game?
just-
Oh, okay. I don't pay attention to any sports ball, much less college
We can't
sports
speak
ball.
any further about the condition. They are in critical but stable condition, and we will provide additional updates as they become available. As we have mentioned multiple times, and I will mention again, because it's very important that we be honest and transparent with all of you and with parents and loved ones who are concerned about, they've got students who are away at school or they have someone who works at Brown. We're not done yet. And so while we have no other victims at this time that we're aware of, it is possible. And so it's very important that we say that this is preliminary information, that we know that there is a minimum of 8 victims in the hospital at this time. But it is all subject to change, and when those changes or if those changes occur, we will be sure to share them with you.
Commander, one more question. Are you confident it's just one individual you're looking for?
That's the information we have now.
Did you want to give the phone number people should call?
272-1111 or 272-3121.
As I mentioned, we expect to be providing additional updates throughout the evening. If you're not on our press list, please see Josh. Raise your hand. Please see Josh to make sure you get on the press list. That's where we will notify folks about additional availabilities throughout the evening. As we have more information, we will share it. Thank you very much.
Will there be more press conferences there here?
We expect there will be, yes.
Okay.
And you have been watching a live news conference with Providence officials about a mass casualty situation at Brown University. We have now confirmed 2 people are dead, 8 in critical condition at local
And
hospitals.
we have basically no fucking information.
That suspect still at large somewhere in the city of Providence. During the news conference, they said that he exited on Hope Street.
Suspect
right
still
now,
at large, and the
unclear
only
where the
information we have is
suspect
that it was
Right
a
now, we're
male
only hearing
dressed in
that
all
it is
black.
a male dressed
That's,
in black who fled on foot.
That's
This is
not
concerning not only
helpful.
for students who are still on campus now, but for the greater Providence community and Rhode Island at large.
Shelter in place continues.
Absolutely. We're about 90 minutes into our live coverage, and we're going to get started now with NBC 10 News at 7.
NBC 10 News starts with breaking
Good
news.
fucking lord. And then over here they posted like a little
All right, you're looking
map
at live
thing.
pictures now, and this is on the east side of Providence.
Let me mute this for a second. President Trump, arriving at the White House on Marine One, reiterated that he's been briefed on the shooting. I've been fully briefed on the Brown University situation, Trump said. What a terrible thing it is, and all we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those who were very badly hurt. He expressed some sorrow for the dead and those critically injured. It's a shame, he said. It's a shame. Just pray. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have no real other information, unfortunately, as of yet. We'll just have to wait for more updates to continue coming in. Trump responded before the chief of police. Yeah, what is the chief of police doing, man? Just on the ground footage hanging out there.
We're all over the campus. I believe we have a live reporter right now that we can go to. Courtney, who are we going to right now? Okay, we're going to go to Dan Jadig, who just left the press conference. He's getting in front of the camera shortly. But just to confirm where we are at right now, there is a suspect still fled on foot from Hope Street at the Holly Engineering Building. Right now, they're saying that some students were in the area taking exams. It's unclear if there was an exam going on, and that's where the shooting broke out. Again, 2 people killed. 8 people also injured. Dan Janig just left that press conference where we were getting more information from the mayor as well as officials on scene. Dan, what are you hearing down there?
Yeah, Emily, we are just wrapping up here at the fire station here where the mayor is exiting, and we heard from officials. So we now have 10 victims, 8 are hospitalized. 2 were dead on arrival, and now a search for the suspect. So you have to understand that this is an active search right now. So when you see the number of police officers on the streets, they are combing through this neighborhood to try to find
no other updates elsewhere, unfortunately.
I asked the question, you may have heard it during the news conference, do we have some kind of description? And all it is that a male all dressed in black.
Yeah, worthless description.
This is a tough, because this is a
Simons,
city campus, as you know. If it's not like
URI, are you stupid thinking high school
UNH,
graduates are adults?
No,
you're not stupid.
So there are neighborhoods, there are
it's a
backyards,
funny way to phrase it.
There are alleyways. So this is going to be a long, long night. One of the other questions I asked, and I'm going to bring in my colleague Erin Coogan as well, because she's been here as well.
Please enjoy some placenta
that
meats.
area where this took place, they've got to be cameras there. It's a school. There are ring cameras. There are businesses.
I mean, yeah, there's probably
so
people trying to scrub through the footage to try to find a good
But
picture.
they haven't found anything yet. They've been combing through those pictures and images, and they haven't produced anything for us. But they say they want to get that to us because that's going to be the way they bring someone into custody.
Right. And the interesting thing is that earlier there was a report that they may have had somebody in custody. The mayor addressed that today.
Suspect appears to be roughly human-shaped.
That was a preliminary alert from the school, but that was quickly unfounded, and it was, again, shelter in place, stay away from campus, stay away from the neighboring businesses. You talked about those businesses because when we came here around 5 o'clock, there were folks getting food at the chicken place. There were people going to CVS, going about their normal business when this person is still on the loose.
Yeah, Emily, this sort of kind of reminds me of when I was in Lewiston, Maine for that mass shooting, is that usually in some kind of a mass shooting that we've seen across the country, the suspect is quickly apprehended and the community can mourn. But unlike in Maine, it was the whole state was on a lockdown. They shut down all the businesses downtown. So right now, there's no, mourning process. There's no place that people can come together because either students are still in the buildings in a lockdown, and they are still actively looking for an armed man who took at least 2 lives on the east side of Providence tonight. We've seen these mass shootings in places across the country, and now this one really stings
who's actually a male minotaur at the
behest
of Erica Kirk and Macron's
it's in a very affluent,
I don't know what the fuck is going on with that
and
crazy
I mean, that
lady.
shelter in place is going to be in place indefinitely. We don't know what that means throughout the night into tomorrow morning. We still have kids in Barris and Holly, which is where the shooting took place. We confirmed that there was only one location where there were shots fired, and that was, again, the engineering building at Barris and Holly, because earlier in the day we were getting calls for shots fired around...
Yeah, you checked out one on Governor Street, and it was nothing.
Nothing, and that's what they said. It was one building, the engineering building, and we still have
Someone in chat mentioned it, but I didn't want to interrupt the press conference. They were saying it's probably from people running away from the shooting and then calling from on Governor Street.
About going out tonight.
So it was like a little conflict, like they had already run away from the area.
10 people. He has killed 2 people. And the reason why that there's so much police officers and ambulances standing by, and I'm sure that our team is showing us your video and pictures, is because if they try to corner this man, there could be more gunfire. So that's why there's such a
Deadpool
heightened
kid,
alert
thank you.
right
We're looking
here.
for a male
We
dressed in
also
all
shouldn't
black. We're
lose
hoping he's a
fact
white male, but we
in
may
that
be
2
assuming the
people have lost their
pronouns too
lives.
soon.
This is a neighborhood where you kind of felt secure in the educational dome. You know, you're never really worried if you walked around the east side and Brown. Not that you would have to.
You're never
This was
worried if
obviously
you
a
walked around the
pinpointed
east side.
attack,
Sentences never
but
before
2
spoken.
lives were lost. You know, on the second day of finals, we don't know if they're students.
What the hell is a spicy cat
But
raid?
we do know that there were
Raiders.
lives
Thank you,
lost. So
Shavara,
let's head
for
it
the
back
raid.
to the studio.
Another thing to be concerned about, Dan, is that, you know, Providence is a bustling place. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. We've got concerts downtown at the main events places down there. The Providence Performing Arts Center has a concert. What are officials saying about what they should do? I mean, should people still go to those concerts?
Well, you know, I think that's a personal decision. You may have heard me ask the mayor, Patrice, about whether or not that he wanted to have the businesses like on Thayer Street shut down, because there are some people who are walking around who have no idea what's going on, and then they look at their phone and they find out. So he said that it's a shelter in place,
Is that
but it's up
Tricia
to each restaurant owner.
Well, I think it's important to note too.
Kinda
he
sounds
said,
like her.
you know, there is a family staging area, but you don't want parents coming down here right now. You don't want more chaos, more traffic in the area where there is a shooter on the loose. We just want to remind folks that if they are trying to get in contact with their student, their loved one, don't come down here. It's going to complicate things even more.
Yeah, and you really can't come down
Anthony,
here, Patrice.
thank you. To be fair
It
to
is
the police
blocked
chief,
off
he
almost
should
in
be
every
busy
street you
directing
go
his men
in.
to catch the
And
suspect.
when I
Apparently,
pulled
he's,
up,
like, not even
I pulled
there.
up where the yellow
They said
line
it would take,
was,
like,
and they didn't
5
know where it
hours for him
was,
to get there.
And all of a sudden, 2 police cars swing in, and then, you know, so this is an armed. He may not be done. So this is wrapping up here the press conference right here. So we are going to get some information. I know
Are
our
we
team
sure
is all
they were
across the city
naked? Oh my
to keep
God.
you updated.
Not
Hopefully
in
we have
Rhode
another
Island's
news
weather
conference
right
to tell us
now,
when,
man.
But we'll bring it to you live here on NBC 10. Patrice, Emily?
All right. Aaron and Dan, thank you very much. Keep us posted of what you find out there. Again, there's been a mass casualty situation at Brown University. There is a shelter in place right now at Brown University and the whole surrounding area. People are being told to make sure
Also,
that they stay
hopefully
safe,
Uvini
to
back
lock
in
their
chat.
doors,
Mods accidentally
to turn
fingers
off,
tapped.
silence
We banned
their
that
phones,
man on accident.
And if they come face to face with that
Hopefully he's
gunman,
back.
to hide, to run, just get out of there and fight.
You're
That's what they
scared for
tell
10 seconds.
people right now.
Sometimes,
It's
you
been a
know,
chaotic
sometimes we
situation. We're gonna
misclick
go
on
out to
fingies. It
Todd
happens.
McGee right now, and he is a former state trooper in Massachusetts and our law enforcement expert.
Damn.
What can you tell us, Todd?
Damn, look at that
Yes,
nose.
in this early stages in the aftermath of this incident, you're going to have multi-jurisdictional resources from the law enforcement community. Obviously, Providence Police is the lead agency, but now you're going to have Rhode Island State Police converge on the scene, working with Brown Public Safety, as well as you'll
Please
have
stop size queening the
likely,
noses. It's like the
FBI,
size of
as
a
well as
brownie
the
that I
ATF.
would eat, man. What
They'll
the
bring
heck?
the federal resources into this situation in part of the investigation, but also your neighboring community. Those additional resources will help with the investigations. They'll help triage the injuries. They'll work with collecting any digital forensic information that might be able to be gleaned off the internet. So it's a multi-layered task, a multi-layered response, but all of these things will be happening in real time.
I know he's
And
talking,
Todd,
but
one of
after
the
I said
things that I think
brownie, all I could
probably
think
a lot
about
of
was
us are thinking
eating
about
one.
now is this shooting happened coming up on 3 hours now. He fled on foot quite a while ago. Right now, the shelter in place is only for the Brown University neighborhood. But should people who live in the greater Providence area, should they be concerned about heading outside tonight? And what does law enforcement do as time starts to go on and they still don't have the suspect in custody? How do they widen the scope of their search?
Will get.
So to answer the shelter in place, it needs to go out citywide. To call a shelter in place only for the campus residents is insufficient.
B. Jammin, thank you. Good news. The cop that arrested the paralyzed wheelchair-bound man for allegedly kicking in his ex's door has been fired.
Calling for a shelter in
I
place
vaguely
for the
remember
community,
covering
but
that
from
like
there,
months
there needs to
ago.
be a much greater
Supervisor
and
still
robust
employed by the police
communication to the
department.
entire
I should get.
community.
Can we get an update
As
article on
mentioned,
that,
Brown
mods?
University is not an isolated campus. There are buildings all over the city and mixed in within residential areas of the community. So those other members, non-Brown stakeholders, need to adhere to the shelter in place as well. As far as the investigation expanding itself,
Wait, why did he mention non-Brown stakeholders?
Earlier that the Mass State
Why would you
Police
mention
are on
stakeholders
standby
during a
with
shelter-in-place order?
But
That
also,
doesn't make any
besides the
sense.
air wing resource, you're also going to need the resources of canines to be able to assist in the search. So all these things are happening.
Did they give a description of a shooter?
Again,
Yeah,
this is a
yeah, very
significant
helpful
event.
one. The
People really
shooter's
need to pay
a
attention to
male
what's being recorded.
wearing
They
black.
need to keep themselves safe.
And it's really important now for witnesses to come forward and let the police know if they saw something, if they recognize the person, if they see something on social media that might help them.
100%.
What type of brownie do you like? My favorite boxed brownie are the Ghirardelli Ultimate Chocolate ones. They come with like a little pouch of chocolate syrup that makes them extra moist.
To not be a lead, that's one extra lead that the law enforcement don't have to track down. But again, every bit of information is
Those are
critical.
100% the best box ones. They're
Todd
they're
McGee,
great
a lot of
in a
good
pinch,
insight.
dude.
We want to thank you so much for your time this evening. We want to get back out to the scene there at Brown University.
We do.
We have some live pictures that we can show you right now
They do.
of what is still a very active investigation. You're getting a live view overhead. You can see all the police lights lining up and down the street. It doesn't look like there's actually any foot traffic, any drivers going through there. I believe that street is blocked off right now as part of this investigation. And as Todd McGee just said, this needs to be a citywide shelter in place right now. If you are in the Providence area thinking about heading out tonight for a drink, stay home. Don't go out right now. Again, we want to reiterate, 2 people are dead, 8 more are shot.
I mean,
and
that
suspect
kind of makes
fled
sense.
on
That's why I
foot
brought
on
up like
Hope
the
Street.
Sarnoff
Law
brothers
enforcement
before.
has been looking for
They
this
had
man
Boston
for
locked down for a
about
hot fucking minute to
2-3
try and find
hours
them.
now. It is an all-out active investigation. You can see a member of law enforcement there with a flashlight. They're combing around, and it gets more complicated now as it gets darker. One of the other things that Aaron brought up was the need for ring
soccer,
video,
Miku.
any kind
Miku.
of footage. You know, it's
Stay
2025
home,
this
dial.
day and age. A lot of people have video cameras on every quarter, whether it's ring, whatever kind of surveillance. So if you have something, if you live in the area, go through your ring footage, see if you have something, and send it to law enforcement if you have anything. This is what Mayor Brett Smiley had to say just a few moments ago at the press conference.
I can confirm that there are 2 individuals who have died this afternoon, and there are another 8.
The Boston
in critical
bombing was a
status,
big incident that was
though
televised,
stable,
though.
at Rhode Island Hospital. Those are the only injuries or casualties that we know at this
We're
time.
watching TV news right now.
One
What
thing
do
we
you
saw
mean?
in that video, we've been on the air for a couple of hours now. This began about 4 o'clock when a gunman opened fire in the engineering building at Brown University. We know that 2 people are dead, and about eight people have been transported to the hospital. They're in critical but stable condition. But one thing we noticed in this last video is we don't see as many people walking around. The message is starting to get out that people should shelter in place, and the gunman is not yet in custody.
Shooting itself
we want to
wasn't
go
televised?
back
You
out
believe
to
he
that
meant?
news conference we held just a
Well, yeah,
few
because
minutes
the
ago,
bombing was
and we
during
have
the Boston
Brown
Marathon, I'm pretty
Provost,
sure.
with some new information.
Uvedi, thank you for the 19-month resub. Sorry again about that accidental ban, dude. That's why you watch, Kirsche. Never know what to expect. I know, sometimes it's breaking news. That's
in the
crazy.
meantime, we continue to direct our community to shelter in
Deadpool
place
kid, thank you.
in the greater
Citywide. Do
vicinity
you mean
of
the
the
entire state? I mean, yeah, Rhode
We are
Island's
working
basically the
immediately
size
to
of a
determine
city.
who was in the building at the time of the shooting. and
Battleizer,
any
thank you.
impacts
Active
of the
school
shooting.
event, better
We
push
do know
race
that there were
message.
final
Some people have
exams
screwy
taking place in the building
priorities.
between 2 and 5
Yeah,
p.m.
just a little bit.
We can confirm that support services are on
The
site.
name of the university
We have
is
been
Brown
and continue to
as
be
well.
very grateful to law enforcement and emergency medical personnel. We have relocated students to get support services at a secure location, and we'll be providing more details.
The bombing itself was caught on the marathon television event, wasn't it? I don't remember too much because I was worried about the guy I was dating at the time because he worked at the Prudential Center when the bombing happened. So I was obviously caught up on what was going on in my own
All right,
life
so we're
at the
having a
time.
little bit of technical difficulties. There we are with that video right there. But we have live crews all over the city of Providence as this continues to unfold. Just to recap here, because the situation is evolving minute by minute. Right now, 2 people are dead. 8 people are seriously injured after a gunman opened fire at the Holly Engineering Building at Brown University. Happened about 3 hours ago now at this point. That suspect is still at large, fled on foot on Hope Street. Our team has been combing the area, trying to get new information. John Perrick is on Waterman Street right now. John, what are you seeing down there as this investigation unfolds?
Well, right now, yeah, I'm at the corner of Hope Street and Waterman here. I just want to paint the picture right now. This area, about 40 minutes ago was flooded with ambulances. Most of them are gone except this one here. To the right of that ambulance
probably
is where
reach
the
the state
engineering
lines
building
fleeing on foot.
is. Earlier, of course,
It'll be
we
interesting
saw
to see
a
how
ton
far
of law
the guy
enforcement
gets
outside
before
of
they
the
have
building.
any more
Dozens
information
of
on who he
officers.
is.
A few moments ago, I saw police walking
He could
by
be in another
with
state by now,
breaching
even on foot.
equipment.
Oh,
It's often
100%.
used to break down doors. I've also been in communication again with a Brown University student that's inside one of these buildings, sheltering in place. She told me that she's used furniture,
For people,
chairs,
I guess, who aren't familiar with Rhode Island,
tables
1 second.
to barricade themselves, putting those tables and that furniture against doors so no one can get inside. As for this area, again, it's definitely not the center of Brown University's campus. It's a very residential area. We're not far from Wheeler, Moses Brown that are here on Hope Street. A lot of Providence residents rather than students out here.
So for
in
those
this
of you
area,
who have no
lot of
idea
homes.
what New
Again,
England looks
this
like,
scene, not
Rhode
as
Island
active
is
as
this
it was
tiny
when
little
we
chicken
were
nugget
live
here.
last about
It's a little
30 to
tiny
40
baby
minutes ago,
chicken
but
nugget,
still, an
and
ambulance on scene,
Providence
police
is
here.
up here
They just had a few,
near the
shuttles
Massachusetts
actually
border.
come through the area, so they just put
And
up
so
the
this
tape
guy
right
could have
now.
very easily gotten to Massachusetts
Let's send it back to you guys in studio.
from the amount of time that he's had
live on the
to
east side,
flee
right
at
on
this
the edge of
point.
the Brown University campus.
Which is
John, the
very
one thing I
likely
have
why
noticed, and we
the
were on the air a
Boston
couple hours ago with you,
ATF were the
there
first to
were a lot of
respond.
people walking by. It seems like people
That's
are getting
not
the message
even an
and they're beginning
island.
to shelter in place.
Holy shit, that's small? Yes. All
Well,
of these
that's correct,
states are
Patrice.
very
And
small.
when we first actually
and,
got
like,
to this corner,
you can
before they even
get
put up this tape,
from
a police
southern New
officer
Hampshire
said,
to Providence,
"You guys
Rhode
all need to
Island in
leave
like
right now.
an
There's
hour
no
and a
reason
half.
to be
if
out
there's
on the
no
street.
traffic,
Go inside. Go in
like,
your car.
it's
Get out of
very
here."
small
That was
in this
the message
area.
from
Very,
Providence
very
police
tiny.
Here. And there
Like,
were
you can
a
go
lot
from
more
Boston
residents here when
to
we were last
like way
live. Right
western.
now,
I'm
a few
pointing at my
police
screen, like you can
officers
see
and
my
news
fucking
crews,
fingers.
That's all that's
You
left
can
here
go from
at the corner
Boston
of Hope
to the
and
west
Waterman
side of
Street.
Massachusetts
One
in like
ambulance left
maybe
here on
2
scene.
hours.
Earlier, there was
It's a
about
very,
25.
very small
As
area.
a police crew
All
comes
of
through
these
the scene
states are
right now.
tiny.
Definitely not as active, but still a sense of urgency, Patrice.
Rhode
All
Island's
right,
the
John,
size of a
thanks.
big
Stay safe
Midwest
out there.
city.
We
Yeah,
want to
pretty
take an
much.
overhead view
Pretty
again.
much.
We've got a helicopter
The
high
hand
above the
speakies
scene
took
right
it,
now
they
in
did.
Providence. This a very active area, it looks like right now. The whole intersection blocked off. I'm guessing this is pretty close to the scene of the shooting
You
based
saw
on
what I was pointing
the
at.
number
Shut
of
up.
ambulances still in the area as you take a bird's eye view. And again, as John just mentioned, we're not seeing any, I mean, it would be impossible for most cars to get through because the majority of these streets are
New
blocked
Hampshire
off
and
at this
Vermont
point,
are a
but we aren't
rectangle.
seeing many
They
pedestrians
make a beautiful
out on the street right now,
rectangle
which is
with
good
a
news.
giant
And I want to
river
circle
going
back
through it.
to what Todd McGee, our law
But New
enforcement
Hampshire is still a
expert,
better
said
state.
just
New Hampshire's the
moments
only
ago,
nice state
this
here.
should be a
Unless you're
citywide
leftist, in which
shelter in
case
place right now.
they
Right now,
hunt
the shelter in
minorities
place
in
is
New Hampshire.
technically
Don't go
just
there.
for the Brown University campus, which is what you're looking at right here. Not the campus, but the neighborhood in general, the east side. But this should really be, if you live in Providence anywhere, don't head out tonight. Again, that gunman left on foot on Hope Street about 3 hours ago. We do not know where the gunman is. They are looking for any information, anyone who had video, any ring
That's
cameras.
a nice fucking. I'm pointing at the screen again with my finger.
That can help with this search.
That was a
If we
nice
can
house.
broadcast the
It
image,
had,
you
like, a
might have
cute
seen
little turret
something.
on it.
We also
Why
have
am
some
I-
new
why am I
sound
so
coming into the
retarded?
newsroom. We want to go to that sound right now.
Front of the Sciences Library on the Manning Walk for a male shot in the back.
You know what house I was pointing at. Thank you.
Shooting victims. 2 victims,
Full body tracking. I would love to have full body
Oh, there,
tracking.
we're getting a little information now because we know that a total of 10 people have been shot, 2 people died, and 8 are in critical but stable condition. We
I'm
just
glad that they
heard
keep
one person
repeating
was
that
shot
8 figure
in the
because
back.
it
We
means
heard
that
from
that 20 figure was way
broadcast-ified
off.
information. And
Thankfully,
also a
that means
person who was
less
shot in
people
the
are hurt
shoulder.
than originally
Mike
thought.
Cerullo is standing by with some new information. Mike?
New?
Well, Patrice, I'm right now at the intersection of Thayer Street behind me and Angel Street. This is a main drag of Providence. I'll show you what's going on. You can still see we have a pretty active scene in this area at the moment, and in the distance you can see the Sciences Library for Brown University. This is a main drag of Providence, and there are restaurants on both sides of the streets. On a Saturday night, you would normally see students, you'd see Providence residents, you'd see people out and about, but at this time, we're mostly seeing first responders. Now, over the past hour or
what's
so,
the new
they've
info,
moved
though?
us around into this general area as they've roped off this crime scene. Obviously, this search continues at this moment, but we've seen several officers, some armored, some with long guns, and some with
armored
shields,
with
we're told.
long
Now, I
guns.
spoke to some of the students who were in some of the adjacent buildings to that engineering building as they were evacuated. One of the students told me he hid under a desk for nearly 2 hours before police came in and they cleared the room. They searched him before he was able to evacuate and he was able to get out of the building. But even then, he was trying to find a safe place to go afterwards inside.
Lich couldn't
but you
thank
can
you.
just
That's why
see
you
this
and your
scene
girl
here.
are
It's
armed
still very
anymore.
active, and we
I
expect
mean, you
it to
everyone
continue
should
to be
be,
active
to be
as
fair.
this manhunt for a suspect, the person who may have done this, or the people who may have done this, continues.
Have you heard from anybody who
thank
actually
you. Has someone checked
saw
on Sam
the
Hyde?
gunman
I think we
or
might need to
heard the
at this
shots
point.
Fired?
You know, Patrice, the student I spoke who was in that adjacent building, he didn't hear any of the shots. I did speak to one person a couple hours ago, and he said that he had believed he had seen police chasing someone further down Thayer Street. This was a couple hours ago. He was trying to piece it all together. He was obviously taking in as the first responders were arriving at the moment. But nobody that I've talked to has actually said they heard the gunshots at this time.
All right, very good. Mike Cerullo, go out, gather some new information, and let us know if you hear anything new. Again,
go out and gather,
what we want to let you know
Newsman.
is there is a reunification center at the Nelson Fitness Center. This is at 225 Hope Street. This is for families who are looking for information about their loved ones. There is a shelter in place still in effect for the greater Brown University area. Exercise
Pretty fly for a
extreme
guy,
caution
thank you. You were in
if
a
you're
car
headed to the
accident and they're
Nelson
prepping you for
Fitness Center.
emergency
And
surgery.
we do want to reiterate
Leg
here,
is broken
we
at a
know
right
that this
angle. Love
incident
you,
happened
Fox
at the
Lady in
Holly
chat.
Engineering
What the
building
fuck?
on the Brown campus. We know that
I hope they're going to be able to reset your leg and you won't have any negative repercussions from that. Holy
these were
shit.
students who were shot.
I
That
hope
has
you're
not
okay,
yet
and hopefully
been
everyone in chat
confirmed.
will keep you in mind.
Two
Just a pretty
victims
fly for a
right
guy,
now
dude.
killed,
Jesus
8
Christ.
others injured
That's
seriously.
scary.
We
I
have
hope
some
you're all
new
right.
video here. This is a Riptobus that was on the scene while this was unfolding. I believe this is our first time looking at this video too, as they try to pan around, and you can see all the sirens and lights here as the people are trapped on the bus as this incident unfolds here right in the area of Brown University. Again, students on campus, the family staging area there for people who may have had someone involved, may have someone on campus who can't get out of a building right now. It's a stressful situation for anyone who knows someone at Brown right now, and a stressful situation if you live on Brown University. We want to go right now to sound from Governor Dan McKee. He was a part of that presser just a few short moments ago. Here's what he had to say.
Our office has been in contact with the White House. So
Dim the lamps, thank you for the
we will bring all our
swastikas, dude.
resources
New
to the
Hampshire's
table.
bigger than your whole
I've been in
country?
touch,
Is New Hampshire really bigger than Israel?
governors
I have no concept for how
experienced the
large
same,
Israel is as a country.
Tragedy.
Why is your wings helping you type?
Okay, this is some video now from above Brown University, where if you are just joining us, around 4 o'clock this afternoon, there was a report of an active shooter at Brown University. If you saw anything, you are asked to call Providence Police at
New Jersey's bigger than New Hampshire.
401-272-1111. 2 people are dead, 8 in critical but stable condition. A shelter in place is still in effect for Brown and the neighborhood around Brown University. The gunman is still on the loose. You can see there now that you can still see the flashing lights, but things are very quiet on the streets of Providence right now because the message is now out that there is still a gunman on the loose. This happened in the engineering building at Brown University.
I love pronouncing it that way,
man.
man.
We're taking exams in the building. Somebody came in and shot 10 people. He exited the door on the Hope Street side and took off on foot. We're told that he was
Israel is 8,019 square miles. New Hampshire's 9,350 square
Governor
miles.
McKee
That's
said just a
crazy.
few minutes ago kind of magnify. It shows the
Apparently
magnitude
New Hampshire
of the
has more
situation.
land
The
than
White
New
House
Jersey?
is involved in
What?
this now.
New Jersey
this is
looks
a
way
national
larger. How
story.
many
If
square
you live in
miles is New
Providence, you have
Jersey,
to take this
Mr.
seriously
Square
because
Miles
this gunman
Man?
is still
Mr.
on the
Disco
loose at this
Sorcerer?
time. Law enforcement from all over. I know they said that they've reached out to Massachusetts State Police too, trying to find this person tonight. This person has shot at 10 people, possibly more. We don't know how many people were in that room when this shooting occurred. And some of the sound we were hearing earlier about them getting shot in the back and in the shoulder had to be so terrifying for anyone involved. We have more information from a mayor who was at the scene.
the assistance of police and neighboring cities.
Want to know a funny
and
fact?
towns.
Kirsche pronounces
8 people
Israel the way it's
transported,
pronounced in
as
Hebrew.
Mayor mentioned, critical but
Meshogana.
stable condition, and 2, unfortunately, were dead on arrival. We have a total of 10 victims, but as I caution everyone, this is a developing incident, and we are still actively searching the buildings along with Providence Police to make sure that everyone has gone home safe and that there are no one else that needs our assistance.
All right, you better believe that it's an all-hands-on-deck type of situation. We have the ATF, the FBI, police from all over the community are converging on this area to try to help find this gunman who took 2 lives today and injured 8 other people. Dan Janig is standing by live. He's
I'm sorry,
on the
who?
east side near Brown University.
What was that name?
All right. Looks like there's a delay in getting Dan on the scene. Again, we want to reiterate, we have crews, we have several field crews all over the Brown University campus working this story. Mike Cerullo, John Perrick, Aaron Coogan, Dan Janig, all trying to get new information for you. We know that this
probably
isn't
home by
new.
now watching the manhunt
what
on
was it
TV.
like? I'm curious. I don't know if you can hear me right now.
Got a houseboat
I'm curious
on the
as
Atlantic.
you were approaching the scene, what it was like trying to get to the area and navigate all the streets with all the closures.
Yeah, sorry about that technical glitch,
This
guys.
guy's
As you know,
shaking.
we're
Someone
live
get this
TV,
man
so
some
it's
gloves,
unedited.
dude.
We're coming to you from the Brook Street Fire Station. This is where the news conference just wrapped up. Most of the officials have now left, but if there's a big development, they're going to come back here and brief us, but we'll
Dan
obviously
looks like
let
he's
you know
wearing
before
someone
then.
else's
You know, the
face.
east side
You know,
is
I was thinking he
ground
looks like
zero
a high
tonight.
school
It is
football
where the eyes
coach
of the
or
nation
something,
are
you
now
know?
focused. A mass shooting on a school campus or near a school is now our story, and it's
How
a
is he
story
sweating in the
that
cold
we
like
know
that?
all too well.
He probably has a
As we
very
come on the
high
air right
diet
now,
of
I
a
will
lot
tell
of
you
roast
that
beef.
The city of Providence,
It's a very
or at least
common
on the
thing
east side,
around
is
there.
a maze. It is yellow police tape. It is officers, guns drawn. There is an active search right now for a man dressed all in black. Now remember, that was what he was described at the time. He could have changed by now, we don't know.
That's so
and they're looking
goofy
through
that that's
every
still the
street
only
of a busy
description that
city,
we have.
neighborhood,
Come
kids,
on.
restaurants. This isn't easy. This isn't a campus like URI. So this is what makes it a little bit more challenging. We do know tonight, which is the real heartbreaking part, that 2 people lost their lives just a few hours ago here in Providence. Almost kind of hard to believe, isn't it? It kind of
Keep an eye out
hits
for
you
a
when you hear about
human
it.
being.
And
Our
8
sources
people are
tell us we
hospitalized
can't
at
be
this hour.
sure if
We
this
don't know
individual
if
is
they're
a human
students or
being
not,
or an
a
extraterrestrial.
combination. But the 2 people that lost their lives,
It's not
they
a
were
campus
dead on
like
arrival.
URI. I
There
think
was
it's
no help
URI,
that they could
University
get.
of Rhode
So that's
Island,
kind of
I'm
the real
guessing is
story.
what
That's
he
really
said.
hits
But
you
yeah,
home.
it
Right
came out
now,
funny because he
it's
said
like
the
a
acronym.
triage, I'm told by sources at the local hospitals who are trying to work to keep the other 8 people alive. Now, just imagine, my kids are out of college, but they were in college, and something like this happens and you're trying to reach them, and students are still in buildings right now, barricaded with doors, and there are still officers going around with guns drawn. I want to bring in my colleague, Erin Coogan. She and her photographer,
Erin
Bray,
Coogan.
got here pretty quickly, and you actually saw the officers with their guns drawn moving around.
That was actually maybe an hour, hour and a half after we got here at 5 o'clock. So it was more recently as they continued to look for this suspect that isn't in custody, right? We were at the phase 1 of the Barrison Hawley building, which I just realized.
Psycho, thank you.
2
Here you
buildings
have
now,
shooter
but
likely
I wanna
not
put into
trans. They didn't
perspective.
wait
I
for the
wanna look at my
cops.
phone right
Where's
here.
seppuku?
The
That
Barrison Hawley
tracks,
building
right?
where the shooting happened. It's a 220,000 square foot.
It's kind of interesting
it's
that
7
most
stories,
school shooters
117
end up
laboratories.
shooting
So when you
themselves. I
think
think there's
about
only
the
been a
scale
handful that
of
haven't.
Just that single building.
So I
going
kind
through
of
every
want to
single
know
one
this
of those
guy's fucking
rooms,
plan.
Every single one of those laboratories, making sure that
It was like somebody that maybe
the students that are in there are okay, but also making
looked
sure
at like
that we don't have
Luigi
a
and thought
You
I
saw
could
the
do
guns
that
drawn,
better.
though. That's what I'm trying to say. You saw them going through with.
It was in that building. There was a glass door. And we saw a group of maybe a dozen officers with their guns drawn. They were pointing them at first the stairwell, and then they turned around right
This is
across
interesting.
the stairwell.
There's no volume
was a
here,
closed door,
so-
and we're of course on the other
But
side of that glass door, and
they're
they're
just
yelling at us to move, get
manhunting?
away, because this was
I guess
active happening right now. But you know, we left the area and nothing came of it.
We have video that we're going to send back in that you guys took there. What I will tell you is that it is on alert. Everyone is high alert on the east side right now. This is something to be
thank you.
taken
Suspect had
seriously
2
because
legs,
there's a
we think,
suspect
and
out
is
here.
alive.
We
Maybe.
have a description as a man all in black, but that could have changed. We know he's not in custody, and we know that he opened fire and shot 10 people, killing 2. Patrice, Emily?
Yes, and that
Could
shooting
be like the
happened
Lewiston,
in
Maine
the
shooter who
Barris and
fled after
Holly
shooting up
Engineering
multiple
building,
places and
and
then
we
just went to a
know that
trailer near a
final exams
recycling
were
plant
taking
and
place
killed
at that
himself.
time.
That's true.
So we have to assume
That's true. He could have
that
gone
many
to a
of the people
different
in that
location to
building
kill
were
himself.
either teachers or students,
Hey,
and those
look like a
students who
man. Thank you,
managed
Miss
to
Long.
escape, and we have reports of people running for their lives, they had to barricade themselves inside some of those rooms, and they're not letting anybody in. And that's why police are now going door to door to try to convince people that it's okay to open the door for them.
The police car parked like right underneath
and I think that's
the
important to
tape.
point out. Once police have cleared these school buildings, then the students will be released.
But Julie,
if you're
thank you.
watching
Gunman
and
probably
you
ran
live in this
west into
area, it is
Connecticut,
still a
probably running through the
lockdown.
woods
It is still a
in,
shelter in
Unk
place,
is
and that
available
means
by now.
stay home.
He's definitely
lock
not
your
still in
doors.
Rhode Island. If they find like a
your lights
hiding
in the
place in
backyard
Rhode
go
Island,
off
I would be
because
stunned.
maybe,
Like,
you know,
what are
some
you
of the
doing?
motion detectors, call police. There's an active shooter who's hiding out somewhere in the east side as we speak. And police
he may
officers
look
are
vaguely
armed.
like
There's
a human.
You may have seen some in my colleague John Perrick's video and Mike Cerullo's live shot. They are lined up and they are looking
Wally,
for it.
thank you.
The
It's not an
ambulances are staying
extraterrestrial,
in place,
Kirsche. It's
I'm
pronounced
told,
illegal
because
alien.
if they corner the suspect and if there is any more gunfire, one of my sources said to me tonight in the police force who's out there says, we're not sure if he's done. So when you hear that, when you hear a police officer say, we're not sure if he's done, take this shelter in place very, very seriously. I had another source who was a first responder who told me that when he showed up, there were people on the ground. And he said, I will never forget that for the rest of my life.
Well, I think it's a caution as old as time, right? But we do still see, especially with the businesses on Thayer, I'm still seeing folks going to get their dinner and going about their business, but this isn't a time to play around.
And I asked the mayor that during the news conference because I remember being in Lewiston, Maine. It was a similar situation, a mass shooting.
Hey, he brought it up too.
Followed by the hunt for the suspect, and everything was locked down. They shut down we couldn't get gas. They shut down everything. The mayor says that he is not ordering them, but highly advises them. So we are on alert.
Been fully briefed on the Brown University situation, what a terrible thing it is. And all we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those that were very badly hurt, it looks like. And we'll inform you later as to what's happening, but it's a shame. It's a shame. Just pray. Thank you very much.
I love that they decided to have that little interview inside of a Resident Evil human body chopping room. I really appreciated all of those metallic sounds. Thank you for that.
In our community. And we want to remind you too that
Gregorian Gangster, thank you for the raid on Kick. Thank you for the Kick raid. Welcome Raiders. Welcome more warm bodies.
The police are tracking him or her at this very moment. We want to go back out to John Perrick, who's been on the scene for a couple of hours now. John, what's the latest out there?
All right, guys, the scene is a lot more urgent right now here. I just want to show you. Let's look at this building here to the right. Law enforcement using flashlights right now, searching these buildings here. A minute ago, I just saw about maybe half a dozen officers with assault rifles drawn going in between these two buildings. They're using flashlights now, it appears, to search this surrounding area. Again, for perspective, we're at the corner of Hope Street and Waterman, a block away from Thayer Street. If you come back over here, Travis,
I'm pretty sure it was a helicopter.
That ambulance to the right of the
but
ambulance,
it could have been a plane.
That's where
either way,
the engineering
the metallic sounds were terrible.
Is. But again, officers over here using flashlights right now, looking into all of these surrounding buildings. A minute ago, we saw about 6 officers go in between two of these buildings with assault rifles drawn using flashlights. Again, if we just come back to this building, you can see what I'm talking about. The officers using their flashlights, trying to look through windows here. Right now, a much more active and urgent scene than what we saw when we were last on air. Let's send it back to you guys.
Okay, John, we are very familiar with that area. Both of us have connections to Wheeler School. And Wheeler
I know
School
why it's
is right
urgent. It's an
there.
active
Brown
shooter
University
situation,
is
but
right
why
there.
is he saying it's
Just a
more
couple
urgent that
blocks
they're
away
searching
is Thayer
that
Street that's
particular
always very
area
busy with
than
all
the
kinds of
urgency
shoppers.
prior
So
to them
this
searching this area?
is a very congested area. So they could be going through Wheeler School. They could be
Kurgan,
going
thank
through
you.
Brown.
Dude changed his clothes to bright yellow by now. Yeah, like what is happening, dude?
That's right, Patrice. There's a lot of places to hide around here. We're talking about some historic buildings, too. Not just homes, but there's a few museums around here, too. So this is Hope Street here.
The shooter
just
better not fuck up the museums.
Is the Wheeler School. It's got an elementary school, a middle school, a high school. There's also a school for dyslexics there. So that's multiple different buildings on this block. If you keep going down,
here at NBC 10 WJAR, our weapons expert has confirmed that because it's nighttime, police are utilizing tactical flashlight technologies.
There's a lot of nooks and crannies around here, Patrice.
And John, I don't know, I know you've been there for quite a while. Have you heard anything new from police? Are they telling you to kind of take caution? Did they tell you to take caution earlier in that area? Obviously, you're out there in the open in the middle of the street while they're searching with guns drawn. What are they telling media to do?
That's a nice house.
Well, right now, the last communication that I've had with a police officer was about an hour ago when he told me that I've got to move.
Lots
it's not
of nooks
a safe
and
place
crannies,
to be.
just like English
right
muffins.
Now,
And you know what? You put on the English muffin.
Corner, law enforcement haven't really been communicating much with us. As you can see right now here on Waterman Street, officers are kind of grouped together
There are schools
right
for
here,
just
as these are the same
dyslexics.
officers
Apparently
that were
so.
flashing those lights through windows here at these buildings right now. And let's send it back to you guys. Again, an active scene right here.
John, yes, definitely a very active scene. And if you live in that area, again, we want to reiterate, do not go outside right now. Stay in your house if you can, all over the Providence area at this point, because this is a very active search.
Yes, students have been told to silence their phones, to shelter in place. So it is a very active scene. And this must be a very troubling time for family members, too, who are watching all this unfold. And maybe they can't get in touch with their students, their children, because they've silenced their phones, but there is a family staging area that people can go to, and Leanna Folk is standing by live there now. Leanna?
Silenced, right? Like you can use your phone without any sounds, right?
Some of those reunions happen here in real time, and less than 5 minutes ago, I can say, before coming on air,
old, right?
a
When
woman
students
walks
are
up
out
to
this
me
late?
and she asks,
This
"Is this
entire
the
area has been under
reunification center?" I
lockdown
obviously say yes.
since
this is.
4 p.m.
Through tears, she tells me
and
my
they were supposed to be
daughter
having
is inside
finals.
Of there. You
so
can just see the fear.
None
on
of
her
the students
face.
who were there during the lockdown have been able to leave.
Words. I could hardly get any questions even to ask her because she obviously ran inside to have that moment with her daughter. And I think that just goes to show how fearful and how scared this moment is for the entire Brown University community. Now, again, we're here at the Nelson Fitness Center. This is on Hope Street. We're about a quarter of a mile away from the Brown University School of Engineering where those gunshots initially came through. Now, here we're seeing a lot of nonprofits have arrived to drop off resources for families. Providence Fire is here. We spoke with the Providence Fire chaplain who said that he wasn't sure if there were any students inside yet, but just from that moment and that interaction I had with that mom, it's been confirmed there's at least one student inside, and thankfully she is safe and now reunited with her mom. And just being here, even just being here on Hope Street, we've seen several tactical units, people or officers arriving here with tactical gear. It's a surreal moment just to see the amount of people that have arrived. First responders holding guns, large firing, high capacity weapons, just obviously here because everyone is on edge with this suspect still on the loose. Emily.
Yeah, and Leanna, it's probably tough to parse out, especially if you're looking through glass there, you know, who's a family member, who's there providing assistance. But do you have any idea of how many family members have come to the reunification center?
Where do they talk about guns like that? The same reason they keep calling the police armored?
People have been kind of passing
when
by
they're just wearing a single plate carrier,
area, just trying to get as far away from the scene as possible. Most of them look just like onlookers, essentially community members who might have been out
if the temperature continues to drop, they may need to employ tactical hot cocoa.
Taking an
true
exam,
journalist
and all
sentiment.
of this happened. So we've only seen
Simons,
so far just
thank
one
you.
family, at least
brought
one
to you by
mom, I
mainstream
should say,
media.
that's
Please
arrived here
tune
to
into Fox
reunite
News
with
for
her
butter
with her
results.
loved one.
True.
But besides that, it
You
hasn't
will get
been
butted.
a very busy scene here, at least for what I've seen here from the Nelson Fitness Center.
You want tactical hot cocoa? My feet are fucking
Leanna,
freezing
thank you so much
right
for
now.
your time. And you know,
My fingies are getting
as a
kinda
mother,
cold,
I'm
too.
sure you know it's so scary. And they're telling parents, you know, don't come down here. They have the reunification center, but if you live anywhere close to Brown University, be it Connecticut, Massachusetts, no matter how far, you are probably in a car right now hightailing it to that place. Yes. Because this has become a national story, and the Brown University students come from all over the country. So
all over the world. You know, we have a lot of international students here as well. And we do know, if you're just joining us, that 2 people are dead after a mass shooting at Brown University. 8 are in the hospital at Rhode Island Hospital in critical but stable condition. We know that 1 person was shot in the back, 1 in the shoulder, but no other information is available at this time. Now, Donald Trump, the president, was tweeting about this earlier, and we just got sound from the President of the United States.
No one's going to say Zeeting. Hey, we listened to this. I beat the news.
What a terrible thing it is. And all we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those that were very badly hurt, it looks like. And we'll inform you later as to what's happening, but it's a shame. It's a shame. Just pray. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was the president
Here
of the
being
United
faster
States,
than the
and we
mainstream
just
media.
got some
Many
brand new
such
video
cases.
that we want to share with you. It's of police inside a building. Now, we went to John Perrick a little while ago, and he was telling us that he was at the corner of Waterman and Hope Street. This is Waterman and Hope Street, very close to the Brown University campus. They're inside a building there. You see them. They have guns drawn. They just went into
this guy in the
one
front's
of the
kind of cute.
classrooms, maybe. Looks like a classroom building. And
He's got
they
that
have their
red and
guns
black
drawn.
uniform on,
They
man.
are
Yeah, this
going through the area.
This looks
Why
like
is he wearing a different uniform from everyone else in there?
Something
What
at this
is
point,
he?
if you have what looked like at least 24 members of law enforcement there in tactical gears with guns drawn, zoning in on that building, we hope, because they've received some type of tip. Again, this was just filmed by our photographer, Travis and John, who were on the scene right there at the corner of Hope and Waterman Street, very close to Thayer Street, which is very close to where the shooting unfolded at the Holly Engineering Building. So if that's the case, the shooter did not go far. I believe Dan Janik joins us now. He has some new information from the scene. Dan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're coming to you from the Brook Street Fire Station in Providence. And in just a minute, we're going to show you some new video that you haven't seen yet that was obtained by our photographer, Bray, who's behind this camera, and my
Why do we
colleague,
keep
Aaron
pointing out the
Coogan,
fact that police
who I'll bring in
investigating an
just a
active
second.
shooter are armed
When
and
that
have
video is
gear?
ready to go, guys,
Be
let me know.
scared
But
of
it
the
really gives you an
police.
inside look at how these officers were going through the hallways that you and Patrice were just talking about. I want to bring you right up to speed as to where we stand as of 7:45. It is 7:45 on a Saturday night, and right now there's an active search for a gunman, believed to be a man, dressed in all black.
Believed to be a man. We've now regressed from a man in all black to believed to be a man.
10 people. 2 lives were lost. 2 lives.
Fox News
2
is
people.
best news.
We don't know if there were students.
Blood
We know the
dancer,
others
thank you
are
for
in
buttering
the
my
ER,
fucking dog.
nurses and
Thank you,
doctors
my guy.
working frantically to keep them alive right now. We don't know any motive. Let me tell you what else we know from my police sources. They are going through videotape of that area. As you know,
Wow, we
that's
said
a
that
busy
like an
area.
hour and a half ago.
The campus has cameras. The businesses have cameras. The
Primark
houses have
Bentley,
cameras.
thank you for
They've
Fox
got
News
to,
Tactical
got
Footy
to have that
Warmer
suspect
Fund.
on camera, and they got to
I
figure out
have
which
socks
direction he
on and
went
they're
in.
still
The
cold.
colonel, when I asked him, or the chief, when I asked him, said that he's going through the video right now. That's going to be a key to this investigation. Also, the other thing they're going to go through, Patrice and Emily, is they're going to go through social media accounts. Sometimes,
Thank you for the
there's
20
a
gift
hint
subs,
that
my
maybe
guy.
something was
Thank you,
wrong. Or
Manama,
they're going to go through
Miss.
any hate speech
thank
against
you. That's
Brown
some big,
University
big schmeat
online
gifties,
right
my
now.
dude.
And that's
Thank
why
you.
my investigators are saying, while police are out here actively searching for the suspect back at headquarters, there's a big effort going through videotape and social media to try to get this suspect in. Now, as you can imagine, families from across the world and from across the country, they're ready for their kids to come home. I think, Emily, you talked about this Christmas tree here at the fire station. Of course, it's something the firefighters put up, right? Just think about it, because I know my
Major
kids, when I had
Spike,
kids at
thank you for the
school,
5 gift
they,
subs.
when they have their
Thank
finals, you
you.
think,
Thank you.
the finals, right? They have their finals, and then they're going to come home, and we're going to hug, and we're going to eat, and we're going to share stories. They were in their 2nd day of finals, so this wasn't a quiet night on the east side of Brown University. These finals go all day and go all night, so it was active. It was busy. So again, the search for the suspect is active. John showed you some video.
Just in, a Rhode Island hospital spokesperson tells this guy, Alexandra Leslie, Emmy-nominated Murrow-winning Target 12 investigative reporter covering Providence, tells me of 8 patients they received, 6 are critical but stable, 1 critical, 1 stable. The hospital is in lockdown. Rhode Island Hospital currently has 8 patients, 6 patients critical but stable, 1 patient in critical, and 1 patient is in stable condition. At this time, the Miriam Hospital has not received any patients. Rhode Island Hospital is working closely with and providing support to all impacted family members and remains in continuous communication with Brown University. Rhode Island Hospital is in lockdown at this time, but is still accepting emergency department patients. Interesting. Interesting.
With the very latest. Brian?
Dan had said there about the information. We're now almost 4 hours into this incident that happened starting on Thayer Street and the engineering building at Brown University.
Ghost of Aces, thank you. Hate speech as a motive mentioned.
They said that was
Actively
something
roll
that
your
they wanted
eyes.
to work on. At this point,
Also,
the only information they had is that he went into the
hate
building and then
speech
left
at
on
Brown
foot
University?
from Hope Street. There was
What
no
would they even mean by
interaction
this?
between police and the shooter. We
Grumpy
talked about this
Ian,
before.
thank
A lot
you.
of
We
times,
don't know the motive. Can tell you
sometimes
motive
these
right now.
active shooter
Motherfucker did it for
situations end
attention.
quickly
It's
where there's
always for
confrontation
attention.
with police. That is not what happened here. So let's go to that press conference that Dan was at and talked about. This is Providence Police's
Abracadabra, I'm not going to read
and the very
your
little
message,
information
but
they
thank
had
you.
and are looking for.
Unless
on
you
that
can
shooter.
provide source, please do not
All I can
provide
give you
updates
is a
like
male,
that.
all dressed in black at this time. We're hoping to get something very soon.
Caleb has
An
invited
image would be
Frogan
the
onto
best thing for
financial
us to
audit
get out
after
there
she
to
had
you
a bit of a
guys
crash
and
out,
everybody
crying
else.
about being broke. That's funny.
And as Dan was talking about, that is what they're
I hope
working
she
on now.
goes on
Remember,
Caleb's show.
in active situations like this before, if you go back now a dozen years to the Boston Marathon bombing, that was one of the big keys, was to get an image of the suspects out to the public, and that's what really turned the investigation. And as we've talked about, this is, police have not really said if they've cornered the suspect or how big of an area they're looking at. So the situation is very fluid. Again, we're talking
That's
about
a joke. Oh,
an
I just
urban
read
area,
the
but that has
AK
homes
part,
on
and
the
I was
east
like,
side.
I'm not
You've got
going
a
to read
college
anything
campus,
about
you've got a
potential
busy shopping
firearms
area,
being held.
and we saw that video, so does that mean that police have honed in on an area? We're not sure. They haven't given that information. So again, that's the big thing right now. Police have told people in the area, if they're at their home, stay in place, shelter in place. If you're not there, stay away, because this is an active situation. And of
Master
course,
Prick, thank
that's
you.
the
You were
big
gone
thing
for a
right
while.
now that
What did you
we're
miss?
trying to figure out.
We still don't
where
know
that shooter
what
is.
kind
But
of
again,
individual
going back
happened
to the
here.
victims, 2
I just
people
know
are
that
dead,
it's a
8
person
people
in
the
black.
hospital in critical but stable condition. And this is a situation that we really haven't seen in Rhode Island for sure. In about the 25 years of mass shootings in this country, this is the first in Rhode Island. And as Governor Dan McKee said, the unthinkable has happened. This is what officials have been trying to prevent for years. They work on mass shooter
We're now
drills.
getting reports
Rhode
that the
Island
shooter
has
might be
passed
watching news of the police
tough laws on
investigation
guns,
on
first
an
on
anime
high-capacity
Fox
magazines, and
Twitch
just
stream.
this year,
He's still
an assault
wearing all
weapons ban.
black.
Police said they
Jesus Christ.
didn't know what kind of gun the gunman used other than it was a firearm. So we'll be keeping an eye on the search for that suspect. Patrice, Emily?
Brian, thanks. Yeah, still a lot of details that we're working to get for you at this point. We're getting another bird's eye view of the scene near the Brown University campus. And I know that video we just showed you just a short while ago, shot by John Perrick and Travis Jones down at the scene. They were at the corner of Waterman and Hope Streets. They were showing some video of officers in a building. And right now it looks like a chopper's got another video of officers inside a campus building right now. And it kind of, you know, as a viewer just watching this, you're optimistic that maybe they've got credible information. Maybe there's a reason that in that video we just showed you previously about 2 or 3 minutes ago, there's a reason why more than 24 officers are in there in tactical gear with guns drawn. That is the hope as the evening goes on, because not only is there a tragedy in the 2 dead and 8 in critical condition after the shooting, but there's also the fear now of a gunman on the loose in Providence right now.
Yeah, and as far as we know, there was no warning about this on social media that we know of so far, but we talked to our legal and our police expert earlier, and he told us that they are combing through all kinds of social media now to see if there was any indication, was there any threat, was there any warning that this was going to happen. But the police cannot do this alone. They need your help, and so they are asking any witnesses who saw anything or may have recognized the person to give them a call. The number to call is 401-272-1111.
But apparently the police scanner said that there was a shooting victim on
it's still a very active
339 Thayer Street.
Over that area.
NBC 10's Dan Janig is also
Not
on the
sure if
scene.
we
He was
have
at the
any
press
other
conference about 30 minutes ago, and he's got some new video to
about
show us
that.
now. Dan?
Yeah, you know, Emily, before we get to that video, I just want to let you know it has been 4 hours since this incident happened, and we don't have a suspect in custody. They are going through surveillance video, as we said, but remember, there was some conflicting reports earlier. They thought they had somebody in custody, which kind of had a sigh of relief. And then all of a sudden, no, we don't.
Can't find anything on that.
It's not the person we think it is. So, you know, I'm not saying that they put the brakes on this investigation for a little bit, but the foot hovered the brake. And I think now we have a suspect dressed in black.
People get paid per mention of police with big, scary automatic weapons. You might think they do with how often they say
it. So with each passing hour, we hope that we're not losing our grasp on it. But I want to get to some exclusive video you haven't seen anywhere else but NBC 10 News. And this is the actual scene as they walk through a building. Into your bedroom. With bulletproof vests on, with helmets on, and with guns drawn. It was taken by one of our ace photographers, Bray, and he was with my colleague Aaron Coogan.
Well, there's another one in the red outfit in the back.
Bring you in. As viewers are watching this video, you were actually there to just kind of describe it, because this is what's happening in every building at Brown right around this area now.
Well, the building was the Prince Engineering Lab, which is in Barristan Holly, where we now know is the only location where shots were fired. Right. So we were walking here for the press conference. It was 6:21.
All guys look
30 minutes
cute
before
when they're
that,
holding
we
a
thought
gun.
A shooter was in custody.
Right.
10 minutes prior to when we walked at the building and saw all the guns drawn, that was the first time we noticed, okay, there's still an active shooter on the loose. So we were walking towards the fire station and we see a dozen officers in what you were talking about,
and you're seeing it through the glass, and they're looking very meticulously with their rifles drawn, and it kind of gives you an idea of just how serious it is here.
Up a stairwell, around a corner to the doorway, and then they saw us and shoot us as fast as they could. They said, get out of the area.
Shoot us, meaning get out of here.
Shoot journalists.
Yes, get out of here, get far away, because there's an active shooter on the loose.
And that cannot be, this is the hard thing about this story that's unfolding right now. We are mourning the loss of 2 students, but we are not able to let our guard down yet. I keep on comparing it to Lewiston, Maine, because when you think about a lot of these mass shootings, the suspect is either A, shot on the scene, or captured on the scene. It's been 4 hours. We have nobody in custody. So there's concern. Now I want to show you. I just pulled up to the press conference, and I was pulling up to the yellow tape, and all of a sudden 3 police cars come around me, and they were like, oh, Dan from Channel 10, whatever. So don't be walking around this neighborhood, okay, because they're going to stop you. This is an active search, you know. Put the dog out in the backyard for a little bit. Don't be walking up and down the streets here, because they are actively looking for anybody who may be the shooter. Again, on the campus of Brown University.
I'm trying to find out exactly what happened at Brown University, and I can't, because all I can find is people arguing about gun laws.
Usually there's like a wall of flowers. You can't do that yet. It's too soon.
Well, the shelter in place is going to be
there shouldn't
in
be any
place
argument.
indefinitely, and
the gun laws are too strict.
Hours, as you mentioned, but that could be into tomorrow morning, for all we know. We had students as recently as half an hour ago still in Barristan Holly.
Right.
Here's another person talking about
the reason why we're here, guys, this is the Brook Street Fire
Thayer
Station. This is where the news conference was. Now, we don't have a scheduled news conference, and when we do, we're going to bring it to you. The mayor talked to me after, and he says, if we get any developments, we'll come back here. No developments yet. No suspect in custody. I'm just saying, with every
I wonder where people are getting that
while they're looking through tape, and while they're talking to witnesses who may have seen things, you have to wonder.
Apparently, it was like on some police scanner, but like, where can I listen to the scanner?
Again,
I want to listen to police scanner.
Fire station, there is police tape, there's police cars, a little bit more relaxed in this area compared to my colleague John Perrick, Mike Cerullo, and Leona Falk.
Brown University always acted like they don't want common citizens to care. So eyes no care. Karma is a bitch.
This is the night to kind of stay in. So Patrice and
what a weird fucking thing to post after a shooting.
When I talk to you next.
The fuck kind of person is this? Someone get an officer to this guy's house.
Situation. The person who shot
Anthony, thank you. Stop turning the cops gay here. We need them tough to be able to handle things.
And people are still being told to shelter in place. It's not just an East Side concern either, because this gunman is on the loose.
Knew that
could
like
be
an hour
nearby.
ago.
We see them searching nearby buildings, but this person could be far away at this point. We don't really know. We did just get a letter from the president of Brown University, Christina Paxson, and she says, this is a day that we had hoped would never come to our community. It is deeply devastating for all of us. We are grateful for law enforcement for their immediate response and their ongoing work to ensure the
Rescue 8 Samo. Roger. 1955. 8-year-old female, minor injury to her back right side, alert and oriented, vitals are stable. Operations to Rescue 3. That has nothing to do with the current active shooter situation, correct?
Okay.
Dispatch, who was that came over saying something about ATF? So I'm not giving a name, it just shows ATF 17944. 17944. Channel 3.
No, we think it is related. Might be some shrapnel or something ricocheted that injured her back. She was in the building at the time, taking cover.
Okay, he's all set, whoever it is. Rescue, operations received. Do you need any more resources up there?
Negative.
Engine 2 and quarters on off the air, too. Roger, Engine 2, 1956. So if you could switch with, to 3, that's McGloin. Okay, just on make sure Fire alarm to Rescue 8. What side are you on?
We're on the D. Pascal side.
I'm assuming they're talking about the Thayer Street thing right now, and one of the things one of the cops said was that it's no relation to the active shooter situation. But punished Opie, thank you. Kirsche wants her cop himbo to hold her like he holds his gun. Yes, point me at people.
Rescue 8, they're coming out.
Thank you.
Roger.
Danny D, thank you. Gotta love how the media of every stripe doesn't inform, but tries to milk every incident for all it's worth. It's just like, I mean, I get they gotta keep, the on-air rolling, and they don't have any new information, so it's just a constant rehash.
Information on the bus. If you could switch to 3 from sir.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit down. I'll get those guys released. They can come here and I'll put through the open over there.
24-hour news has been devastating to media.
Is that path all set for the buses?
A battleizer, thank you. It's like when people mention St. Floyd, it's the same with pews. They just knee-jerk pews bad.
Angel, yes.
All right, does anybody have a head count of how many buses? Because we don't want to send too many people out and have them in the freezing cold if we're going to make multiple runs here. We have quite a few students here.
There's 4 RIFTA buses pulling out right now. We'll be there in a couple minutes.
All right, thank you.
Kinman Chan, thank you for the HKs. A persuasion system update, please. Right?
Ralph, go to 3.
You got the fire truck with the buses. I don't know if we're gonna be getting any more information, because again, this guy, since he was able to get away on foot, I do not have much faith that he is anywhere still in the immediate area, you know?
Rescue Task Force, Engine 14B to command. Operations, go ahead. We're here at 220 Way Boss at PPAC. Operations received. Keep me abreast of any resources needed. Affirmative.
Affirmative. How the hell did he manage to escape when he was gunning people down? I have no idea. I have no idea. You thought they caught the dude? They briefly detained this person earlier, but during the press conference they said that this person was unrelated and was let go. So they had just detained whoever the fuck this was for a brief moment, found out he was unrelated, and then moved on. Hayden Wayne, thank you. You're about to spend several hours making chicken bacon ranch wraps for your girlfriend's Christmas party tomorrow. That sounds like a lot of fucking fun. Hopefully it goes smoothly despite the tragedy. You hope everyone has a good night. Yeah, I know there were a couple of people in chat saying that they live around this area, so hopefully you can stay safe and keep in mind calling the police if you see something. It is 8 p.m. I would like more information, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything else. That's kind of crazy that they're winding down at the same time that I wind down. So Trump got bad info? He didn't get bad info. The info coming out on this has been really difficult to parse. Like, they've had to retract a couple of statements already, and obviously there's going to be a delay between, like, information coming out and it getting to the president, especially because I think in one of the things we were reading, he had, like, recently touched down at the White House from being on his plane thing, so who knows? But yeah, he repeated the same thing that the Brown University and the police repeated, which was that they had a suspect in custody, and then they later retracted that statement saying, we don't have a suspect in custody. The person that they were talking about was just briefly detained and then let go.
Roger, Rescue 9, 2001.
7 remain in critical condition. His plane thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. Get Max Foxu tomorrow anyways. Sunday, fun day. True. Brown website has an update. Beep, 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 beep. Dear Brown community, this is a deeply tragic day for Brown, our families, and our local community. There are truly no words that can express the deep sorrow we're feeling for the victims of the shooting that took place today at the Boris and Holly Engineering and Physics Building. We lost 2 community members today who were fatal victims of the shooting, and at this point, we know there are at least 8 additional victims who were transported to the hospital. In this moment, they are in critical but stable condition, but this is an evolving situation. Our hearts are with their families. Our Department of Public...
Update on the buses out there in Angel.
Class 181 in Providence. Fire.
Engine 14 Alpha to operations.
Come in, Blackstone. Roger, 2002. Operations, go ahead.
Secondary of 10 Prospect is negative, no victims.
Global 59. We've got 6 more people to go from Burris and Holly Building, 184, over to the reunification center. Do you want them to go, or do you want them to hold here for now?
Hold them there for now. We'll get right back to you.
Operations received. Stay with those police that you're with. Right now, the command center is at 201 Thayer Street.
Engine 14 Alpha received.
65 Lieutenant Potter. We're inside of McMillan, clearing this room by room. We have 4 people detained.
What do you mean detained as, where are you?
No, we're just collecting some people inside of McMillan who was sent over here to clear it. From across 4 people.
Okay, we'll put you on a list. So you're finding people in buildings that are on lockdown. They need to go to Unification Center. We'll put you on a list for the buses. How many people do we have at the 184 location? Because I'll send a bus over there to pick up the last of the victims. Brown Police was able to arrange Brown University shuttle to come over here. We've got 6 to on. Okay, all right, so I don't need to send a bus. All right, thank you. Tell that bus to go see Lieutenant Courier because we have to do something with those people that are on that bus. He's going to handle that at the Unification Center.
Sounds like trying to figure out how to get people around to places after taking them out of the school buildings that were on lockdown.
Justify that's the 225 Hope Street, is that correct?
Roger, 2004.
Yes, 225 Hope Street, send the bus driver to Lieutenant Courier. He knows what to do with those individuals on that bus.
Receive, Kirk. Lieutenant Kirsche, confirm you're talking about the victims and witnesses that are coming here. Yeah, we're going to designate a location just for them.
Lou, you should be with I think Alexa. She's going to tell you what we need to do with those certain people that were at the original scene. She knows what to do.
The certain people.
Are there any cars still 10-6 at 184 Street? Yes, what do you need over there?
Back to this though. The brown.
Can you reach out to the canteen and see if they have a second unit available to respond to 201 there to provide relief to the police and fire line?
We're still getting calls for people still inside the building.
Portable 2 canteen to fire line. Canteen 4 will be en route.
I'll just
225 Hope.
Mute that for a second since they're just talking about that nonsense. Yeah. Our Department of Public Safety has been working closely with law enforcement and has been informed that the suspect is still at large and the situation remains active. We know this is a source of tremendous fear and anxiety across our community right now. While DPS was at one point informed that there was an individual in custody, the person was determined not to be the shooting suspect after questioning. So yeah, this is the guy that I showed earlier in that picture. Therefore, we urge all members of our community to remain vigilant. We continue to be in lockdown, and it is imperative that all members of our community remain sheltered in place. This means keeping all doors locked and ensuring no movement across campus. We know our community wants answers, and we will provide them as soon as we can. For now, please know we are doing all we can to keep our community safe and have mobilized support for the students and their families. I encourage you to read the updates being provided via the Rave Alert system and brown.edu website about this emergency. We're committed to providing updates as soon as information is available. As we have shared in the alerts, law enforcement is actively working to identify the community members who lost their lives, and we are working with local hospitals to identify those transported for care. Even when we have that information, we may not be able to release it to our campus immediately. Whether or not you spend any time in Boris and Holly, I ask all students, faculty, and staff to please be in touch directly with your families to let them know that you're safe. They are worried about you. Today is a day we hoped would never come to our community. It is deeply devastating for all of us. We're grateful to law enforcement for their immediate response and their ongoing work to ensure the safety of our community. Please continue to take all steps to be safe. Honestly, feels like it's going to be weeks until they catch them, if they find him at all. I mean, it took 2 days to find, the Boston bomber people, but I don't know. The fact that he's just kind of gone with the wind right now is a little fucking concerning, to be fair. Casualty feels kind of low given the population density. Well, it was at a university building. Have they released info on the weapon and caliber by now? No, they haven't. Boston bomber involved the feds, a lot more manpower. The ATF and the FBI are on the scene of the shooting. So this also involves the feds. This also happened with Charlie's murder. That's true. This did also happen with Charlie's murder. It'll be something like, if Trump wasn't a fascist, this would have never happened. I'm sure there's people being fucking freaky on social media for sure. For fucking sure. He's recapping about Lewiston, Maine. This has been a difficult day. The tab about the psychopath earlier, and then this. Your prayers to the innocent people involved in the recovery of the injured. May the deceased find eternal peace. Yeah, this has been a rough day. I was obviously not expecting a shooting to happen, so very, very impromptu segment, as it were. The news guy is right. Between the cameras on the campus buildings and the homes in the area, odds are they'll have clear footage of the shooter quickly, and we'll be able to identify them within a few hours. Hopefully, but I don't think we're going to get any information for at least a couple hours. I'll still probably be keeping an eye on Twitter and the farms just in case something pops up and I can put that information out there. Let's see here. No gun law would help here. They have some of the strictest gun laws. It's Rhode Island. Yeah, Rhode Island has pretty strict gun laws. Man dressed in black. What a great description of the shooter. You're sure with that kind of information it'll help a lot getting him caught? Yeah, it's not very good information. If he's a student, he should be pretty easy to identify. Yeah. I mean, we have no motive either, obviously, because we have no idea who the person is. So we don't know if they're a student or if they were somebody like who was disgruntled with the university or whatever. We have no idea. It could have been a personal thing too, right? It could have been like someone's significant other, like specifically targeting a specific person, and then just got out of control. We just have no idea. There's like literally no information except probably a man wearing black. A lot of people were pointing out the campus already has a strict no firearms policy. Criminals don't care, and in fact prefer there to be places they can engage in villainy at lower risk. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Just, criminals aren't going to care about your laws. And given the timing and circumstance, they were clearly going for easy targets and high numbers. I mean, I'm sure we'll find out eventually. These types of people, and especially since they fled and got however far, and we don't know if they've offed themselves yet, clearly a very planned undertaking from the shooter. So, probably got a manifesto tucked away somewhere, if I had to imagine. Seems like the type. 50-50? I don't know about that. I already have a statement from Lee Awatha. What is a Lee Awatha? They weren't well built to handle stress. What the heck? Let's see, what is this?
They ended the search, and that can ended
Are you still
violently.
talking about
Remember?
Lewiston?
They found one of the suspects in a boat.
Nope, that was the
Jakar,
Boston
who's
bombing.
now obviously in federal prison. Guy recognized something in his boat. He uncovered his boat. Ba-ba, there's a suspect.
Ba-ba.
But the brother was killed in an awful shootout. And that's what I'm telling you. My sources are telling me is that that's why officers are here and ambulances are staying around the city because they are afraid that this might happen again, or that when they do try to actually apprehend him, he may fire back. That is why there's a police presence around the AMP, and that's why some businesses like nightclubs are closing earlier. Anywhere where there's crowds right now.
Yeah, I feel like if there's an active shooter situation, the nightclub should absolutely
Dan, we
close.
do have some new. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, we want to go now to where there is a crowd. This is the AMP. We've got some new video. We just spoke to Mike Cerullo a short time ago, and you can see the police presence has increased. I'm guessing because people are now heading into that rock concert happening tonight. You can see a number of law enforcement officers. So hopefully.
Maybe I'm crazy, but if you're having a rock concert in the middle of an active shooter zone,
unaware of what transpired, just about
maybe cancel that
away from them on the Brown University campus. We also have some information on the victims in this shooting. So Rhode Island Hospital currently has 8 patients.
Hey, I reported on this like 40 minutes ago.
Critical but stable condition.
Once again, faster than the real news. Let's fucking go.
1 patient in stable condition. So a range of injuries there, but 8 total being treated at this point at Rhode Island Hospital, and that doesn't take into account the 2 people who were
Emperor Creatine, thank you. Leah Watha is Elizabeth Warren, you know, due to her 1024th heritage contributions to the Powwow Chow. Oh, Leah Watha, I get it.
We just knew the call started coming in that there were a couple people shot initially. And
if
then
you're faster, then aren't you the real news? I don't know.
That it was a mass shooting. And again, something that has not happened in Rhode Island before. And
Battleizer, thank you. The
this
show must go
situation,
on. The show
to some
must
degree,
mourn you.
is unprecedented, at least in recent years, where you still have a gunman who's on the loose and police trying to, again, find the video, find the pictures, but also potentially, so you've got to have some people on that. But again,
just random information posted to me by my mods. Hold on. We just a random Providence current factoid.
And you mentioned the calls coming in. We have some new.
The Buffalo Bills are staying at a downtown Providence hotel less than 2 miles from the active shooter scene near Brown University. Told all players and staff are safe and accounted for at this time. Brown University has urged the area to shelter in place as police respond. That is very random.
2 victims, 1 shot in the back, 1 shot in the shoulder.
So you hear right there, 1 shot in the back, 1 shot in the shoulder. Pretty terrifying, obviously, for the students who were in the building and on campus at that time, but also terrifying for people who live in the neighborhood who have been kind of hunkered down in
we
their
get
homes
2
the last
shooting
several
locations
hours,
confirmed. 1 person got shot on the shoulder.
To arrest someone. There's a
1 in the
gunman
back.
on the loose right now.
What about all the others, though?
Brown is not an isolated campus in a rural area. This is an urban campus in a residential area. Thayer Street.
Schmear lies. Thank you for the swallows to go, dude. Pulling guard duty on base at 3 a.m. here in Israel. Prayers for the injured, mentally and physically. Turns out criminals don't follow laws. I know, it's amazing. Who would have thought that criminals wouldn't follow the law?
We don't have a lot of information on the
Good
victims.
luck with your fucking guard duty late night,
a lot of the
dude.
information has been coming from Brown University. Christina Paxson has said that this is a deeply tragic day for Brown.
Oh, the Bills are playing the Patriots tomorrow? That makes sense.
There are truly no words that can express the deep sorrow that they are feeling. And she said we lost 2 community members today who were victims of the shooting. So whether or not they were students.
Ian Brune, thank you.
Community
1 hour
members.
behind means the news is rushing. Normally they take a week or more. Literally seen it happen in Ukraine and Russia war a bunch of times. What the heck?
Locked down in the building for quite a while. We have a team of reporters span throughout the East Side and Greater Providence area working to figure out what's going on. One of our teams spoke with a neighbor as this situation has been unfolding. Take a listen.
It's a bit disconcerting, there's no question. We've never seen anything like this around here ever before, and hopefully never again. It was about 4:15 and I was up in my house and just looked out and saw a complete lockdown of the street with rescue vehicles from all over the state, and knew something was clearly pretty serious.
And then you see the FBI out here, assault rifles.
Yeah, we saw tactical teams, Kevlar vests, you know, guns drawn. It was pretty serious, obviously. So, yeah.
And that's a Brown Engineering building right there.
Yeah.
But this isn't like, we've been talking about it on air, but this is not, when you think of Brown, this isn't what you think of, right?
No, you know where this took place on Thayer Street. I was actually over there earlier
When you think
today.
of Brown, you don't think of mass shootings. Well,
a lot of people out shopping, going to the restaurants.
What did he mean by
just
this?
Just a normal kind of Saturday afternoon. And,
Ollie Wally, thank you. Now live. It's Blitz News Kirsche, where the Fast Fox knew the news before news. True.
It's sad. It really is. It's hard to kind of comprehend, but here it is in our little neighborhood here in the East Side. It's awful.
Yeah, and I know, I'm sure it's similar to you and all of you at home, when you hear the news, your stomach just sinks. You get that pit in your stomach that this has happened in our community. We see it happen all over the news.
Like, yeah, if you live there, you're going to be justifiably fearful because, like, they don't have the guy. They don't know where the guy is. To be fair, there are places in the U.S. that you think of them and you think of shootings. Yeah, like Chicago. Stay safe out there. You're a bright spark in a dark and dangerous world. Thankfully, I'm not in Rhode Island, so I don't have to worry. I just have to worry about the few people in my chat who said that they live out there. That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary. But we'll see if we end up getting any more information throughout the night. We'll have to see if there's some updates, and especially tomorrow morning, we'll have to see if anything new comes out. So hopefully, if you guys are in that Rhode Island area, you can stay safe. I know there's a couple people earlier who mentioned it was close to them. But I have a very full bladder, and I'm also very hungry. So I'm going to go off and forage for food. I'm going to raid into Bagman, because you guys can be silly in Bagman's chat. Gonna go raid the bag. God hates taxes, thank you. The gun grabbers don't care about facts or common sense. They use the victims as a cudgel to shame good people with morals into giving up their guns. May God be with the victims and everyone here. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And it's tiresome. It's tiresome. Like, when you have a good guy with a gun, you never expect him to be able to, like, completely stop something from happening, but he could at least stem the flow of the number of victims made during an event like this. And I think it's a real disservice in general to just have all of these gun-free zones as easy soft targets for psychopaths wanting to do damage and wanting to cause fear. And I hate it. I hate that it keeps happening. We're gonna go raid into Bagman, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Who knows what the schedule will be like since we have breaking event like this. But I will see you guys tomorrow for more updates, more news, more yapping, and eventually, maybe, I'll be allowed to play video games again, potentially. So go say hello, give Bagman some loves, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Please have a great rest of your night, and stay safe. Stay strapped. Stay strapped, stay safe, dude. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.